Goku's otherworldly journey starting from Naruto. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction, so don't try any techniques you hear here in real life. Your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author, we're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 326, Competition in the Arena. Half a day later. The Land of Light was now teeming with life, filled with laughter and joy. With the energy core relocated to the Plasma Spark Tower, the frozen Land of Light welcomed warmth, completely thawing. The frozen Ultra Warriors also regained their vitality. When Ultra Father, the ruler of the Land of Light, regained consciousness and learned everything from the first 7 and the others, he immediately expressed his gratitude to Goku for saving them all. However, when he approached Goku and personally inquired about his reward, Goku's response silenced him and the other Ultra Warriors. In a large room built specifically for Goku, Ultra Father, shrunk to the height of an average human, pushed open the door and walked in. Behind him, Mebius followed closely, pushing a food cart. Goku, this is food I've collected from various gourmet planets. I hope it suits your taste. Of course, if it doesn't, I can always go find something else. Ultra Father watched him leap from his bed upon entering, his eyes blazing as he stared at Goku behind him. Indeed, the reward he'd asked Goku for was none other than delicious food. For Goku, nothing was more desirable than a delicious meal to fill his hungry stomach after a fight. So, he made this request without hesitation, leaving Ultra Father, who was considering whether to give him a special Ultra item as a reward, speechless. It had been so long since they'd heard of the food eaten by ordinary humans. After evolving into Ultraman, everyone in the Land of Light no longer needed ordinary food, relying solely on light for their energy needs. This led to the awkward situation when Goku asked for delicious food, but the Land of Light couldn't provide any. Fortunately, travel was still quite convenient for the Ultra Clan. In just half an hour, Ultra Father had gathered a vast amount of food from several renowned food planets not far from Ultra Star, and brought it back. This led to the scene we see today. Wow! Thank you so much. These things all look delicious. Goku, already ravenous, darted over to the food cart, his eyes sparkling as he gazed upon the delicacies Mebius was constantly dishing out. We're the ones who should say thank you, Goku. Seeing Goku's utter satisfaction, Ultra Father's heart settled. The reward the other party had asked for was far too meager, perhaps even unworthy of a reward. If he couldn't even satisfy them with something this simple, he'd be utterly ashamed to face them. I'll get started. After Mebius had placed all the food on the table, Goku rubbed his hands together excitedly and began to devour it. Seeing this, Ultra Father nodded slightly, then signaled Mebius to stand guard to ensure Goku could continue to receive food if he was hungry. He then left. After all, the Land of Light had only just returned to normal, and there were still many matters that needed to be addressed by him as the Supreme Commander. 2 days later, at the Ultra Arena, Taro on the first generation accompanied Goku. Pointing at the Ultra Warriors sparring on their respective platforms, they introduced them. Goku, look, this is how we Ultra Warriors train. These are some of our most talented and powerful Ultra Warriors from the Land of Light. Some are already members of the Space Guard, while others are in reserve. But unless something major happens, they'll all join in the future. Goku nodded, observing them curiously. He had come here because he had requested a sparring match with the powerful Ultra Warriors here. Coincidentally, the first generation and his companions considered Goku a highly skilled expert and wanted to invite him to help guide the Ultra Warriors. After both sides reached an agreement, they arrived here. After Taro finished his introductions, he suddenly clapped his hands and, looking at the Ultra Warriors training ahead, said, "Everyone, stop, stop." The Ultra Warriors paused and looked over. As you all know, our Land of Light was nearly doomed 2 days ago, and it was this Son Goku beside me who helped us avert the crisis. Everyone, give him a round of applause. As the Ultra Warriors looked over, Taro pointed at Goku, standing on the first's shoulders. "Hello, Son Goku. Thank you for your help." The quickest ones responded quickly. "Mr. Goku. You're truly amazing. You were able to defeat the evil and cruel Belia." The more polite ones followed suit, shouting, Goku, Mr. Goku. After this, one Ultra Warrior after another shouted enthusiastically, their words filled with admiration and gratitude. After 2 full minutes of welcoming, Taro finally raised his hand to stop them. Everyone knows Goku is an incredibly powerful master. He honed his martial arts skills while traveling the universe, sparring with the strongest. This is how he achieved his current strength. You young men, today is a great day. Goku wishes to spar with us, the powerful Ultra Warriors. You will surely gain a lot from sparring with such a powerful being. The Ultra Warriors erupted in excitement upon hearing this. What? Mr. Goku wants to spar with us, so this is how Mr. Goku achieved his immense strength? When I get the chance, I'll also go out and spar with a powerful being. This is the master who defeated Belia. I never thought we could actually spar with him. It's so exciting. Excited voices echoed in succession. After they calmed down a bit, Taro continued, of course, Goku can't spar with every one of you, so I'll only select those who ranked high in the last assessment. Those who weren't chosen, don't complain. After all, you earned this opportunity. If you'd worked harder and ranked higher in the assessment, you wouldn't be just spectators now. Upon hearing this, some of the Ultra Warriors, still excited, immediately shrank. They were the ones Taro was referring to who ranked low, and they figured they wouldn't have a chance this time. Taro took in their expressions, amused, and spoke again, offering them a glimmer of hope. But don't be too disappointed. Although you don't have a chance this time, you can still learn from watching the fight, and, he paused, then continued, and today isn't your only chance. Goku will be staying in our land of light for a while. If you can improve your ranking in the assessments, you'll have the chance to spar with Goku next time. Upon hearing this, the dejected Ultra Warriors suddenly lifted their heads as if they had been given a shot of adrenaline. We still have a chance, we still have a chance. With this confirmation, they instantly burst into joy, secretly vowing to work even harder and climb their rankings. Taro was delighted with their reaction, as he had intended to use Goku to inspire the warriors. After explaining all this, he looked at Goku. Goku, shall we begin? Goku, who had already taken advantage of the break to warm up, pumped his fists, nodded with a grin, and said, all right. I can't wait. Soon, a platform specifically for him and the Ultra Warriors to spar was cleared. To better spar and exchange ideas, the Ultra Warriors sparring with him shrank to a size similar to his own. While this limited the Ultra Warriors' full power, it didn't matter. This competition was primarily a test of combat technique, not sheer strength. Goku would similarly suppress his own strength, keeping it on par with his opponents. Soon, an Ultra Warrior who had placed first in the previous assessment arrived on the competition platform and nodded to the long-awaited Goku. Goku, please teach me. Goku's expression straightened, and he clasped his fists in a salute, then bowed slightly. Please teach me. Below the stage, Taro watched the two about to clash and chatted with the first generation. What do you think of Goku's combat skills? How much better than our Ultra Warriors? After all, he had never witnessed Goku fight in person, so he needed to consult the first generation. It was the first generation who had previously suggested Goku teach the Ultra Warriors. Before the first generation could reply, a voice from the side interrupted. I think, while our Ultra Warriors aren't as strong as Goku in absolute terms, in terms of fighting skills, they shouldn't be much inferior to him. It was Ultraman Jack who, having received the news and having nothing else to do, had come to watch the sparring. As the instructor at the Land of Light Dojo, he possessed extraordinary fighting abilities, and most of the Ultra Warriors there had been trained by him. He believed that under his guidance, even if the Ultra Warriors' fighting skills weren't as good as Goku's, they wouldn't be much behind. You can see for yourselves, the first didn't answer the two's questions, but simply crossed his arms and quietly observed the stage. He wasn't sure of Goku's fighting ability. After all, during his battle with Belia, due to the size difference, his attacks were straightforward, with few martial arts involved. However, he had a hunch, Goku must possess exceptional fighting skills. And his intuition was correct. On the stage, after the pre-sparring formalities, the first Ultra Warrior to spar with Goku took the lead and attacked. His punches were incredibly fast, dazzling. But under his barrage of attacks, Goku simply dodged them all by swaying from side to side. After dodging for a while, Goku suddenly reached out with lightning speed, grasping his arms. Then, with his hips and legs, he delivered a spinning back throw. Bang! The Ultra Warrior's impact wasn't loud, but it felt like a sledgehammer, hammering down on the hearts of the onlookers. Wow, amazing. He knocked Geta down with a single blow. Geta's one of the best fighters here. How could he be defeated so quickly? The Ultra Warriors were filled with disbelief. If Geta was so powerful, and he failed so quickly, wouldn't they be even more defeated if they attacked him? Thinking of this, instead of fear, their admiration for Goku grew even stronger. They would surely improve greatly by sparring with such a master. Below the stage, Taro couldn't help but exclaim, Goku's fighting skills are truly impressive. Even though the two had only fought one round, he could already see that Goku's fighting skills far surpassed the Ultra Warriors. For him, this couldn't be a better thing. After all, the greater the gap between the two, the more it showed that the weaker party had significant room for improvement. Jack, who had previously assumed Goku's fighting skills wouldn't surpass those of the Ultra Warriors by much, fell silent, his gaze fixed on the stage, as if hoping to see more. The first eye nodded inwardly. Sure enough, his intuition was correct. Anyone with that kind of strength couldn't be inferior in fighting skills. On stage, after knocking his opponent down, Goku leaned over and extended a friendly hand. Are you okay? The Ultra Warrior, who had been knocked to the ground, quickly waved. I'm fine, you don't need to help me. He then climbed to his feet as if nothing had happened. The Ultraman's bodies were incredibly durable. A simple back throw like this wouldn't cause them any harm. Oh, that's good, Goku said with a grin, hands on his hips. Then, raising his index finger, he said, your attack style is too direct. It makes it easy for your opponent to predict your moves. Well, what should we do then? The Ultra Warrior asked, stunned. This time, I'll attack, and you'll defend. Watch carefully. Goku smiled faintly. A moment later, as Goku's fist touched the Ultra Warrior's face, he asked, how is it? Do you understand? The Ultra Warrior nodded blankly. I kind of understand. Then attack me like this next time. Goku smiled faintly. An indescribable amount of time passed before the first Ultra Warrior stepped down. The remaining Ultra Warriors looked at Goku with eyes that seemed to gleam. Amazing. Just a few simple instructions have improved Geta's fighting ability. If they had Goku's guidance every day, wouldn't their progress be rapid? Jack, watching from the audience, finally spoke up again, his tone complex. His fighting skills are formidable, not even close to mine. At that moment, he finally fully acknowledged Goku's strength and vowed to exchange martial arts skills with him someday. As he sighed, the next Ultra Warrior took the stage. He greeted Goku respectfully and then began his own battle. One Ultra Warrior after another continued to ascend and descend, each improving to varying degrees through their sparring sessions with Goku. Goku, however, wasn't overly disappointed by these opponents whose fighting skills were inferior to his own. For him, every opponent offered something to learn. Even if the learning was small, it accumulated and would ultimately lead to improvement. When the last Ultra Warrior left the stage, Goku twisted his neck, stretched his body, and made to leave the stage. But just then, a voice suddenly rang out, wait, there's still me. Chapter 327, Rabbit Challenges Wukong. In the vast arena, the Ultra Warriors who had sparred with Goku were now joyfully sharing their experiences with their companions who hadn't been on stage. These companions, in turn, listened intently. While it was a shame for them not to have sparred with Goku in person, if they could learn something from their comrades who had, their trip would have been worthwhile. As they engaged in lively conversation, Taro felt a deep sense of relief and satisfaction. He believed that if these Ultra Warriors maintained this eagerness to learn and diligently trained to improve themselves, they would one day become masters as powerful as their own Ultra brothers. At the same time, he secretly thought that he truly owed Goku a great favor this time, as the sparring session had become one-sided. He struggled to think of a way to repay Goku, but after much deliberation, the only way seemed to be through food. The other party had said that, in addition to sparring with the strongest, he also enjoyed sampling diverse cuisines from various regions during his travels. Judging from the food they had brought him over the past 2 days, it was clear he hadn't tasted the cuisine of their galaxy or even the surrounding galaxies. So, he decided to visit the food planets in those galaxies more often, bringing back any uncollected delicacies, so he could let him sample every possible delicacy. Having made up his mind, he looked at Goku, who had just finished sparring with the 25th and final Ultra Warrior on the stage. Just as he was about to say something, he heard a confident young voice behind him, wait, there's me too. I want to challenge you. Taro turned and was stunned when he saw the voice's owner. Why had this kid returned? He saw none other than Ultraman Zero, the man who had nearly made a catastrophic mistake earlier and had been sent by Seven to the Ultra King and the Leo brothers for training. At that moment, Zero was gazing intently at Goku on the stage, his fierce fighting spirit undisguised. Taro, Zero has been recognized by the King and the Leo brothers, successfully completed his training, and can return to the Land of Light. Just as he was beginning to wonder, another figure entered the doorway. It was Ultraman 7, Zero's father. So you already? Taro glanced at the two, hesitant to speak. Yes, I've already met Zero. Although Taro didn't specify his question, Seven immediately guessed what he was asking and volunteered to answer. I see. In that case, Taro said, glancing sideways at Goku and introducing Zero. Goku, Zero is a very talented child, but he wasn't in the Land of Light due to some unforeseen circumstances. Just as he was hesitating on how to ask Goku if he was willing to accept the challenge, Goku had already answered Zero's previous question. Fight me? Okay, then come up, Goku said, his hands clasped behind his head, a grin on his face. He could sense that Zero was different from all the previous Ultra Warriors, emanating a fierce aura, and thought he would be able to give him a good fight. After hearing Goku's words, Zero said nothing more, leaping onto the stage and shrinking to the same size as Goku. I heard you're a very powerful guy, helping us defeat Belial and save the Land of Light. For that, I have to thank you very much, Zero said seriously. Despite his rebellious nature, he also knew that he needed to express his gratitude to the benefactor who saved his homeland. Haha. It's just a small thing, you're welcome. Goku, who had heard so many thanks these days, smiled and waved his hand as usual. After he finished speaking, Zero suddenly changed the subject, stating with overwhelming confidence in his own strength, but even without you, I could have defeated Belial. It was only because I happened to be away that the Land of Light was saved by you. Though his temper with the Ultra King and the Leo brothers had calmed him considerably, his arrogance and confidence in his own strength remained, exceeding ordinary imagination. He believed that if Belial had met him, he would have been defeated, but he was away from the Land of Light at the time. For this reason, he was deeply curious about Goku, who had defeated Belial, and harbored the desire to challenge him. That's why, upon returning to the Land of Light, he kept seeking out Goku and challenging him to a duel. Anyone else might have been offended by Zero's words, but not Goku. He simply rubbed his head with a smile. Really? I'm so sorry, haha, what are you apologizing for? This unexpected response left Zero speechless. He assumed Goku would be upset with him and, in the upcoming match, would unleash all his might, attempting to defeat him as quickly as possible to prove he didn't have the strength to defeat Belial. He could then give Goku, who hadn't held back, a proper fight and defeat him decisively, proving his words were true. However, Goku's response was completely unexpected, sending his overheated brain into complete standstill. After a few seconds pause, he rationally skipped the subject and squared off, saying to Goku, "Come on, let me see what you're capable of." Across from him, Goku smiled and nodded, then squared off as well. But then, an untimely sound erupted from his stomach. Gurgle. Goku, whose face was filled with excitement, suddenly changed his expression. He frowned and clutched his stomach with both hands. Hiss, I'm so hungry. He visibly slumped from the exhaustion brought on by hunger. Zero was stunned by this. Hungry? At the same time, the voices of the Ultra Warriors who were watching the fight nearby reached his ears. Goku is different from us. He needs to eat regularly to replenish his energy. I heard that the Grand Commander went to the gourmet planet a few days ago to get food for Mr. Goku. Indeed, Mr. Goku has been sparring with us for over 20 rounds straight. It's normal for him to be hungry now. Hearing this, Zero fell into deep thought. Suddenly, he looked at Taro beside him. Uncle Taro, where's the food that Grandpa Ken found? Taro was about to call for a pause in the fight, but upon hearing his question, he paused. You want it? I'll bring it over, Zero said without hesitation. He wouldn't fight an opponent who was hungry. If he was going to fight, he wanted to fight an opponent who was in perfect physical condition. Taro hesitated for 2 seconds, then nodded. Okay, I'll put it there. After hearing the location, Zero nodded slightly, and then said to Goku, wait here for me, and flew out of the arena in a stream of light. Soon, he returned with an armful of food. Remarkably, he had returned to his normal 49-meter-tall size. Here, your food. Enjoy it. We'll fight again when you're full. He gently placed the food on the ground and said to Goku. Meanwhile, he was curious, could this guy really finish all that food by himself? He had originally intended to take only what he estimated was a normal amount for someone of Goku's size, but the Ultraman in charge of the food told him that it wasn't enough to fill Goku's stomach. Without a word, he stuffed him with far more food than he had taken. His shrunken form simply couldn't handle so much food, so he returned to his normal size. Wow, thank you so much, Goku, already slumped on the ground with hunger. His eyes lit up at the sight of the mountain of delicious food before him. After thanking Zero, he immediately began to devour it. Then, Zero watched in amazement as the mountain of food gradually vanished, crammed into Goku's mouth without a single bulge. While inwardly marveling at this guy's voracious appetite, he patiently sat down and waited for Goku to finish his meal. 20 minutes later, Goku stuffed the last piece of food in front of him into his mouth and burped loudly. Burp. So full, he stood up, patted his stomach, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. Seeing him finish, Zero also stood up, eagerly saying, "Full? Then let's finish our unfinished battle." Being able to endure this long was the limit of his temper. In the past, he would have been constantly urging Goku to finish his meal. Great, haha. Now that I'm full, I have enough energy, Goku said with a grin, rubbing his stomach. A fight after dinner would be just the right time to digest the food. How many seconds do you think Zero can hold out against Mr. Goku? The Ultra Warriors mused as the two were about to clash. It's hard to say. This guy seems quite formidable. I've heard he's defeated many people and never lost. I imagine he can last quite a while. HMPH, no matter how formidable he is, can he be as formidable as Geta? Geta is the strongest among us, and he couldn't even last 10 seconds in his first fight with Mr. Goku. I think Zero can only last 5 or 6 at best. You have a point. Enough of that, let's just watch. It's a rare opportunity to see Mr. Goku fight again. I hope we can learn something. Zero took in the chatter, but his heart remained unmoved. He simply stared intently at his opponent, focusing all his attention on him. Anyone who could defeat Belial was no pushover. Even if he was incredibly confident in his own abilities, he wouldn't underestimate his opponent. Below the stage, Taro, 7, the first, and other Ultra brothers stood in a row, chatting among themselves. This kid, Zero, was already quite powerful. I wonder how much he's improved under the guidance of King and Leo, Taro said. I don't know the details, but I heard from Leo that Zero's already stronger than him, 7 replied. Is that so? This kid is truly gifted. Maybe even stronger than me, haha, how could that be? He's still very inexperienced in combat. He needs more training. As they chatted, the battle between Zero and Goku officially began on the stage. Zero sprinted forward, reaching in front of Goku, raising his fist, the size of a clay pot, and charging at him fiercely. Bang! Goku raised his hand to block, but the unexpectedly powerful force sent him reeling. This guy's strength is immense. While sighing inwardly, he reacted swiftly, no longer relying on direct force, but instead employing various techniques to neutralize his opponent's strength. In a moment, he seized the opponent's arm and yanked it behind him. Any Ultraman who had previously entered the stage would have lost their balance and been yanked to the ground. But not Zero. Although he was also losing his balance, he stumbled and nearly fell. But he reacted in time, using the force to somersault twice in the air before landing steadily on the ground. This guy, after regaining his balance, Zero felt not a trace of relief, but rather a sense of uncertainty. He had almost been knocked down just now. He didn't fall. The Ultra Warriors watching the fight roared. They all thought that Zero would be dragged to the ground by Goku. After all, every Ultra Warrior who had taken the stage before had experienced a similar scene. If Goku attacked, they would inevitably fall. But they never expected that Zero would deflect the attack. Is it a coincidence? No, it's not. That kind of reaction speed is definitely not a coincidence, retorted Geta, who had always been praised by everyone. That guy's strength is absolutely beyond our imagination. He had never fought Zero, but he had heard from a senior that he was the most gifted person in their land of light. Despite his youth, his strength surpassed most of the land of light, and he was no less capable than the Ultra brothers. He hadn't believed it then, but after seeing this scene, and the previous one where Goku took a step back with his punch, he began to believe it. After all, he couldn't do either of those things. On the stage, Zero observed for 2 seconds before becoming more serious. his fighting spirit surging as he attacked Goku again. This time, his attack was noticeably more measured than before. While still powerful, he didn't unleash his full strength, instead holding back a bit. This gave him more leeway, preventing him from being easily swept away by Goku as before. Goku could sense this change and marveled at the guy's talent, just as Taro had said. He had found a way to counter him so quickly. But his own fighting skills wouldn't be so easily undone. Amidst the exchange of blows, a glint flashed in his eyes. Just as Zero's high whip kick was about to strike, he suddenly ducked down, and with a sweeping kick, knocked Zero's supporting leg off his feet. Bang! This time, Zero was completely unable to react, and fell heavily to the ground. But immediately, he leaped to his feet, stepped back a distance, and stared intently at Goku. How did you do that? Goku rubbed his nose and grinned. It's simple. I just predicted your next move, and then I could do it. Predicted my move? Zero pondered these words, his respect for Goku growing stronger, and a fierce determination to win rose. You could predict my moves? I don't believe it. With this thought, he charged forward again, attacking Goku. But moments later, with a thud, Goku knocked him to the ground again. Come again. His fighting spirit surged, and he attacked Goku again. Bang! Come again. This time I won't lose. After being knocked down several more times, his attacks became more fluid, his entire body oblivious to everything else, his focus solely on Goku. Bang! Come again. This time I won't let you knock me down. After being knocked down countless times, his goal shifted from never losing to Goku to never being knocked down by Goku. Bang! Come again. Bang! Come again. Time flew by. After Zero was knocked down for the 100th time, despite seeing Zero holding his own against Goku longer each time, Taro, who was watching from the sidelines, interrupted the bout. That's enough, Zero. You've already lost to Goku so many times. How long do you want to keep fighting? Goku needs to rest, and you need to savor this battle, too. Otherwise, you won't make any progress if you keep fighting like this. With these words, Zero, already absorbed in the competition, froze. Did I lose? He stared blankly at his hands, seemingly unable to believe he'd lost. Although his reduced size prevented him from unleashing his full power, he knew that Goku hadn't yet transformed into his true form, Super Saiyan, and retained a significant amount of strength. Therefore, the difference in power between the two was practically comparable, yet he still lost to Goku, not once or twice, but 100 times. And during that time, he never won a single time. Don't lose heart. Zero, you're already amazing. Among us, you've lasted the longest against Mr. Goku, one of the observing Ultra Warriors shouted. At first, they thought he was a bit arrogant and despised his refusal to admit defeat. But gradually, their minds began to change. Because they saw their opponents go from holding Goku's hand for a dozen seconds to over a minute. Don't underestimate this slight increase in time. Remember, their most powerful, Geta, could only hold Goku's hand for 15 seconds before his defeat, and most couldn't even last 10 seconds. It's easy to imagine the chasm between their talents and Zero's. Zero, hearing his companion's encouragement for the first time, quickly came to his senses. But he didn't respond. Instead, he stared at Goku intently, clenched his fist, and vowed, I will not give up. I will keep challenging you until I surpass you. Chapter 328 Methods of Improving Strength. In an empty indoor training ground, two figures were engaged in a fierce battle. Bang, bang, bang. Clap, clapping. The clashing of flesh and blood echoed like muffled thunder, echoing through the training ground for a long time. After a long moment, one of the figures suddenly retreated, waved his hand, and said, I'm exhausted, Goku. Let's stop here for today. This figure was none other than the first generation. Ever since witnessing Goku's superior fighting skills in the arena, he had been thinking of sparring with him to improve his own abilities. Coincidentally, Goku was also looking for someone to spar with daily, and the two hit it off, becoming a near-daily sparring partner. After a while, Taro, Jack, or the other Ultra brothers would also join in. They pretended to be itching to spar with Goku, but in reality, it was all because one day. How did you suddenly become so powerful? During an internal sparring match among the Ultra brothers, Taro and the others watched in disbelief as the first generation's fighting skills rapidly improved, defeating numerous opponents one after another. Although the first generation's fighting ability had always been impressive, even more powerful fighters like Taro, Eddie, and Ace could defeat him. But this time, his opponent's fighting ability was completely different. Not only did he easily defeat Jack, who was usually evenly matched with him, but he also defeated Ace and Taro, only losing Teddy, shocking everyone. Note, this refers to pure fighting ability, not including light skills or special abilities. Under everyone's questioning, the first generation finally revealed the truth. I've been sparring with Goku recently. His fighting skills are beyond my imagination. I've learned a lot. Then everyone understood the reason for the first generation's rapid improvement in fighting ability. So after that, they pretended to be itching to spar with Goku, but in reality, they were all trying to improve their own fighting abilities. Thus, Goku had a sparring partner every day. Back to the point. After the first day announced the end of their sparring session, Goku paused and wiped a little sweat from his forehead. Although his opponent's fighting ability was weaker than his physique was truly formidable. His fists hitting him felt similar to those he had struck oldest, a true test of his own strength. He was truly delighted to have such a sparring partner. Just as the two of them finished their sparring and were about to leave, a figure suddenly entered from the doorway. "I've come to challenge you, Son Goku." The person's tone was passionate, his fighting spirit undisguised. "This time, I will not be defeated by you. No, I will never lose to you." The speaker was none other than Zero. Ever since his crushing defeat at the hands of Goku in the arena, he had been immersing himself in training, pondering the reasons for his defeat. Not only that, he even sought out Leo, asking him to help him hone his fighting skills, significantly improving them. After over a month of improvement, feeling his fighting prowess had been transformed, he returned with confidence, ready to avenge his defeat against Goku. "Ah, it's you?" Goku raised an eyebrow in surprise. Although he had only met him once in the arena and hadn't seen him since, he still had a strong impression of Zero. After all, he was the most talented person he had ever met there. And exceptionally talented people always leave a lasting impression. "That's right. It's me, and I'll definitely defeat you this time." Zero approached, his eyes fixed on Goku with fighting spirit. He had never experienced such a crushing defeat, 100 times in a row, since he was a child. Only Goku had ever brought him to that point. Therefore, defeating Goku had become his most pressing goal. "Alright, haha, let's have a go then." Goku naturally accepted the challenge with a smile. The first didn't leave, staying to watch the action. "Alright. Then let's get going, Gugu." Just as Zero was about to begin the fight without hesitation, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice echoed again, choking his remaining words. "You?" His gaze instinctively flicked to Goku's stomach, and he asked in a complicated tone, You're hungry again?" Across from him, Goku rubbed his head awkwardly. It seems so. He and the first had been fighting for a long time, at least 2 or 3 hours. It was normal to feel hungry after such a long workout. Zero was silent for 2 seconds. Then, without hesitation, he turned around. Leaving behind him a single weight, he left the training ground without a backward glance. The first watched Zero go with a curious look, thinking to himself, "This kid, is he going to get food for Goku again?" He was right. A few minutes later, Zero reappeared at the training ground entrance, his arms filled with food. "Eat it. We'll fight again when you're full." Placing the food before Goku, Zero folded his arms across his chest, sat cross-legged, and stared intently at him. It was as if he was silently saying, "Stop dawdling. Eat quickly. I'll watch you eat." Goku completely ignored his gaze, his eyes gleaming as he stared at the food before him, rubbing his hands together like flies. "Hey, thank you. I'll be more than welcome then." With that, he sat down as well, his hands vanishing into shadows as he continuously stuffed the food into his mouth. Soon, when all the food was gone, Goku rubbed his bulging belly and let out a contented groan. I'm full." Across from him, Zero had already stood up, clenched his fists, and quickly declared, "Since you're full, let's have a fight." He couldn't wait to defeat Goku. Goku wasn't one to dawdle. Hearing his urging, he immediately stood up, leaped twice, and performed a few stretching exercises. Then, he put his hands in a starting position and, with a faint smile, said, "I'm ready. Come on." Seeing this, Zero didn't hesitate, charging forward with his fists swinging. Bang, bang, bang. Clap, clack. The two engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand combat. As their fists and feet clashed, Goku marveled at how much stronger this guy had become. If his fighting skills had seemed cruel last time, this time, he had ironed out many of the flaws and mastered them to perfection. The first generation, watching nearby, was also amazed. This kid's progress was tremendous. If he continued to improve at this rate, his fighting skills might soon be surpassed by his opponent. He was already inferior to this kid in strength, and if his fighting skills were surpassed by his opponent, the gap in overall strength between them would likely widen dramatically. The young are truly formidable, he sighed inwardly. Being surpassed by a younger generation didn't make him unhappy at all, but rather, he was deeply relieved. After all, with the growth of such younger generations, veterans like them could confidently entrust the land of light to them. And his assumption was correct. In the normal timeline, Zero would have become the land of light's strongest ultra warrior, steadfastly protecting it with his immense strength. And now, inspired by Goku, Zero might even be stronger than his normal self. Bang! After 3 or 4 minutes of fierce fighting, Goku felt he had observed his opponent's progress enough. He no longer held back, unleashing a nearly identical sweeping kick as before, sending Zero relentlessly to the ground. Damn it! How did you knock me down again? Did you predict my moves again? Quickly rising from the ground, Zero asked Goku, annoyed and bewildered. Yes, haha. While you've certainly made a lot of progress, I still see many flaws. Your next move will be obvious to me, Goku said with his hands on his hips, a smile on his face. Despite Zero's remarkable progress, in his eyes, Zero still possessed countless flaws. If he had truly given it his all, Zero would have been crushed long ago. Not only would he have been able to hold out for over a minute last time, he wouldn't have lasted even half a minute. This, however, was the terrifying strength of a martial arts master with countless battles under his belt. With a similar size, he could defeat opponents of equal strength, even those superior. Back to the point, after hearing Goku's remark about his numerous flaws, Zero felt unconvinced. He had carefully considered the lessons of his previous defeat and, with Leo's training, had corrected those weaknesses. How could he still have so many? He remained silent, only to raise his fists and attack Goku again. He was determined to prove through his actions that he absolutely didn't have the many flaws Goku had claimed. Bang! Half a minute later, he was once again knocked to the ground by Goku. You're a little impatient, Goku pointed out. Inhale, inhale. Zero took a few deep breaths, calming his restless heart. He said calmly, I understand. Let's do it again. Almost another half a minute later, bang! He fell to the ground again. This time, his tone was gritted. What's the problem this time? Goku stroked his chin, paused for 2 seconds, and then said seriously, it's the same problem as before. You have more weaknesses, and your movements are easier to predict. Zero was silent for a long time, then asked, then why was I able to fight you for so long that first time? He was referring to the 4 or 5 minutes they had fought before. Goku blinked, then smiled and said, well, it's because I wanted to see how much you've improved since last time. Zero fell silent again. Without a word, he took up his stance and silently attacked Goku. Then, the following scene played out in the training grounds. Zero and Goku clashed. Bang! Zero was knocked down. Zero got up and clashed with Goku again. Bang! Zero was knocked down again. This cycle repeated itself, reminiscent of the last time in the arena. After fighting for over an hour, Zero, having lost 100 times, including 200 times the previous time, finally stopped. He stared at Goku intently for a moment, then declared, I won't admit defeat. I'll challenge you again, and left without looking back. A month later, as Goku and the first generation concluded their sparring match, Zero suddenly entered through the doorway and placed a pile of food in front of Goku. Here. This is a delicacy I found somewhere special. You've probably never tasted it before, eat it quickly. When you're full, I'll challenge you again, he said with a resounding gaze, gazing at Goku. Goku blinked, startled, then, realizing what was happening, let out a chuckle. Haha, great. Thanks for bringing me these delicious treats. He then grabbed a large, beautifully presented meat leg and stuffed it into his mouth. Wow. This is delicious. What kind of meat is this? His eyes lit up, and he devoured the food with gusto. Zero sat nearby, occasionally introducing the delicacies before Goku. Watching this, the first generation nodded inwardly. This kid had finally caught on. In the blink of an eye, Goku had already spent the better part of 6 months in the Land of Light. One day, just as the first generation was about to engage in their daily sparring match, He suddenly stopped them. Wait a minute, I'd like to try a different training method today, so I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you. Hearing this, the first Hokage was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized, what's the big deal? Goku, just tell me. His fighting skills had improved dramatically under Goku's sparring partner, and he'd already been thinking about how to repay him. Now that Goku needed his help, he naturally agreed to anything. Thank you then. Goku smiled in gratitude, then pinched his chin, frowning, and said, I've been thinking about how to become even more powerful, and these past 2 days, I finally found a way to significantly increase my strength. Although his strength had been improving over the years of his travels, he'd noticed the progress was slowing down. Now, it was incredibly slow, so slow that he could barely even feel the progress. So, he'd been thinking about how to improve his strength long before. Super Saiyan 4 was the limit of his transformations, and he could sense that beyond that, he wouldn't be able to break through to Super Saiyan 5 or something like that. Therefore, he could only focus on his basic strength as a breakthrough point. As long as his basic strength is stronger, his strength after transformation will be stronger. However, although he has been practicing, as mentioned earlier, the speed at which his strength is improved is slower than a snail. If he wants to make any big improvement, it is impossible to do it unless he keeps spending time and accumulating it day by day. So after thinking about it, he finally came up with an idea. If he can realize this idea, he thinks that his strength should have a big improvement. After hearing his words, the first generation subconsciously asked, what method? Wukong raised his index finger and answered seriously, this method, I will call it no intention in my heart. Chapter 329. This is called Kaioken. In the training grounds, the first generation was stunned when they heard Goku utter these 4 words. No intention in the heart? What did that mean? As if sensing his confusion, Goku paused for 2 seconds before slowly saying, no intention in the heart. While it's not a method, it's more like a state of mind. It means letting go of our inner thoughts and letting the body act on its own. In more common terms, it means letting the mind stop controlling the body and letting the body react and act on its own. In battle, I've discovered that our brain's reaction speed always has a limit. Even with the greatest strength within us, it's difficult to break through this limit. What if we let the body react and act on its own? If we can achieve that, our body's reaction won't be slow at all, and will be far faster than the mind's reaction to control the body, and that means we've broken through our physical limits. Goku's eyes filled with a kind of excitement he hadn't seen in a long time, a kind of excitement he only experienced when he encountered something that thrilled him to the very core of his being. But the first generation's reaction to his explanation was different. How is this even possible? He was shocked, but more than that, he was filled with doubt. How could a human being possibly achieve this? He had lived for tens of thousands of years, and he had never heard of anyone in the universe capable of such a feat. It was sheer fantasy. If it hadn't been Goku who said this, he would have scolded him for his nonsense. Hey, I know it's difficult, but how do you know if it works if you don't try? Goku had anticipated the first generation's reaction. Even he, upon first entertaining the idea, was taken aback by it. Making the body move on its own, sensing the enemy's attacks and then defending, dodging, or counterattacking, it seemed so absurd. But as a child, hadn't he also thought that sensing the enemy's movements without relying on eyes and ears was absurd? But eventually, under Popo's guidance, he mastered the art of sensing chi, and successfully achieved what had once seemed so absurd to him. Now, wasn't the situation exactly the same as then? Only this time, it was far more challenging, and with no one to guide him, he had to figure everything out on his own. The first I looked at Goku's smile, seeing the unshakable determination in his eyes. He sighed inwardly and said solemnly, tell me, Goku, how do you want me to cooperate with you? Just tell me. Although he firmly believed it was impossible, it was Goku who had proposed the idea. As their benefactor and friend, he had to help Goku, regardless of success. Yes, hearing his promise, Goku nodded happily and pulled out a towel. Here's what I think. If I want my body to move on its own, I have to rely on my body to sense the outside world, so I need to blind myself and plug my ears. I have the towel, but nothing to plug my ears. Something to plug my ears? The first looked thoughtful, then nodded slightly. Wait here for me, Goku. I'll be back soon. With that, he left. A short while later, he returned. This is something I had Nakari make up. He says it blocks out all sound. Try it. The first handed Goku a pair of earmuffs shaped like headphones. No one in the land of light needed to plug their ears for soundproofing, so there weren't any specialized earmuffs. So, he approached Hikari and had him tinker with this device. Fortunately, it wasn't complicated, and with Hikari's immense scientific expertise, he easily figured it out. Okay. Thank you. Goku quickly took it and put it on, completely covering his ears. Wow. That's amazing. I can't hear anything outside. Once he put it on, he realized that all sound except his own voice had vanished. It was so quiet, as if he were the only one left in the world. Goku, you didn't hear me just now, did you? At that moment, the first's voice echoed in his mind. This was the telepathic ability that most Ultra Warriors possess, allowing them to communicate with others through their minds. Yet, well, aside from being able to hear you now, I don't know what you said just now. Goku wasn't surprised by his ability. After all, he could speak into others' minds. That's good. What should I do next, Goku? After confirming that Goku was completely deaf, the first nodded and inquired about the next move. Well, the next step is simple. Just attack me like we usually do in sparring, Goku said, tying a towel around his eyes to blind himself. Okay, I understand. The first nodded slightly. Then, after Goku signaled to begin, he raised his fist and struck Goku. Whoosh, unexpectedly, just as his fist swung, Goku dodged to the side, avoiding the blow. His heart trembled, and a voice of disbelief immediately echoed in Wukong's mind. Wukong, you did it. He couldn't help but be shocked. Anyone would be shocked by such a thing. It was clearly an impossible feat, and yet Wukong had managed it, fresh off training. Then, Wukong awkwardly replied, haha, no, you know, I can still sense your movements with my chi during combat. Just now, I instinctively sensed your movements with my chi and dodged. He had anticipated this before training, suppressing his chi sensing ability. Unexpectedly, it reactivated automatically during training. It seemed he needed to practice shutting it off completely before training. It's okay, let's continue like this, he said after explaining. The first generation also calmed his inner shock and, without further ado, continued his attack. After half an hour of training, finally, boom. The first generation's fist landed solidly on Wukong's face, sending him stumbling. Are you okay? The first asked hurriedly, his heart tightening. Because Goku had been able to dodge his moves, the strength he'd been suppressing from the beginning had begun to loosen. Even though he hadn't used his full strength in that punch, it still hadn't been insignificant. It's okay. Goku steadied himself and waved his hand. Though his face burned with pain, he was overjoyed. He had finally managed to completely shut off his ki perception, eliminating its influence. This meant that he had finally given up on training and could officially embark on his journey. A few days later, after failing numerous challenges, Zero returned to the training grounds, carrying a treasure trove of delicious food, ready to challenge Goku once again. He witnessed this scene. Bang, 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 bang. The first stood 10 meters in front of Goku, telekinetically directing several small yellow balls towards him. Goku stood there, seemingly trying to dodge, but his dodging didn't avoid the yellow ball's trajectory, he even leaned into them. Consequently, all the balls struck him with a thud. What's going on? Zero was stunned. Seeing Goku's face wrapped in a towel and his ears covered with a mask, faint bruises visible, his mind froze. Unable to comprehend the scene. Seeing him approach, the first also paused. Soon, Goku removed his earmuffs and towel, raised his hand, and greeted Zero. Hey. You're here, Zero. What delicious food have you brought this time? Ever since Zero had brought him food and challenged him, Zero had done the same thing every month, challenging him and bringing him food he had never tasted before. After so many times, he had become accustomed to this, so upon seeing Zero, he questioned him with ease. I guarantee you'll like it. Zero said nothing more, simply placing the food he had brought in front of Goku. After so many experiences, he had long since become familiar with Goku's tastes, always purchasing food based on his preferences. So, he was certain Goku would enjoy the food he brought. And sure enough, Goku picked up a large, meaty leg he had never tasted before and took a deep bite. His eyes immediately lit up. It's really delicious. Watching him wolf it down, Zero couldn't help but ask a question. What were you doing just now? He knew Goku and the first guy often sparred together, and he'd often seen them doing it when he'd been here before. But today, they weren't sparring, but were instead engaged in something that looked like training, but he couldn't tell what it was about. "Oh, what the hell," Goku mumbled, his mouth full of food. "Let me explain to him, you eat yours," the first guy said, taking the initiative. Goku nodded, then continued to show off his fandom without distraction. When Zero glanced over, the first paused for 2 seconds before slowly explaining Goku's practice of mindless intention. Upon learning what mindless intention meant, Zero was shocked and looked at Goku in disbelief. He was actually practicing something like this. So that's how the bruises on his face came. He felt extremely uneasy. In his opinion, Goku's abilities far surpassed those of most people. Although he had always refused to admit defeat and constantly desired to defeat him, he had long known that they were still far behind, and that defeating him in a duel would be impossible in a short period of time. He would have to disregard his fighting skills and focus solely on increasing his strength, relying on overwhelming force to have a chance of defeating him. He still didn't know Goku's true power, and now, having already reached such a high level, he was willing to endure physical suffering to attempt to reach a realm no one had ever imagined. What a realization! What a passion for martial arts! Suddenly, Goku, who had long been gradually convinced by him, was completely convinced. Such a martial arts veteran who constantly challenged himself and never stopped striving was not only worthy of his challenge, but also worthy of his admiration. After Goku finished his meal, Zero renewed his challenge. Over 6 months later, his fighting skills had completely changed. Even when Goku was at full strength, Zero could hold his own against him for over 2 minutes. Of course, that was when both were equally strong. Furthermore, Zero would sometimes come up with novel moves that would catch Goku off guard, causing him to exclaim, "You're truly remarkable." Then, even more excitedly, he would engage Goku and deliver a crushing blow. In the battles with Goku, Zero was like a thirsty sponge, constantly absorbing nutrients and water, becoming ever more fulfilled. Witnessing these changes, the first generation nodded in agreement, believing that their land of light would soon see the emergence of a new generation of Ultra Warriors capable of taking on the mantle of Ultraman. Bang! After 2 hours of fighting, Zero caught a sudden blow that would have knocked him down before retreating. He said gravely, "That's it, Goku." He paused, looking at Goku, who had also stopped, before continuing, "I won't be coming to see you for a while." Goku paused, then asked, "What's up?" Zero nodded. "I'm an Ultraman from the Land of Light. It's my duty to protect the Land of Light and the entire universe. So, I can't stay here forever. I have to patrol the universe, detecting and preventing any crises, and in the process, I can also receive real training." Although fighting Goku had improved him greatly, it wasn't a life or death battle, and it couldn't unleash his full potential. Only the trials of blood and fire could make him a true, combat-experienced Ultraman. "Is that so?" Goku pondered. After saying these words, Zero turned without hesitation and walked towards the door, waving, "Goodbye, Goku." There was a pause before the voice continued, "And thank you for your guidance during this time. I'll always remember it." Just as he was about to leave, Goku called out, "Wait a minute." Zero paused, tilting his head slightly. "Is there anything else? You're not going to let me go, are you?" Goku, already familiar with him, said teasingly. "That's not the case." Goku chuckled, denying his claim. Then, his face straightened, and he said seriously, "I want to teach you a move. One that will allow you to unleash your power several times, even dozens of times, in critical moments." Zero whirled around, looking at Goku in disbelief. "What? There's such a move?" "Of course." Goku smiled faintly, clenched his fists, and suddenly a surge of red energy erupted from his body. Then, his figure flashed, and before Zero could react, his fist landed firmly on his opponent's forehead. This move is called Kaioken. Chapter 330 Tiga. Teaching Zero the Kaioken wasn't a sudden idea. Ever since Goku discovered Zero's exceptionally strong body, he'd considered that if Zero mastered the Kaioken, given his physique, he'd be able to unleash even greater power than himself. In other words, if his body could sustain a 10-fold Kaioken for a prolonged period, Zero's could potentially maintain a 20-fold Kaioken, or even more. Furthermore, given Zero's demonstrated martial talent, he'd likely be able to master it with relative ease. However, despite this thought, he held off on teaching Zero, instead quietly observing his character. After all, it was North Kai who taught him the Kaioken, and he'd taught him that only warriors with justice in their hearts, seeking strength to protect others, could learn and wield this incredibly powerful technique. If he hadn't been motivated by the desire to protect Earth, North Kai wouldn't have taught him the technique simply as a joke. So, only just now, after hearing what Zero had said, did he finally accept his decision and decide to teach him the Kaioken. Kaioken, it looks like a very powerful move. The first generation, observing this from the side, felt a pang of anxiety. With his experience, he could immediately see Goku's strength and speed had increased dramatically in an instant. And what had he heard before? Goku said this move could increase a person's combat power several or even dozens of times? He had never heard of such a terrifying move. Mastering this move could often turn defeat into victory in times of adversity. It was a trump card, a move so powerful it couldn't be more powerful. He had never expected Goku to teach it to Zero. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Goku, this is your trump card, right?" It's so precious. While he longed to see Zero master this move, he also didn't want to see Goku suffer. After all, such a trump card was incredibly valuable to a person. It's okay, it's not precious or not. Goku, having released the Kaioken, put his hands on his hips and said with a smile. He rarely used the Kaioken anymore. After all, it was difficult for any opponent to force him to use it. Besides, wouldn't Super Saiyan 1, 2, or even 3 or 4 be better? Why use such a physically demanding move? Oh, by the way, if you want to learn it, we can all learn it together. I think everyone here is quite suitable for learning this move, he added with a smile. He was also confident in the character of the first generation. He believed that after learning this move, he would only use it to protect others. The first generation was stunned for a moment, then quickly waved his hands. No, I won't learn it. Then, as if thinking of something, he looked at Zero, who was lost in thought, and said seriously, "Zero, if you want to learn this move from Goku, you should." Before he could finish, Zero looked up at Goku and bowed solemnly. "If you don't mind, from today on, you will be my master. Spring passes, autumn comes, and so on." It seems that there are no seasons in the land of light. So, in earthly terms, 3 full years have passed. On this day, in the land of light, at the familiar training ground, 4 figures were engaged in a battle. Or perhaps it should be said that 3 were besieging 1. These 3 were the first generation, Taro, and 7. Needless to say, the one being besieged was Goku. Goku's eyes were as calm as water, without a trace of emotion. If one sensed his aura, one would find that it was not only no stronger than the first generation's 3 attackers, but far weaker. Yet, observing the battle unfold, Goku wasn't at all outmatched by the first generation trio. Instead, he seemed at ease, like a fish in water. Under their siege, he was like a little white rabbit straying into a pack of wolves, its evasion skills maxed out. No matter how the wolves attacked, he remained unscathed, instead toying with them. An indeterminate amount of time passed. Almost simultaneously, the first generation trio withdrew their attacks. Goku also paused, his gaze brightening after a few seconds. "Goku, your realm is truly becoming more and more powerful. We can barely even touch the edge of your clothes." Taro shook his head and smiled wryly. "Yes, Goku, you're truly amazing," 7 echoed. 3 years ago, they had heard Goku propose an incredible realm in attempt to reach it. Back then, like the first generation, they had believed it was unattainable. Unexpectedly, with Goku's daily practice, he ultimately succeeded, reaching the supreme state where his mind no longer controlled his body, allowing his body to control itself. After that, they and the 3 first generations frequently sparred with Goku, helping him master this state, watching him step by step as he transitioned from being unable to control it to entering it with ease. "Goku, I'm sure there's no one in the entire universe who can rival you right now. Even someone of equal power, even those significantly more powerful wouldn't be a match for you," the first generations exclaimed with deep emotion. Amidst the 3's admiration, Goku, who had been lost in thought since pausing the battle, came to his senses and shook his head, saying, "No, I'm still far from there. This isn't enough." Although he could now effortlessly enter the state of mindless intention he had proposed, and while it was indeed a powerful state that had significantly enhanced his strength, it also had its shortcomings. The first point was that once he entered this realm, he could no longer transform into a Super Saiyan. In other words, if he forced himself into one, he would automatically exit the realm. This was because entering this realm required extreme inner peace, a state of pure thought. Even if he could maintain a calm and composed mind after transforming into a Super Saiyan, he couldn't achieve that state. The two were in conflict. The second point was even more serious than the first. Although his strength had greatly increased after entering this realm, he felt a sense of discomfort. This discomfort initially puzzled him for a long time, until he finally discovered the cause: his body's excessive calmness. Indeed, calmness can lead to both success and failure. For someone like him who reveled in battle, reveling in the indescribable thrill and excitement of battle, if he could no longer experience it due to his body's absolute calmness, he would feel a pang of tingling all over. After all, his pursuit of strength wasn't just for his own strength, but also for the enjoyment of battle. If his strength grew while he lost his enjoyment of battle, it would seem like putting the cart before the horse. The three members of the first generation couldn't understand why he wasn't satisfied after reaching this state. After much reflection, they could only conclude that he had surpassed them so far that they couldn't comprehend his thinking at this level. Wukong. You've been practicing for 3 consecutive years. If you encounter something you can't figure out, I think you might want to take a break. After a pause of 2 seconds, the first generation offered this advice. As the saying goes, a balance of work and rest yields twice the result with half the effort. Although Wukong had rested well over the past 3 years, he had devoted most of his energy to practice, paying little attention to other things. It was inevitable that his thinking would become paralyzed when faced with a difficult problem. Yet, you have a point. I've thought of that, too. Wukong nodded, then raised his head, gazing through the glass ceiling at the sky. I've been here for a long time. I think it's time for me to leave and explore the world. He had been here for nearly 4 years, so it was indeed time for him to leave. Leaving here? That's right, Goku, you have indeed stayed here for too long. The first generation nodded. It's not that he dislikes Goku for staying in the Land of Light for too long. In fact, with Goku's current status in their Land of Light, he can stay as long as he wants, and no one will disagree. He said this because he remembered that Goku was still a traveler traveling in the universe. As a traveler, staying on the same planet for 3 or 4 years does seem a bit long. So where are you going next, Goku? He asked again. Well, Goku pinched his chin and pondered. At this moment, the first generation suddenly looked up at the sky. Someone's calling me. Taro and Seven looked over curiously. Who? It's a human I once knew. I gave him the Ultra Star as a token of our friendship, a human from Earth. Yes, but from another Earth in a parallel universe, so he's calling you now because something's happened. Well, I think it's Inagaki, the one I sealed away, that's broken free. I need to rush over immediately. The first said this, and prepared to leave. At this moment, Goku, who had been pondering where to go, stopped thinking and fixed his gaze on the first. Earth? I'm going there next. Take me there, in the Tiga universe, on Earth in 1965. At this moment, on the shores of Lake Ryzen in Japan, a dinosaur monster named Inagaki roared to the sky. Ha ha ha. Inagaki, my most ferocious monster in the universe, destroy. Destroy. Destroy everything. On his shoulder, the monster buyer, Chalaga, who had freed Inagaki from his seal, abandoned his identity, transforming from Earthling to alien, and constantly goaded Inagaki into destruction. Inagaki obeyed his command, roaring to the sky before leaping to the mountain village ahead. With a sweep of his tail, he toppled several houses, causing numerous casualties. Dago, who had pursued Chalaga through the time-space portal he had left behind and traveled to the past, witnessed this scene and, without hesitation, drew his divine light rod and raised it to the sky. Buzz! A dazzling light suddenly appeared, illuminating the night sky. Then, the light faded, and the giant of light, named Tiga, appeared before Inagaki. Tiga. Upon seeing Tiga, Chalaga was stunned for a moment, then reacted. Since you're so relentless, don't blame me for being rude. Inagaki, kill him, roar! Inagaki roared at Tiga. Even if Chalaga hadn't given it the order, it would have torn Tiga to pieces. It wasn't for anything else, but because Tiga was also a giant of light, a companion of the damned Ultraman who had sealed it away. It thought so. As Inagaki charged, Tiga launched a leaping hand blade, slashing fiercely at the head. He then grabbed the man's shoulders and delivered several powerful knee strikes. Then, unleashing all his strength, and using the man's momentum, he dragged him to the ground several times. Roar! Unexpectedly, after being struck so hard, Inagaki scrambled to his feet as if nothing had happened, his momentum undiminished. My Inagaki is the most powerful monster in the universe. You, a mere titan of light, can't defeat him," shouted Chakra, who was watching from the ground. "Go, Inagaki. It's time to unleash your full power." Roar. Inagaki's glare grew fiercer as he attacked Tiga again. Tiga, undeterred, also advanced to meet his blow. But this time, the situation was different. After 2 unsuccessful attacks, Inagaki dodged Tiga's blows, then found an opportunity. With a powerful swipe of his tail, he struck Tiga hard, sending him crashing to the ground. Then, after Tiga regained his balance, he swung his fists again, striking Tiga several times. Finally, a powerful and resounding headbutt sent Tiga flying. "That's it." Inagaki, Chakra, watching the fight, waved his hands excitedly. After knocking Tiga flying, Inagaki pursued him, coming up behind him and restraining his hands with his arms and thighs. Then, he opened his mouth and began to absorb Tiga's energy. Oh no! Inside the village attacked by Inagaki, Tsuburaya Eiji, who had been watching the battle, felt his heart as if a giant hand had grasped him, and he felt as if he was choking. "Ultraman, where are you? Will you show up again? If this continues, the monster will kill the giant, and our village will be destroyed." In his palm, the Ultra Star he tightly grasped began to flicker. Unaware of this, he simply called out Ultraman's name over and over. After an unknown amount of time, as a red light began to glow on Tiga's chest, indicating that Inagaki had absorbed most of his energy, the Ultra Star in Tsuburaya Eiji's hand suddenly shone brightly. Immediately afterwards, as Tsuburaya Eiji looked stunned and delighted, the ball flew out of his hand, transforming into a crimson ball of light in midair, slamming fiercely into Inagaki. Bang! 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 After several rounds of back-and-forth collisions, Inagaki finally gave up and was forced to let go of Tiga, his entire body falling back uncontrollably. At this moment, the crimson ball of light also stopped beside Tiga. Then, it transformed into a giant of light. At the same time, a voice echoed in Tiga's mind, "My name is Ultraman. Are you okay, my friend?" If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331 Daguan Wukwang. When the first generation appeared before him, Tiga, or rather Dago, was taken aback. After all, this was his first time encountering another giant of light. However, the situation at hand didn't allow for further reflection. He nodded at the first generation's friendly greeting, and his voice echoed in his mind, "Hello, I'm Tiga. Thank you for helping me out." The first generation nodded slightly. Seeing the red light flashing on Tiga's chest, he extended his hand toward him and injected a large amount of light energy into him. Tiga was taken aback for a moment before hearing him say, "Next, let's defeat Inagaki together. I sealed it last time, hoping it would one day reform. Now it seems we can't keep it alive any longer." Hearing this, Tiga nodded slightly and stood up, lining up with the first generation. Then, having reached a consensus, the two simultaneously struck stances and unleashed their respective special moves. Spethium Beam, Zapirio Beam, boom. Two powerful beams instantly struck Inagaki, who had just recovered. Then, with a loud bang, a massive explosion erupted from Inagaki, his entire body shattering into dust. "Ah! My Inagaki!" Watching this, Chalaka let out a bitter wail. "Damn Ultraman and Tiga, just wait. I'll be back." With those cruel words of villain utters before fleeing, his body vanished, never to be seen again. Afterward, at the edge of Longsan Lake, the first generation, transformed into a human form, met Daiko, who had transformed back into a human from Tiga. "Hello, Tiga, it's nice to meet you." The first generation extended a friendly hand and smiled. "Hello, Ultraman, it's nice to meet you too." Daiko shook his hand, also offering a kind smile. "Tiga is my name after I became a titan. My real name is Daiko." He explained his name and then thanked him earnestly. "Thank you so much for your help just now. Without you, the situation would have been dangerous." He had already been drained of most of his energy by Inagaki, completely unable to break free. Without the Shode's help, things would have taken a terrible turn. The Shode waved his hand. "This is actually my fault. I shouldn't have simply sealed Inagaki here and left it alone. I should be the one to thank you. If you hadn't stopped Inagaki's actions in time, many people on Earth would have died." After vying for gratitude, the two moved on. Dago asked the Shoday where he came from, and the Shoday told him about his journey from the Land of Light. He was shocked and overwhelmed by the knowledge that such a land of Titans of Light existed in another universe. He hadn't known so many Titans of Light. He was truly ignorant. After a few seconds of deliberation, he seriously asked, "How did you manage to improve your strength?" He was now thoroughly familiar with Tiga's body and could manipulate it effectively in battle. His strength was far greater than when he first transformed. But even so, he still felt it was far from enough. As the enemies on Earth grew stronger, he often relied on luck and the help of the victory team to defeat them. Without these, he would find himself in a life-or-death situation, as he had in his previous battle with Inagaki. Having long vowed to protect his companions and the Earth, he was naturally prepared for death, but he couldn't accept dying in defeat. That would mean he had failed to protect what he wanted to safeguard. So he longed for greater power. A mighty force that would allow him to defeat all enemies and safeguard the Earth he cherished. But the problem was, he found it difficult to improve. Tiga's power was limited, and even if he mastered it, he couldn't break through this bottleneck and reach a higher level. So, at this moment, facing this giant of light who is clearly more powerful than he posed this question. He reasoned that since he came from the Land of Light, he must possess a method to enhance his strength. After hearing this question, the first generation pondered for a few seconds, then slowly spoke. "There are many ways to improve your strength, including increasing your energy, improving your fighting ability, learning stronger moves, and so on. On Earth, increasing your energy is extremely difficult, so you can only start with a ladder too." Dago nodded. Fighting ability had always been his weak point, and he had been training constantly to address it. While it had improved, it wasn't much stronger. As for learning stronger moves, he had been exploring and developing moves that could be mastered by Tiga, and had defeated many enemies with him. However, none of these new moves could surpass the power of the Zapperian Ray. After answering, the first generation didn't offer any specific methods. Instead, he suddenly smiled and turned to look behind him at Goku, who was admiring the night view. He said, "Goku, come here." "Huh? What's up?" Goku wasn't paying attention to the conversation, instead concentrating on admiring the view. So, when the first generation called him, he looked over, puzzled, and then walked over. The first generation didn't answer his question. Instead, as he approached, he pointed at Dago and said, "If you want to improve your strength, I think he can help you." Dago was stunned. He had already seen this strange man. He'd always been with the first generation, so he assumed he was a friend. Since the first generation hadn't introduced him, he hadn't asked. He hadn't expected the first generation to mention him so suddenly. Could this man also be a giant of light, and a very powerful one? But he didn't sense the familiar light energy from him. Thinking of this, he tentatively asked, "Excuse me, who is he?" The first generation, who was explaining the situation to Goku, replied, "He's a friend of ours from the Land of Light, a very powerful human." "Human? Isn't he a Titan?" "No, he's a human from Earth like you, but he's from Earth in another universe." The first generation, already aware of this information, explained. "An Earthling? No wonder he feels so familiar," Dago thought. Then, a hint of doubt arose in his heart. An Earthling like him, unable to transform into Titan, even if you were powerful, how much more powerful could he be? As if sensing his doubt, the first generation smiled slightly, stepped forward, patted him on the shoulder, and said meaningfully, "Dago, his strength is far greater than mine. If you can get his guidance, then." He didn't continue, simply giving Dago a meaningful look. Then he turned and said goodbye to Goku. "Goku, then you and Dago will go to the future together. I hope you enjoy your time on Earth." He had already learned from Dago during their previous conversation that he was from the future, more than 40 years in the future. He had also examined the time tunnel left by Chakra and confirmed that Dago and Goku could use it to return to the future. After they returned, the tunnel would run out of energy and disappear. Yes, thank you, Ultraman," Goku said with a smile. "You are always so humble, Goku." The first generation shook his head and smiled, then said a final farewell. "Then I will be leaving first. See you later." With that, he soared into the sky, transforming into a stream of light and disappearing into the night sky. After he left, Dago, reflecting on his earlier words, finally came to his senses. He looked at Goku with a slight awkwardness and said, "Hello, my name is Dago. I heard Ultraman say your name is Goku, right?" Goku held the back of his head with his hands and laughed heartily. Yes, my name is Son Goku. You can just call me Goku. Then, as if thinking of something, he rubbed his hands together and smiled innocently. Well, I'm a little hungry. Do you have anything to eat? As he spoke, his stomach growled in agreement. Dago was stunned by his innocent expression, realizing that he didn't look like what he had imagined. His heart relaxed, his earlier restraint disappearing. He smiled cheerfully. Yes, let's go back, and I'll take you to dinner. On Earth in 2010, Dago led Goku back through the time portal to this familiar time and space. At a barbecue restaurant, watching Wukong devouring his meat with such relish, Dago said to him, Wukong, take your time here. When you're done, wait for me here. I'll be back soon. This solo pursuit of Chalaga was approved by Captain Iruma K, so he needed to report immediately after the mission was over. Go hungry? Wukong nodded incoherently, then lowered his head to devour his meat again. Although he saw that he was devouring the meat a bit too quickly, Dago didn't think much of it. Perhaps he'd been hungry for a long time, so he ate it too hastily. He smiled to himself, then left the restaurant, found a quiet spot, took out their custom TPC communicator, and called Iruma K. Normally, he would have to report in person upon returning to base, but there was no other way, since Wukong was now beside him. Captain, it's me. When the call connected, his face darkened and he began to report the situation. He recounted how Chalaga had returned to the past and released a monster in Nagaki, then went on to describe how he had defeated the monster with the help of a giant of light from a distant land. Although he didn't specify how he had defeated it, he knew Iruma would understand. Iruma had already known of his identity as Tiga through conversations with him during the evil Tiga incident. I understand, Dago. You've done a great job. Anything else you'd like to report? After hearing Dago's report, Iruma praised him. Knowing Dago's identity as Tiga, she paid more attention to his thoughts and actions than before and relaxed her control over him. Otherwise, she would never have allowed Dago to pursue Chalaga alone. Hearing her question, Dago hesitated before revealing Goku's existence. After all, Goku was going to live in Japan, while Goku was from the past and from outside Earth, effectively an illegal immigrant in today's society. Even if he wanted to grant him an identity, he would definitely need Ikumi's knowledge and consent. Furthermore, even if he believed Goku wouldn't do anything bad because of the first generation, he couldn't conceal Goku's existence due to his own status. Captain, this is the situation. I don't believe Goku poses a threat to Earth, and I hope his existence won't be widely known. After explaining Goku's basic situation, he solemnly assured them that he hoped Goku's existence wouldn't be widely known. He couldn't guarantee that those with ulterior motives wouldn't take actions to harm him after learning of Goku's identity. Harming Goku was one thing, but he was even more worried about Goku accidentally harming innocent people in his attempt to protect himself when threatened. After all, while he still had his doubts about the first generation's words, he also believed that Goku's strength was undoubtedly far beyond that of ordinary humans. On the other end of the line, Ikumi paused for several seconds. She hadn't expected Dago to return this time with someone who didn't belong to Earth, or even to this time and space. I understand, Dago. I trust your judgment. I'll arrange for someone to secretly process his identity, and they won't know his true identity. However, besides you and me, there's one other person I must inform, Director Sawai. I can guarantee that no one else knows his identity besides the three of us, Iruma K said seriously. She could keep Dago's identity as Tiga a secret, but she had to explain the alien presence of Goku to Sawai, no matter how much she trusted Dago's judgment. This was her duty as captain of the victory team. I understand, Captain, thank you. Enough of the polite words, Captain Dago. You should be with that guy named Son Goku right now. Yes, he's hungry. I'll have him eat in the dining hall. Well, then, let's not talk anymore. Stay with him and arrange his accommodations. If you have any questions or difficulties, feel free to contact me. As for the rest, we'll discuss the details when you return to base. Okay, Captain. Dago hung up. As for accommodation, let him stay at my house. There are still some empty rooms, Dago thought as he walked towards the restaurant. As a regular employee of TPC, he had a house allocated by TPC in the city. Although he rarely stayed there, he walked back to the restaurant without stopping. Then he soon found that a lot of people were gathered in a place in the restaurant. He is so amazing. He ate so much. Yes, I have seen big eaters who can eat a lot before, but none of them can eat so much. How did he do it? His stomach is like a bottomless pit. Many exclamations came into his ears, making him look stunned. Big eater? Is there a big eater here? Although it sounds very impressive, he didn't think about joining in the fun, but was ready to find Wukong. You know, he hasn't eaten yet. But when he was looking for Wukong, he was suddenly stunned. It seemed that, probably, the place where Wukong was sitting was where the group of people were gathered. Chapter 332. Dagu was shocked. Daiko had no idea how he'd gotten out of the restaurant. All he knew was that he didn't seem to have eaten a single bite, having been so preoccupied with watching Goku eat. Furthermore, this was the first time he'd been reduced to a mere background figure while wearing his victory uniform and appearing with non-victory team members. Finally, he was holding the longest bill he'd ever seen. Tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. After walking a distance, he finally regained his composure and held a bill before him, carefully counting the items as if to verify they were not an illusion. Once he was certain that what he'd seen and heard wasn't an illusion, his lips twitched and he stuffed the bill into his pocket. 160,000. He'd spent a full 60,000 on this meal. No, he hadn't eaten, he'd treated him to a 60,000 yuan meal. Since Goku had come from afar, he'd thought of treating him to a good meal first, choosing a barbecue restaurant where the per-person fee was 4,000 yen, or about 200 yuan. Little did he know that this gesture of kindness would cost him so much. You know, because he was an orphan, he'd always been very frugal. Restaurants like this, with a per-person fee of 4,000 yuan, would never be on his list of choices. He usually went to small restaurants that cost only a few hundred yuan. After joining TPC, he ate even less out of the house, eating almost all 3 meals a day at TPC. After all, the food here was generous, free, and nutritious. Sorry, haha, did I eat too much? Wukong, who was walking with him, noticed his movements and expression and scratched his head sheepishly. He had indeed eaten a little too much this time. After all, he had come here directly after training in the Kingdom of Light without eating. And the meat here was so delicious, he couldn't control himself even more. No, that's not the case. Hearing his apology, Dago quickly shook his head. Your appetite does surprise me, but it's nothing. Some people are naturally big eaters. On the contrary, I'd be ashamed if I couldn't fill you up. Although Wukong's meal had cost him a fortune, he didn't hold a single grudge against him. He simply wondered how long the money he'd saved would last Wukong. Should he ask Ikuma Wei for reimbursement? After all, she'd told him to come to her if he needed help. Far away at the base, Ikuma Wei had no idea what was about to happen. After ending her call with Daiko, she reviewed some information about Sun Wukong that Daiko had sent her. After carefully reviewing it and pondering it for a while, she secured the information and headed for Director Sawai's office. Inside, Director Sawai was at his desk, poring over documents. To his right was a steaming cup of tea. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. He glanced up, document still clutched, and said gently, "Come in." Seeing who it was, he set the documents down and smiled kindly. Ikuma Wei. What can I do for you? He stood up, ready to pour her a cup of tea. As his right-hand man, Ikuma Wei had always held him in high regard. Besides their superior-subordinate relationship, Iruma-K was also considered a friend. With these two relationships combined, he was naturally very welcoming. Thank you. Iruma-K smiled slightly as she accepted the tea from Director Sawai. After taking a sip, she set it down and straightened her face. Director Sawai. I'm here to report something to you. She then told him about Daiko's experience, but she also deliberately concealed the fact that Daiko was Tiga, stating only that Tiga had somehow appeared there and, along with the strange giant of light who had shown up to help, had defeated Inagaki. Yes, I understand. But wasn't it a bit reckless for you to let Team Daiko go after Charaga alone? Sawai listened, tapping his fingers on the table, pointing out the problem. Yes, Director Sawai, you're right, but I have my own considerations this time. Please trust me, Iruma-K said, looking him in the eye. Well, you've always been a calm person, and I trust you on that. Knowing her type, Sawai quickly brushed aside the point and asked another question. So you came to me about this Son Goku, right? Yes, a human from another universe? Such a thing is truly bizarre, Sawai sighed, then asked, although he was brought here by another giant of light and has a strange connection with us Earthlings, Can you truly guarantee that he won't pose any threat to Earth or humanity? He cared deeply about Earth and humanity, otherwise, he wouldn't have founded TPC. So, hearing that a strange extraterrestrial being wanted to live on Earth was a matter of great concern to him. I trust Deko's judgment, Iruma Megumi said first, then she added, in a couple of days, I'll meet this person in person to determine whether he poses a threat to Earth. So, rest assured, Director Sawai. This time, Sawai didn't respond immediately. Instead, he placed his fist under his chin and pondered for a long moment. Finally, he nodded. Okay, Captain Iruma K, I'll be waiting for your next report. Elsewhere, after leaving the restaurant, Daegu brought Wukong to his home. Wukong, you'll be staying here from now on. What do you think? He asked. Sure, thank you. Wukong glanced around the room before casually sprawling onto the sofa, letting out a comfortable groan. Such a soft sofa, it feels. He covered his mouth and yawned loudly. Wow, I feel like I'm about to sleep. His voice faded. Soon, snoring began. Daegu, who had gone to the room to tidy up Wukong's bed and blanket, came out after finishing his work. He was amused to see Wukong fast asleep on the sofa. He fell asleep so quickly, he shook his head and smiled, then fetched a small blanket and gently covered Wukong with it. It seems he's quite confident in us here, he thought, watching Wukong sleep soundly. He had expected Wukong to be wary for a while after arriving in their unfamiliar surroundings, but he was surprised to find himself so relaxed, as if he'd returned home. After a moment's thought, he left a note and headed out. He was still hungry, and if he didn't eat, he was afraid he'd faint from hunger. He also had to think about how to feed Wukong tonight. Having him buy his own groceries and cook his own meals was the cheapest option, but the problem was, could he, alone with his limited kitchen utensils, cook enough to feed Wukong? No matter how he thought about it, it seemed impossible, so he had to find another way. Late in the evening, Wukong woke from a restful sleep on the sofa and stretched. I slept so well. He sat up, glanced around the room, and found himself alone. Oh, where's Daegu? He blinked, then noticed the note on the table and picked it up to examine it. Oh, he went out for something and told me to wait for him at home. Realizing this, he pinched his chin and muttered to himself, so what should I do now? It looks like it's almost evening. Well, that means it's almost time for dinner, then I might as well stretch my legs to work up an appetite. He chuckled, then lightly turned over and began doing push-ups on the marble table. When Daegu returned home, opened the door, and saw the scene before him, a look of shock crossed his calm face. What did he see? Someone doing push-ups on one finger. And on their pinky finger. At that moment, the first generation's meaningful smile inexplicably resurfaced in his mind, and his words echoed in his mind. Daegu, Goku's strength is far greater than mine. Far greater. He opened his mouth slightly as he watched Goku perform handstand push-ups at a steady pace, and suddenly believed what he had said. Pinky handstand push-ups, not even he, with his superhuman strength, could do one. Although he hadn't seen Goku's true strength yet, this alone gave him a glimpse of the whole situation. Goku was definitely no ordinary person. Hey! Daegu, you're back. Seeing him return, Goku did a dozen more push-ups, rounding up the number before stopping. Then, rubbing his stomach, he grinned, I'm feeling a bit hungry. Should we go eat? Daegu chuckled. This guy was really thinking about eating. Yes, I've prepared food outside. Let's go eat. Goku, okay. A small warehouse, now empty of goods, held a large amount of steaming hot food. Daegu had rented it during his afternoon outing, specifically to provide a place for Goku to eat. After all, Goku's appetite was beyond imagination. If he took him to a restaurant, they would continue to be treated like monkeys, just like at lunch. Eating here, however, presented no such problem. As for where the food came from, he had contacted a restaurant and had it prepared and delivered. Wukong, you'll eat here from now on. I've arranged for food to be delivered here 3 times a day at meal times. After they leave, you can come in and eat. After arriving, Daegu explained to Wukong. As if fearing Wukong might misunderstand, he added, your appetite is truly exceptional, and you'll easily draw attention. That's why I've arranged for you to eat here. I hope you don't mind. It's okay, it's okay. I just need some food. I don't care about the rest. Wukong waved his hand, sat down, and rubbed his hands. It smells delicious. Let's eat right away. Seeing his complete indifference, Daegu breathed a sigh of relief and sat down, smiling slightly. Well, let's eat. The next day, after returning to base and presenting everything in detail to Iruma-K granted him 2.5 days of vacation. Dagu, today's Wednesday, so you should just take the day off. With a weekend, you have 4.5 days. During these few days, take that person on a tour, get to know our situation, and tell him everything I need to explain. Then in 2 days, which should be the weekend, I'll meet with him. Iruma placed her hands on the table and smiled at Dagu. So many days off, Captain? Isn't that a bit inconvenient? Dagu hesitated. Why not, Captain Dagu? You haven't had a break in a long time. And even though it's called a day off, you still have some work to do. Iruma smiled and continued, don't worry, there's nothing serious happening this week. If anything does, I'll call you back. With her persuasion, Dagu's concerns were dispelled and he nodded. Okay, Captain, I'll be leaving now. Yes. I hope you have a good holiday. Iruma offered his best wishes. After returning from the base, Dagu changed into casual clothes and said to Wukong, Wukong, I'll take you out for a walk and get to know this era better. Wukong, bored out of his mind, jumped up from the sofa and nodded emphatically. Okay. Dagu took Wukong on a stroll through the streets, introducing him to the local customs and people. Occasionally, when he saw Wukong show interest in a particular food stall, he'd buy something for Wukong to try. They looked like a pair of friends who had known each other for years, one living here, the other a distant traveler, enjoying themselves with a friend. The day passed quickly. As the next day's sunlight streamed into the house, Dagu and Wukong both got up. Wukong, I'll take you somewhere else today, Dagu said while washing his face. Wukong, brushing his teeth, blinked and shook his head. Wukong, do you have any other ideas? Tell me, Dagu, assuming Wukong had some other ideas, asked. No. After brushing his teeth, Wukong put away his toothbrush and water cup, turned his head and looked at him seriously and said, don't you want to become stronger? Then shouldn't we go to practice? Hearing this, Dagu was stunned. He had indeed been thinking about this matter in his heart, but he thought that Wukong had just arrived and it would be somewhat impolite to bring up this matter in a hurry without treating him well. He did not expect that Wukong would actually bring up this matter with him first. Looking at Wukong's serious eyes, he opened his mouth and finally nodded. Okay, let's go to practice. Thank you, Wukong. Chapter 333. The two disappeared. In a private combat training room. Guests, this is your training ground. You can train here for 4 hours. These pads are for protection and also for your pounding. Feel free to use them, they're very durable. The owner pointed to the pads mounted on the wall, nodded, smiled, and closed the door. Is this the training ground? It feels a bit small. Wukong glanced at the training ground, which was only a little over 100 square meters, and scratched his face. With such a small space, if he wasn't careful during training, he'd probably break it. Dagu, unaware of his thoughts, only smiled helplessly. Wukong, this is the largest training ground I can find. With such a large space, I think it should be more than enough. Wukong didn't respond. Curious about what the owner had just said, he touched the pad, extended his index finger to test its strength, and then, he saw his index finger disappear into it like tofu. His eyes widened, and he quickly withdrew his index finger, carefully pressing on the small hole, trying to restore it to its original shape. What are you doing, Goku? Having heard no response, Dagu looked over, and after observing his strange movements against the wall, he couldn't help but ask curiously. Nothing, I just accidentally poked a hole in it. Having failed to restore it to its original shape, Goku turned around and gave an embarrassed smile. Poked a hole? Dagu hurried over to investigate, and upon seeing the hole in the pad, his mouth twitched. As expected of a man who could do push-ups with a single finger, that finger had incredible strength. It's okay, Goku, this falls under the normal venue damage deductible. Goku blinked, feeling relieved. Deductible? So that means it's okay, right? That's good, that's good. After a brief interlude, Dagu warmed up and then bowed solemnly. Wukong, I'll trouble you this time. It's okay, I just want to stretch my legs. Wukong waved, then placed his left hand behind his back and gestured with his right hand. Seeing this, Dagu took a deep breath, focused his mind, and attacked Wukong. Snap! In a flash, Wukong grabbed his fist and dragged him forward, causing him to stumble and almost fall. After this maneuver, Dagu froze. What was going on? What had just happened? Because Wukong's attack was so fast, he didn't even see how he was pulled back. Before he could process what was happening, he heard Wukong's voice from behind. Something's wrong. He turned around in confusion, seeing Wukong's furrowed brow, and instinctively asked, "What's wrong? Your strength isn't right." Wukong pinched his chin. "Your power is too weak. It's completely different from last time." He was referring to the last time Dago transformed into Tiga. The difference in power between Tiga and Dago was simply too vast, on a completely different plane. You must transform into that form. Only then can you unleash your full power and your training be effective. Seeing Dago seemed confused, Goku explained further. Dago finally understood. Goku wanted him to transform into Tiga before training. But how could that be possible? Not only could he only maintain a 3-minute combat time as Tiga, but the energy he emitted would also be detected by the TPC. The winning team would undoubtedly think something was amiss and come to investigate. He explained the latter situation, shaking his head, indicating that he couldn't transform into Tiga unless absolutely necessary. Upon hearing this, Wukong rested his chin in his hand, thoughtfully saying, "So that's how it is? Can't we be discovered by the people on Earth?" "Yes, so let's just keep going like this, and try to improve as much as we can." Dago exhaled, his eyes determined. But Wukong remained unmoved, merely pondering something. 2 seconds later, he suddenly placed his sword finger on his forehead. Sensing something, he said to Dago, "Wait here for a moment. I'll be right back." With that, he vanished from sight. Dago's pupils shrank, and he glanced around. He was shocked to discover Wukong had completely vanished. How had he vanished? Could he have teleported? Just as he was pondering this, Wukong suddenly reappeared, grabbed his shoulder, and said with a grin, "Let's go. Let's train somewhere else." Before Dago could react, the two had vanished into thin air. Soon after, the proprietor opened the door, a smile plastered across his face. "Guests, this is for you." Before he could finish his words, his smile faltered, his narrowed eyes rapidly widening. "Where are the people?" The sky was dark, a rusty iron curtain covering the land. Looking out, there was only endless sand and gravel, and massive rocks towering like silent warriors. The wind, carrying the gravel, twisted and twisted like a snake, adding a sense of desolation to the desolate landscape. On the exposed gray-black rocky ground, a tiny lizard-like creature crawled out of its lair, shaking its head from side to side, as if searching for food. But suddenly, a movement to the left sent it scurrying back into its lair. "Where is this place?" Dago, who had just appeared here, looked around blankly, his mind as bewildered as could be. "Well, I don't know where this is either," said Wukong, hands on his hips, grinning beside him. After hearing Dago say he couldn't transform on Earth, he considered finding another planet to practice on. With his increasingly refined perception over the years, he quickly discovered this planet, whose aura was remarkably weak in the universe. He then arrived there to explore the environment. After confirming its suitability as a training ground, he returned to Earth and brought Dago with him. "You don't know? Then how did you bring me here?" Dago looked at him, bewildered. "Of course I teleported here." "Teleport? That's really the power." Dago gradually calmed down. "So this is a planet outside Earth, and you teleported me here, right?" "Yeah, won't you use up your energy by doing that?" After confirming this, Dago looked at Goku in disbelief. He had, after transforming into Tiga, also teleported, and he'd used it before on Earth. That time, he'd only moved a few thousand kilometers before his abundant energy ran out. While it wasn't clear how far this place was from Earth, it was definitely far more than a few thousand kilometers. Goku had actually teleported over such a distance, and even brought him with him? No way, it's easy. It doesn't consume any energy. Goku tilted his head, looking at him curiously, as if to say, "Just having hands is enough." Dago twitched his lips, feeling he shouldn't have asked that question. After discarding these scattered thoughts, he sighed softly and said, "Goku, I can transform into Tiga now, but I only have enough energy to do so for 3 minutes." He hadn't expected Goku to be able to bring him here, so he hadn't mentioned this before. Now he had to, otherwise, in 3 minutes, he would suddenly revert to human form in the middle of a fight. Would that be embarrassing? Well, that's not a problem. Goku didn't seem surprised by the question. He had heard the first generation mention this situation in their casual conversations back in the Land of Light. "Just transform. I can help you with the energy problem," he said with a smile. Deiko didn't know how he was going to solve it, but seeing his confident smile, he somehow trusted him. After hesitating for a few seconds, he pulled out his divine light rod and raised it overhead. Buzz! A blinding flash of light followed, and the human-sized Tiga appeared before Goku. Seeing this, Goku nodded, raised his palm, and a white aura suddenly erupted from his body. Immediately afterwards, a milky white ball of light emerged from his palm and sank into Tiga's body. What is this? As the ball of light entered his body, Tiga stared at his hands in disbelief. He could feel a sudden surge of immense power within him. If calculated by the duration of the battle, this energy could sustain him for at least half a day. So, was this the power Goku possessed? Only then did Tiga, or rather Deiko, fully understand and agree with the first generation's words. Goku truly was a human of immense power. He had been wrong to doubt him before. Well, this energy should be enough to sustain you for a long time, right? Goku asked with a smile after injecting energy into Tiga. Of course. I feel full of energy now. Tiga nodded heavily and assumed a fighting stance. Come on, Goku, please train me well. As the two were training on a planet far from Earth, on Earth, the owner of the fighting training ground immediately called the police after discovering that his guests had mysteriously disappeared. This seemingly paranormal occurrence was quickly reported to the victory team. As a team of experts specializing in investigating paranormal phenomena, the victory team quickly dispatched Lina and Haruhi to investigate. Are you saying that two guests mysteriously disappeared within 10 minutes of entering the fighting training room? Lina gently asked the somewhat nervous owner. Yes, that's right. When I brought them into the training room, I forgot to bring water. Later, I remembered and rushed to get it. Unexpectedly, when I opened the door, they were all gone. Well, is it possible that they left the training room, or even your place, for other matters after you left, and you just happened to miss them? No. Absolutely impossible. This passage outside the training room has only one entrance and exit, and you saw it. It's in the hall. I was in the hall the whole time. If they left my place, I couldn't have missed it, the boss assured her. Besides, no one else was using the other training rooms in this passage today. The doors were locked. I checked them earlier, and they weren't pried open. When I opened them, no one was inside. This proves they disappeared in this training room. Lina listened carefully, jotting down the key points in her notebook. That's unlikely. We didn't detect any unusual fluctuations here. At this moment, Haruhi, who had been searching the training room with a detector but to no avail, emerged, stroking his chin, bewildered. If two people really had vanished here, there would definitely be unusual energy fluctuations. Even if the energy fluctuations had dissipated, it couldn't have completely dissipated in such a short time, leaving no trace. How about this? Boss, you should have two people's information registered here. Let's take a look at them, Lina said to Haruhi after noticing his gloomy face. Paranormal phenomena are common on Earth these days, and often they can't immediately investigate the situation. If they can't detect any energy fluctuations here, uncovering the truth will be difficult. Therefore, they can only start with a missing person's information, looking for any special features. If they can't even find that, then they'll have to put the case on hold for now. After all, the victory team isn't a god, and they can't uncover the truth without any clues. Yes, follow me. The boss nodded repeatedly at Lina's question and led the two to the front desk. Once there, he pulled out a register, flipped through it, and handed it to Lina. Here, the two rows at the bottom, Lina and Haruhi glanced at it simultaneously, their pupils shrinking when they saw the names. Deiko, Captain, this is what's going on. The two people who disappeared here are Deiko and a guy with a strange name, Son Goku. Outside the combat training ground, Haruhi and Lina sat in the Sherlock cart, reporting the situation to Captain Iruma-K. Deiko, I remember you said you'd give Deiko a couple of days off, right? Now that Deiko's in trouble, we have to do everything we can to find him, a worried Lina said immediately after Haruhi finished speaking. She was consumed with worry. Why were Deiko and that strange guy named Son Goku together? Why did they both come here and disappear? On the other end of the communicator, Iruma-K didn't respond immediately, but instead frowned slightly, lost in thought. She hadn't expected Deiko to disappear with Son Goku just the day after giving him a day off. She could understand them going to the combat training ground. Deiko probably thought he was skilled and wanted to hone his skills under him. But why did they vanish so inexplicably, so soon after entering? Captain, We haven't detected Dago's communicator signal anywhere on Earth. At this moment, Nori, who was sitting at the computer behind her, reported the situation. The communicator signal isn't on Earth. Upon hearing this, Iruma-K immediately thought of Dago's time travel. If he had time traveled again, the communicator wouldn't be in this time and space, and would naturally remain undetected. I understand. Don't worry. We can't find Dago right now, so we can only wait patiently. I believe Dago will be alright. Iruma-K made a quick decision, calming everyone. She didn't believe anything would happen to Dago, because he was Tiga. She had unwavering faith in him. Elsewhere, on an unknown planet, Dago, now transformed from Tiga back into human, lay panting on the ground, unwilling to move. Although his energy was still far from depleted, he could no longer hold on. This was the first time he had fought in Tiga form for such a long time, and the exhaustion, both physical and mental, had left him unable to continue. Goku, am I too weak? Am I unworthy of being a proper warrior? His eyes were hazy. The other party had fed him enough energy, but he couldn't hold on for some other reason. And how dare he talk about protecting the Earth? Wukong, his hands clasped behind his head, lay down beside him, and smiled at the starry sky. Every qualified warrior has his weakest moments, but only through persistent training in battles against powerful opponents can they grow stronger. Don't look at me as if I'm quite strong now. I was weak before, too. Perseverance? The confusion in Dago's eyes gradually faded. Back then, when he'd just transformed into Tiga, he'd been flustered and unable to unleash Tiga's power. It was his persistence and training that made him so much stronger now. Seriously, he'd let himself be lost because of such a minor setback. How wrong he was to let himself be. He chuckled to himself, and the resolve within him returned, becoming even more indestructible. With Wukong's help and guidance, he will definitely improve with strength no matter what, make himself stronger, and become able to protect the Earth forever. Chapter 334 Then I'll teach you this move. Under the night sky, Dago regained his faith, becoming even more resolute. Earth, and everyone else, I will definitely protect you, he muttered to himself, the faces of those he cherished appearing before him one by one. Clearest among them were his fellow Victory Team members. Victory Team. His vacant eyes suddenly focused. Oh no. How long has he been away from Earth? What if the team needs to contact him and they find out he's lost contact? Would that be a disaster? Thinking of this, he quickly stood up and said in a hurried voice, Wukong, hurry, let's get back. Wukong, who was leisurely admiring the night sky, looked at him with some confusion, blinking. What's wrong? What happened? Although puzzled, he quickly stood up. Dago explained the situation to him. We have to get back quickly, or they'll be very worried if they find out I'm missing. Although Iruma-K knew about his situation, she had no idea he'd vanished inexplicably. Even if she could remain calm for a short while, she would surely become anxious if she couldn't contact him for a long time. Understanding the situation, Wukong nodded. Okay, I understand. He placed his left hand on Dago's shoulder and raised his right hand, sword-fingered, to his forehead. In a flash, the two vanished, leaving behind a rocky landscape dotted with potholes. A heavy atmosphere settled over the Victory Team's office. All the Victory Team members, save Dago, were gathered there, their faces heavy with thought or worried. Captain, Dago's been missing for 2 hours. Are we just going to wait here forever? Shinjo, the most impatient, could no longer bear it and approached Iruma Megumi, demanding urgently. Meanwhile, Lena, the one most concerned about Dago's safety, glanced over and said, Captain, please let me look for a clue. We don't have any leads, but I'd rather find one than just wait here. Despite hearing the two's words, Iruma Megumi remained calm. As the captain, even though she felt a tinge of worry about Dago, she tried not to show it on her face. She pondered for a few seconds, about to say something. But just then, Nori's delighted voice rang out, got it. I found Dago, swish. Everyone's eyes turned to him, and Lena quickly scrambled to his feet, eagerly demanding, what did you say, Nori? We found Dago, Nori nodded, explaining, his hands moving constantly. Just now, I spotted Dago's communicator signaling Tokyo. Look, it's right here. Everyone looked at the big screen, which showed a map with a red dot on it, clearly indicating Dago's location. Teammate Nori, contact him immediately, Iruma-K ordered decisively. At this point, She didn't care about exposing Wukong's presence, confirming Dagu's safety was more important. Nori nodded in agreement and was about to dial, but his fingers paused. "Captain," Dagu called himself, he said, and the call was connected immediately. Soon, Dagu's upper body appeared on the big screen. With an apologetic smile, he quickly said, "I'm sorry, everyone, I worried you." "What happened, Dagu? What happened to you? Why did you suddenly disappear from the fighting gym? Why couldn't we find you no matter how hard we tried?" Lena demanded, her eyes reddening. "The fighting gym," Dagu paused, then gave a wry smile. So that's how it is. He'd assumed something had happened on Earth, so much so that upon returning to Earth, he'd noticed dozens of messages from his teammates on his communicator. He hadn't realized they were looking for him because he'd disappeared from the fighting gym. Having been suddenly whisked away by Wukong to a distant planet, he'd subconsciously forgotten the possibility that the gym owner might report their disappearance. "Lena, and everyone, I'm fine now. Nothing's wrong. Don't worry." As for disappearing from the fighting gym, it was because, at this point, his expression faltered, his words faltering. He didn't know how to begin. Was he supposed to have been taken to a planet far from Earth to train? Everyone except Iruma-K would probably think he was crazy. So, revealing his identity as Tiga? He hesitated. Although he had told Iruma-K previously, both openly and covertly, that decision was driven by a combination of factors and didn't mean he was mentally prepared to reveal it publicly. Just as he was wavering, Iruma-K suddenly spoke, resolving his dilemma. "Don't ask any more questions about this matter. I believe Team Dagu has his own difficulties. Perhaps one day in the future, Team Dagu will reveal it to us on his own initiative." With Iruma-K's words, the mystery of Dagu's disappearance was temporarily put to rest. Even the Victory Team members suppressed their doubts and didn't ask further questions. In a blink of an eye, it was Friday. Led by Goku, Dagu once again returned to the unnamed planet for training. This time, he had learned his lesson and left his communicator on Earth in Iruma-K's care. To prevent her from being unable to contact him, he secretly gave her an energy crystal crafted by Tiga. If an emergency occurs on Earth, the enemy can use this energy crystal to call him. "Goku, I'm ready. Let's begin." After transforming into Tiga, Dagu nodded to Goku and assumed a starting stance, signaling his readiness. After Goku nodded in confirmation, Dagu, without hesitation, unleashed a lightning bolt of palm light at Goku. Immediately afterwards, while Goku, distracted by the attack, was defensive, Dagu leaped into the air, tumbling several times in the air before launching a powerful flying kick towards Goku. Bang! Unexpectedly, just as the kick was about to strike Goku, Goku slightly sidestepped, dodging the blow. Furthermore, Goku seized the opportunity, his massive hand firmly catching the kick. Then, using himself as his axis, he spun several times in place, flinging him forward. Bang! Losing his balance, he instantly made direct contact with the ground, his body pounding with pain. But he didn't pause. Gritting his teeth, he quickly climbed to his feet, once again squaring himself against Goku. Come again. Bang! 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 On the desolate, silent, uninhabited planet, a massive crash resounded, unprecedented in its intensity. Some of the small animals living underground were terrified, huddled in their dens, afraid to emerge. Others, their curiosity overpowering their fear, poked their heads out of the ground, peering around. Then, with a thud, they saw a massive figure plummet down in front of them, their entire bodies stiffening. "Sorry, did I frighten you?" Tiga, lying face down on the ground, tilted his head and shone a soothing beam of light at the unknown, hamster-like creature before him. Squeak! With his soothing touch, the creature regained its composure, even boldly leaving its burrow and rubbing against him before returning to its den. Only after the small creature vanished into the burrow did Tiga finally rise. To the naked eye, his body was visibly covered in dust, making him look grimy. Furthermore, his chest heaved violently, and the ever-lit blue light on his chest had suddenly turned to a flashing red. While his expression couldn't be seen, his movements alone revealed a tremendous willpower to keep him standing. "Go, Goku, let's do it again." Tiga faced Goku, who was not far away, and struggled to strike his stance again. However, Goku shook his head, stopping him. "Let's stop here for today. You've reached your limit now. Continuing the battle will only harm you." With that, Goku smiled. "Compared to yesterday, you've made great progress today, Dagu." Dagu had managed to hold out longer in his Tiga form, and his combat awareness and skills had improved considerably, which he considered a significant improvement. Tiga paused for a moment, then slowly lowered his hands. Is that so? With that, he transformed back into Dago and collapsed to the ground. Have I improved? Dago muttered to himself, panting. Yes, you have, Wukong approached, beaming at him. It was perfectly normal for Dago to improve. After all, he was quite talented, and he also had Wukong's careful guidance. Given the two, it would be unusual for him not to improve. Really? But Wukong, I don't think that's enough. Dago's breathing gradually evened out, and he gazed at the deep night sky, his mind swirling. I've certainly benefited greatly from sparring with you under your guidance, but there's one important question. He shifted his gaze to Wukong's face, and at his puzzled expression, he slowly spoke. Because of your energy, I can unleash many of my moves without fear of running out of energy, but without such abundant energy, I wouldn't be able to unleash my full potential. I'd have to be very careful in combat. As he spoke, scenes from past battles with his enemies seemed to play out before his eyes. When I fought monsters before, I could only deliver a fatal blow at the last moment. If I failed to deliver that blow, my energy would run out, and the situation would become very dangerous. He said this, gritting his teeth as he climbed from the ground and looked at Wukong seriously. So, Wukong, I'd like to ask, do you have any moves you can teach me? Powerful moves that can absolutely defeat the enemy. The dangerous situation arose because his offensive skills weren't strong enough. He thought that if he mastered more powerful moves, his strength would be greatly enhanced, and he would be able to better protect the earth. Powerful moves. Hearing this, Wukong held his chin, thoughtful. Dago's words made sense. With the energy the opponent possessed in his normal state, defeating the enemy would only be possible in a short time, and with a single strike. So, what moves would he teach him? Dago stared at him expectantly. He believed that as such a powerful human, Wukong must have some powerful moves to teach him. It all depended on whether he was willing to teach him. At this thought, he was about to bow and make another sincere plea to Wukong. But he was only halfway down, before he could say anything, when Wukong grasped his body and straightened him up. Wukong, you? He looked at Wukong in surprise, only to see Wukong smile and say, don't worry. I've already thought of some powerful moves to teach you. 2 days later, on Sunday morning, Dago didn't go to the nameless planet with Wukong to train as he had done the previous few days, but stayed home. This was because they had a guest at home today, the victory team's captain, Iruma. Captain, please come in. At the door, Dago warmly welcomed Iruma, dressed in casual clothes, and offered him slippers. Thank you, Iruma. Contrary to his usual dignified demeanor within the victory team, smiled gently and put on his slippers. His eyes then instinctively flicked past Dago to a man standing behind him on the sofa, munching on fruit. At that moment, the man happened to be looking over. His eyes met hers, and he paused for a moment before beaming and waving, hey. Hello. Iruma was also taken aback for a moment, then smiled and nodded. I suppose you must be Mr. Goku, she said, following Dago inside and quickly sitting down on the other side of the sofa. Yes, my name is Son Goku. You can just call me Goku. Goku nodded, unsurprised that Iruma knew him. Last night, Dago had told him that his captain, Iruma, wanted to visit him today. Oh, by the way, would you like some fruit? This is delicious. He then picked up a piece of fruit, similar to the one he was holding, from a plate on the table and offered it to Iruma with a grin. Thank you, Goku. Iruma was a bit surprised, but she quickly recovered, took the fruit, and continued, my name is Iruma, and I'm glad to meet you. At that moment, seeing Goku's expression, she felt her guard gradually dissipate. And then she thought, this person looks exactly like Dago's description. Captain, tea please. Dago came over with a cup of tea, placed it in front of Iruma, and sat down. However, as he did so, he somehow stiffened, his brow furrowing slightly as he moved a muscle. Iruma noticed this and asked, what's wrong, Dago? You look a little unwell. Dago quickly waved his hand. No, I've been working out a lot these past few days, so my muscles are a little sore. Is that so? You've been working out with Wukong these past few days, right? Dago nodded. Yes, Wukong is a very capable person. I've improved a lot under his guidance. Thinking of his own visible improvement over the past 2 days, he felt a little dazed. If he had had Wukong's guidance from the beginning, who knows how much more powerful he would have become. Iruma could hear the deep gratitude in his words, so he turned to Wukong and said, "Thank you, Wukong, for helping Daegu so much." Haha, that's nothing. Daegu's progress has more to do with his own hard work. Wukong smiled and waved his hand. He had indeed taught Daegu a lot, but Daegu's extraordinary progress was also due to his hard work. If someone didn't strive for progress, no matter how good his teaching was, it wouldn't be of much use. Is that so? Daegu is indeed a very hard-working person. I've known this for a long time, Iruma sighed. Putting aside his current identity as Tiga. Once upon a time, Daegu was just an ordinary transportation department employee. Later, because he saved Sawai's life, he was given an exception and the opportunity to join the victory team. In the end, after making many efforts, he successfully passed the assessment and became a member of the victory team. In the subsequent training, he possessed superb fighter plane flying skills with his talent and hard work, becoming an important member of the victory team. These experiences can be called a textbook example of an ordinary person's counterattack. Chapter 335, The Evil Aura Resurrects, Daegu's Awakening. At Daegu's residence, Iruma Megumi chatted with Goku and Daegu. As a distinguished and important member of the TPC, highly regarded by Sawai, she possessed remarkable observation and judgment. Just through casual conversation, she could roughly gauge Goku's personality and character. In her opinion, Goku was indeed as Daegu had said. Despite his formidable martial arts, he was a peaceful person who disliked bloodshed and posed no significant threat to Earth. Therefore, she could return to report to Sawai without worry. With this thought in mind, she said goodbye. Daegu, Goku, it's getting late. I'll be leaving now. She gracefully stood up and nodded to the two. Are you leaving now, Captain? Wouldn't you like to have dinner together? Daegu quickly stood up and said. No, my mother and Tomoki are waiting for me at home. Iruma Megumi smiled. After the Kuriloi incident, her relationship with them had mended, and she would visit them whenever she had the chance. Daegu knew this, so he didn't try to persuade her to stay. He simply nodded. All right, Captain, I won't keep you here. Just as Iruma had already put on her shoes and was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and called out, Captain, please wait a moment. Iruma turned around, looking at him with some surprise. What's wrong, Daegu? Daegu stepped forward. Usually outspoken, he hesitated. Well, that's it. He glanced at Iruma, hesitant, then glanced back, as if contemplating something. Iruma saw his expression, then glanced at Wukong behind him. As if understanding something, she said, Wukong, I'll be leaving first. Daegu, please take me downstairs. I also have something to tell you. Oh, by then, Wukong waved, settling back on the sofa. Daegu quickly echoed Iruma's words, saying, Okay, Captain. As they were walking downstairs, Iruma smiled and asked, All right, Captain Daegu, now if you have anything to say, just say it. Daegu hesitated, then scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. Well, Captain, can Wukong's meals be reimbursed? Meals? Iruma was stunned, having not expected Daegu to mention this. She didn't ask further questions, pondering for a few seconds before replying, Normally, no, he's not from TPC, but he's a friend who just arrived on Earth. And he's helping you improve, which in turn isn't directly improving the victory team's strength, so he's inextricably linked to us. So, she smiled at this. So reimbursement shouldn't be a problem. Daegu, just give me the relevance bills every month and I'll take care of it for you. Thank you, Captain. Daegu's eyes lit up, but then he said cautiously, But Captain, Wukong is a big eater, so I'm afraid reimbursement will be quite a bit. As he spoke, he fished through the bills he'd written down over the past 2 days. It's nothing, Daegu, don't worry. Iruma shook her head in amusement, thinking that Daegu really looked down on TPC's financial resources. Not just one person's meal, even 10 would be easily covered by TPC. Just as she was thinking this, Daegu finally pulled out the bill and held it in front of her. Captain, look, this is how much Wukong ate alone over the past 2 days. Aside from one expensive meal I took him out, everything else is standard. Iruma glanced at it with a smile, but when she saw the numbers, her pupils suddenly dilated, and her smile faltered. It's only been 3 or 4 days. And Wukong has already eaten so much by himself. Time flew by. A month had passed since Goku arrived on Earth and moved into Daegu's home. During this time, Earth had been unexpectedly peaceful, with no monster or alien attacks, allowing the victory team to enjoy a rare period of comfort. But that comfort was only felt by most people. As someone who frequently sought opportunities to train with Goku, Daegu admitted that this month had been quite exhausting. His body ached almost daily. His sparring sessions with Goku were intense, each one more intense than the last, pushing his body to its limits just as it adapted. And now, it wasn't just his body that ached, he felt his spirits were also starting to falter. In Daegu's lounge at TPC headquarters, Daegu jolted awake, sweat dripping from his forehead. It was that damn nightmare again. He took a few breaths, his expression shifting from gloomy to gloomy. He had been having this nightmare every day for the past few days, as if it were haunting him. If it were just an ordinary nightmare, it would be fine. His willpower was so strong that it would be difficult to be shaken. But this nightmare was terrifying because the images were so real, as if you were there. And the content was also terrifying. In the picture, a blanketing darkness completely enveloped the earth, and humanity saw no light. Along with it, flames burst into the sky everywhere, accompanied by the incessant wailing of humanity. The whole world looked like the end of the world, a terrifying destruction. What is going on? Could it be? He suddenly remembered something. During the Zidra incident, someone had told him that when the Zidra flower bloomed, the terrible darkness would return and destroy humanity on Earth. Could this nightmare be referring to this incident? Snap! Just as he was pondering this with a gloomy expression, the door suddenly opened violently. Daegu! What's wrong with you lately? The person who came in was none other than Lena. She looked at Daegu with agitated emotion, her eyes a mixture of concern and worry, dissatisfaction, and other inexplicable emotions. She could have resisted asking about Daegu's disappearance a month ago with a guy named Sun Wukong. She could have resisted asking about Daegu's frequent absences from the base this month, his complete lack of contact. But seeing how Daegu had recently looked tired and even had nightmares, despite having no missions, she couldn't stand it anymore. She wanted Daegu to share the immense pressure he was feeling, to fight alongside him, not to let him go on alone. Daegu looked up in surprise. Since the lights were off in his room, the only light coming from the hallway outside was the backlight. In the backlight, he couldn't see the expression on Lena's face, nor could he see the gradually reddening eyes and the faint tears welling in them. I'm fine, Lena, he replied instinctively, not wanting to worry her. But what he didn't know was that after he replied, Lena's fists clenched, tears threatening to burst. Lena, are you alright? A moment's silence passed between them. As if sensing something was amiss with the person before him, Daegu hurriedly asked, his heart in a state of panic. Lena bit her lip, suppressing the urge to turn and leave. She truly didn't want to see Daegu bearing this overwhelming pressure alone anymore. Bang! I should be the one asking you this, Daegu. She slammed the door shut. In the darkness, her red eyes stared at Daegu without blinking, her voice tinged with tears. Why didn't you tell me? Why did you have to carry it all on your own? Does that mean Ultraman has the sole responsibility to protect the Earth? Daegu's heart trembled, his pupils shrinking. Lena, you, with these words, he realized that Lena had somehow discovered his identity as Tiga. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. And then, swish! A figure appeared out of nowhere beside him, vanishing like a ghost. Who's that? Despite the dim light, Lena was the first to notice the uninvited visitor beside Daegu. She reached for her waistband, whipped out her pistol, and pointed it at him. If he threatened Daegu, she wouldn't hesitate to shoot. Wait? Lena, he's not an enemy. Daegu, startled by the sudden appearance, quickly realized who it was and stopped him. Lena hesitated, but her absolute trust in Daegu kept her pistol down. Even so, her gaze remained fixed on the uninvited visitor. With a click, Daegu flicked the light switch, and the darkness in the room instantly dissipated, revealing the uninvited visitor. It was none other than Wukong. Lena, his name is Sun Wukong, and he's my friend. Daegu didn't ask why Wukong was here, but introduced him to Lena first. After hearing his introduction, Lena's eyes fixed and she stared at Wukong intently. Sun Wukong? Is this the Sun Wukong? Although she had never seen this person's name had been firmly engraved in her mind a month ago. That time, Daegu and the other person disappeared inexplicably. Afterwards, she secretly checked the identity of this person, but found that the person's identity information had been authorized, and she did not have the permission to check the other party's information. Hey. Hello, just call me Wukong. Wukong also raised his hand at the right time and greeted Lena with a smile. Then his face straightened, and he looked at Daegu and said, "Daegu, I'm here to tell you something." Daegu, seeing the unusual seriousness on his face, was startled and replied, "Go ahead, Wukong, you know I have the ability to sense auras. Just now, I sensed many evil auras awakening on Earth, and they're rapidly growing stronger." What? Daegu and Lina's faces changed, and they cried out simultaneously. Could it be that? Daegu immediately thought of his nightmare. Although he hadn't seen the scene actually manifest on Earth, he had a feeling that the evil auras Wukong was talking about were the source of the destructive scenes in the nightmare. Lina didn't know this. She instinctively thought that the evil aura Wukong was talking about was the appearance of monsters, and her expression changed because she heard the word many. Didn't that mean many monsters appeared at once? Beep. 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 At that moment, a rapid alarm suddenly sounded in the room. At the same time, Iruma-K's voice came from the radio. "All team members, gather in the command room immediately." Lina's face became serious, and she said to Daegu, "Daegu, let's go quickly. Something important must have happened." As she spoke, her eyes subconsciously drifted to Wukong. The man had just told them that an evil aura had appeared, and the next second the captain urgently summoned them. Could it be that what the man said was true, and the captain summoned them just for this matter? If so, then she should take this man with her, maybe he can help them. Thinking of this, she was about to speak, but Daegu, who had been hesitant to move, suddenly took a deep breath and said, "Lina, I won't go over." Lina was stunned. Daegu stared at her steadily, his eyes filled with determination. "You asked me before why Ultraman had the obligation to protect the Earth alone. I'd like to say, it's not an obligation, it's because I'm also a human being. I'm just doing what I can." Lina stared at him, stunned. "Daegu, you? So, Lina, I'm going to defeat the enemy and protect our Earth." Daegu spoke, pulling out his light rod. Somehow, the burden of knowing Tiga's true identity no longer weighed on his mind. He simply knew he had to transform into Tiga as quickly as possible and stop the situation before it escalated to the worst. Lina pursed her lips, watching his movements, her eyes welling up again. She didn't want Daegu to fight alone, but she also knew she couldn't stop him. So, her voice trembling, she said, "Daegu, if possible, I want to become light with you." How she wished she could fight alongside Daegu, so she could share the overwhelming pressure. Daegu looked at her steadily, then suddenly walked forward, grabbed her hand and placed it on the magic wand, and said seriously, "You can also turn into light, Lina, you can do it." After that, the light on the magic wand burst out, covering the two of them. Lina subconsciously closed her eyes, and when the light dissipated, she opened her eyes again and saw Tiga appear in front of her. Tiga nodded at her, then looked at Wukong, who had been silent. Wukong understood, walked over and placed his hand on Tiga's shoulder, then nodded to Lina with a smile. "Then we will leave first, bye." After that, the two of them disappeared in a flash. Lina stared blankly at the place where the two disappeared. After 2 seconds, she suddenly came to her senses, immediately opened the door and rushed out. Daegu was right, he was using all his strength to protect the Earth, so she should do the same. Chapter 336, Zoga appears, Tiga's new move. In the South Pacific, near New Zealand, the ancient ruins of Lului have resurfaced. Within it, Gotenjia, Earth's most powerful ancient monster and the ruler of darkness, responsible for the destruction of ancient civilization 30 million years ago, has awakened, poised to destroy humanity once again and dominate the world. As the evil god that controls darkness, it commands numerous ancient warriors known as Zoga. These ancient warriors, also known as evil birds in ancient times, possess terrifying power and have aided Gotenjia in devastating destruction across the globe. Now, Gotenjia has resorted to a similar tactic. Rather than personally attacking, it dispatches Zoga as vanguards to launch an attack on Earth, announcing its arrival. Cry, a black bird with razor-sharp claws bursts forth from Lului, flapping its moth-like, multicolored wings as it soars towards the nearby Australian continent. Its crimson eyes fixed intently on a human city on the edge of the continent. As it neared its destination, it opened its sharp beak, and several massive red fireballs shot out from its mouth, bombarding the city ahead. Then, without even a glance, it prepared to depart, continuing its bombardment of the next city. But just then, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the fireballs. Seeing the numerous fireballs coming their way, the figure waved his hand, sending several bluish-white light projectiles colliding with them, intercepting them midair. Boom! 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 In an instant, A continuous series of explosions echoed in the sky. What is that, Tiga? That's Tiga. Many citizens in the city, drawn to the massive movement in the sky, stopped and looked up, staring in astonishment at the multiple explosions. Their attention was quickly drawn to the figure caught in the midst of the explosions. It was none other than the familiar protector of Earth, Tiga. Then, upon seeing another terrifying monster in the sky, they seemed to understand something and cried out in alarm, "A monster is attacking us. It's Tiga who's protecting us. It's really going to destroy the world. It must be one of the culprits that destroyed the ancient civilization." After blocking all the fireballs in midair, Tiga, or rather, Dago, glanced back at the city below and instantly understood what Zoga was attacking. If you were a moment too late, the city below would be destroyed by the fireball bombardment, recreating the natural disaster scenes from his nightmares. So, what he had to do now was to defeat Zoga. He couldn't let it continue its attack on Earth. Cry! Zoga screamed in anger, noticing that his attack had been blocked by Tiga. Having already changed direction, preparing to fly to the next city, he immediately changed direction again, flying towards Tiga. Seeing this, Tiga crossed his hands in front of the crystal on his forehead. The crystal glowed blue, and he transformed into an aerial form. Immediately afterwards, he charged head-on at Zoga, his speed so swift it caused a sharp, piercing sound to pierce the air. From afar, the two looked like two sharp arrows, each about to collide head-on to determine who would be supreme. This scene filled the townspeople with a sense of trepidation, each clenching their fists and mentally cheering Tiga on. As everyone watched, Tiga suddenly shifted his stance, from his head in front of Zoga to his head behind him. This change in position was a flying kick. Bang! A resounding crash echoed through the air. Tiga's flying kick narrowly avoided Zoga's beak, which could have pierced a hole in his flesh, and struck Zoga hard on the right side of his head. The high-speed impact sent Zoga's head pounding, and he lost control of his body, plummeting diagonally towards the forested area below. This outcome was clearly within Tiga's expectations. The reason he kicked the right side of Zoga's head instead of the left was to send him plummeting into uninhabited territory, avoiding the densely populated city. Well done, Tiga. The citizens who had been watching intently below burst into smiles and cheers as they watched Tiga knock Zoga down. Although many of them were unable to see the following scene due to the buildings obscuring it, they were confident that Tiga would continue his efforts and defeat the monster once and for all. At that moment, high in the sky, an unknown figure hovered, arms folded, silently observing the battle between Tiga and Zoga below. That kick from Dago was decisive. "It seems he's improved from the last 2 days," Goku muttered to himself with a smile. After teleporting Tiga here, he remained there, watching the two clash. He saw this as Dago's battle, a perfect test of his progress over the past month of training. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not intervene, remaining a quiet spectator. Then, after the battle, he would share his observations of Dago's weaknesses and areas for improvement, helping him to improve further. Bang! Zoga plummeted into the forest like a falling star, sending up a cloud of dust. Cry, though severely wounded and his mind groggy, Zoga, as the vanguard of the evil god Gratangia, knew nothing of pain or fear. He simply struggled to his feet and continued fighting Tiga. But just as he finally stood up and raised his head to scan for his foe, whoosh, bang! Tiga launched a powerful kick from the sky, striking Zoga's head again on the right side, sending it flying and slamming it to the ground. 2 consecutive blows to the head clouded Zoga's consciousness, and he struggled to get up, but failed. At that moment, Tiga also landed on the ground. Without hesitation, he stretched his arms out to his sides and brought them together, condensing a lightning-like rampart beam. Then, with his hands at his waist and a swipe of his right hand, a rampart laser bullet shot straight at Zoga like a streak of white lightning, blasting it to smithereens with a bang. At that moment, in the Victory Team command room at TPC base headquarters, Nori pumped his fist vigorously upon seeing the image of Tiga defeating Zoga on the big screen. Great! Tiga! He defeated the monster so quickly this time, Munikida, his face resolute, nodded emphatically. Yes, I didn't expect Tiga to act so quickly this time. Not long ago, they had noticed unusual movements in the Pacific Ocean, suggesting the resurfacing of a 30-million-year-old, ultra-ancient ruin. Then, they spotted a demonic bird monster emerging from it, heading towards nearby Australia, seemingly intent on attacking Earth. In a panic, they immediately dispatched Lina, Shinjo, and Haruhi in their fighter jets to intercept it. However, Before the three fighters could even reach their destination, Tiga had already eliminated their target. Dago, you've worked hard. Of the three remaining at the base, only Captain Ikumake remained silent, her expression gratified as she watched Tiga on the screen. When Dago disappeared after her urgent call, she knew he must have transformed into Tiga to fight. And from Lena's expression, she suspected she knew Dago's identity as well. But she said nothing, simply urging everyone to quickly prepare for battle and fly their fighters to engage the monster. Even though she believed Dago, or Tiga, could defeat the enemy, she wouldn't sit idly by. She would do everything in her power to help them defeat the enemy. "Commander, should we call Lena and the others back?" Nori asked Munakata after briefly expressing her excitement. Now that the monster had been eliminated, there was no point in Lena and the others flying their fighters. "Okay, I'll call them back." Munakata pressed a button on his communicator and said in a deep voice, "Lena, Shinjo, Horii, you can return to base. The monster has been destroyed by Tiga." Shinjo and Horii, who were piloting the same Victory Swallow I to Australia, were stunned by the news. "Commander, you said the monster was destroyed by Tiga?" Horii asked in disbelief. "How long has it been since Tiga appeared and destroyed the monster?" "That was too fast." "Yes, just now. Tiga destroyed it, so you can return," Munakata confirmed the news. "Okay, then we..." Just as Horii and Shinjo were about to accept the order, a voice suddenly interrupted them through their headsets. "Commander, you said Tiga destroyed the monster. Was it the monster we saw?" It was Rina, piloting another Victory Swallow I. Due to her excellent piloting skills and her status as the Victory Team's ace pilot, she was allowed to fly the fighter alone on missions. "Yes, is there a problem, Lena?" Munakata was a bit puzzled by her question. "It's a big problem, Commander. There's definitely more than one monster in the ruins, so we can't return now." Aboard the fighter plane, Lena's expression was resolute, and she kept the fighter plane at maximum speed. The appearance of the monsters, and of Tiga, proved the man named Son Goku's words were true. The evil aura he'd been referring to was the monster they'd seen before, and there was more than one. So now, she had to rush to the battlefield to help Tiga eliminate the other monsters that might appear at any time. What? Her words were like thunder, instantly exploding in the minds of Munakata and the other members of the Victory Team. Munakata braced his hands on the table, his brow furrowed. "What did you say? Lena, how did you know this?" They had just discovered the ruins and didn't even know what was inside. How did Lena know there was more than one monster? Lena took a deep breath, pursed her lips, and said, "I'm sorry, Commander. I can't tell you the reason for this right now, but please trust me." She couldn't explain Goku's appearance at the base, or the current situation based on his words. Besides being difficult to explain, another reason was that Dago's identity as Tiga was involved. Since Dago had never revealed his identity to anyone, she wouldn't reveal it on her own unless absolutely necessary. Hearing her explanation, Munakata's brow furrowed even more, but after a brief pause, he decided to trust Lena. He knew his teammates' personalities well. "Okay, I understand. Then, Lena, Shinjo, and Horii, you continue toward Australia, and remain vigilant." "Yes, Command." Shortly after Lena and the others responded, Nori, who had been observing the ruins, suddenly opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, "Monsters. So many monsters. Lena is right." He quickly switched the scene to the big screen, and Munakata and Iruma Megumi saw numerous Zagas flying out of the ruins and heading towards Australia. "It really is." Munakata's eyes froze, and he immediately shouted into the intercom, "Lena, Shinjo, Horii, you all heard it. Quickly head to Australia and support Tiga in killing the monster." "Yes, Command." "We're almost there." On the Australian continent, after killing Zoga, Tiga did not transform back into Dago. Instead, he took off into the air and flew towards the ultra-ancient ruins. But before he could reach the ruins, he saw 7 Zagas suddenly fly out of the sea ahead. Upon emerging from the sea, these Zagas spotted him immediately and, transformed into sharp arrows, sped towards him. Upon seeing this, Tiga didn't hesitate. He immediately changed direction, switching from flying parallel to the sea to flying vertically upwards. Then, he turned around and headed back the way he'd come. Although his aerial combat skills had improved during the past month through sparring with Goku, his strongest point remained ground combat. Facing such a large enemy force, he had to fully utilize his strengths and not blindly engage them. "Tiga, you must hold on. Hold on until we arrive." In the Victory Team's command room, Munetho's expression was sullen, as he stared intently at the screen. In his long tenure with the Victory team, he had never seen such a large number of monsters deployed at once, let alone Tiga. In his opinion, while Tiga's previous display of strength was impressive, being able to hold his own against 3 or 4 Zagas was already his limit. If he were to be attacked by 7 Zagas at once, Tiga would be doomed to failure. Deko, be careful. Iruma-K clasped his hands together, his gaze fixed on the large screen, a cloud of worry welling up within him. He returned his gaze to where Tiga was. At that moment, from high above, he could see 7 Zoga swarms nimbly following closely behind him, closing the gap. After all, Zoga were natural flyers, even the fastest aerial Tiga couldn't match them. Not only were the Zoga swarms chasing Tiga, they also periodically unleashed massive fireballs, attempting to bring him down. The scene was a breathtaking and treacherous scene. While flying, Tiga kept turning his head to watch behind him, narrowly avoiding each incoming fireball. This month of training had given him such agility. His former self wouldn't have been able to dodge all these attacks. Depending on the situation, I'll have to use that one move. He dodged the attacks while pondering his next battle plan. The new move Goku had taught him was perfect for him now. However, to successfully inflict damage on the enemy and maximize the effectiveness of his attack, he needed to be strategic. Ahead, the Australian continent came into view. Seeing the towering mountains at the edge, a plan suddenly occurred to him. With a whoosh, he flew rapidly toward the mountains, suddenly withdrawing his right hand, placing it on his chest, and gathering energy. The Zoga behind him, with their numerical superiority, didn't dwell on it, simply continuing their pursuit. They knew Tiga would likely engage them on land, so they stopped firing their fireballs. They were not only formidable in air combat, but also in close combat on the ground. Tiga's attempts at ground combat would be a joke to them. Report to command, we've sighted Tiga and the monsters. At that moment, in the sky to Tiga's right, 2 Victory Swallow fighters finally arrived. Lina and Shinjo, piloting their fighters, fixed their sharp gazes on Tiga and the monsters. We'll be backing you up right away. Tiga, whoosh. After entering the mountains, Tiga weaved left and right through the terrain, effectively slowing the Zagas behind him and creating distance. He then flew into a long, straight, narrow canyon, accelerating rapidly as he hurtled towards the end. The Zagas, already frustrated by the terrain, were tempted to fly out of the mountains and pursue Tiga from high above. Seeing the clear canyon ahead, his vision suddenly brightened, and he instantly increased his speed, darting after Tiga. Seeing the Zagas catching up, Tiga knew he had taken the bait. After surviving the canyon, he paused just outside his sight, the energy he had already gathered in his hand rapidly surging, quickly forming a massive golden disc. Without hesitation, he reappeared at the canyon's exit and flung the golden disc into the canyon. Whoosh! The golden disc transformed into a flash of light, swiftly passing through the 7 Zagas flying in a near straight line. It then plunged into a distant mountain top and vanished into the sky. Bang! 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 The sound of heavy objects dropping to the ground echoed throughout the canyon. It all happened in the blink of an eye. As the 2 Victory Swallow fighter planes, arriving late, flew over the canyon, seeking an opportunity to aid Tiga, the pupils of Lina, Shinjo, and Haruhi aboard them suddenly widened. What the hell? Inside the canyon, 6 Zagas were cleaved in 2, their body parts scattered across the landscape, their blood soaking the canyon. The scene was horrific. Only one Zoga, fortunate enough to have only its wings severed, stood among the corpses of its companions, gazing around. Its once fearless fighting spirit was now overcome by a wave of fear. And all this was due to nothing else but the attack Tiga had just unleashed. Its name was Kiyuan/. Chapter 337, Gotenjia takes action, darkness covers the world. How on earth did they do this? Was it that golden light from earlier, inside the fighter plane? Haruhi looked dazed, stunned by the scene he had just witnessed in the canyon. Having been blocked by the mountains, they hadn't seen what was happening in the canyon. They only saw a flash of golden light emanate from the canyon, which vanished from their side in a flash. Then, they witnessed a horrific scene in the canyon. Haruhi, look to your left. At this moment, Xincheng, who had already flown his fighter plane over the canyon and was about to turn around, saw something that shocked him. At his reminder, Haruhi subconsciously looked over, and saw a scene he would never forget. In the distance, a mountain peak, over 1,000 meters high, looked as if someone had taken a knife and chopped off its top, splitting it in two and sliding diagonally downwards. This awe-inspiring scene not only left the two speechless for a long time, but also stunned Megumi Iruma, Munekata, and the others who were watching via satellite. This was caused by Tiga's attack just now. When did Tiga learn such a terrifying technique? Munekata took several deep breaths, finally suppressing his shock. He stared intently at the screen, moved and amazed at Tiga's annihilation of most of the enemies, yet also puzzled by the unfamiliar technique he employed. I think he must have diligently learned this to protect Earth and humanity. Megumi Iruma, knowing that Daegu had been training with Goku frequently this month, said with a double meaning. Her eyes were filled with both relief and a hint of heartache, for she knew Daegu must have put in unimaginable effort to master such a powerful technique. At this moment, Tiga was also delighted that he had eliminated 6 enemies with a single key slash. But before his joy could last long, a sharp sound echoed from his chest. Beep. 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 The blue light on his chest finally turned to flashing red, signaling his remaining energy was dwindling. Tiga. Let me help you. Lena, who had also been in shock, immediately recovered. Noticing the red light on Tiga's chest, she flew her fighter towards the final Zoga without hesitation. Immediately, when she was within striking distance of the Zoga, she pressed the attack button, and 2 green lasers pierced the Zoga. Kree, the Zoga, already frightened by the tragic death of its companion, felt the pain rekindled its ferocity under Lena's attack. Throwing aside all fear, it opened its sharp beak and unleashed several massive fireballs at Lena's fighter. However, Lena's ace flying skills were well deserved. She simply maneuvered the fighter left and right, dodging all the fireballs. Kree, seeing its attacks were ineffective, the Zoga screamed in anger. At that moment, 2 more green lasers blazed from the side, slamming into it fiercely. It's time to show you how powerful we are, Shinjo and Horii's fighters roared past. Their victory team wasn't just about being shocked, now was the time to unleash their might and show the monsters what they were capable of. Screech, Zoga, severely wounded by the 2 blows, paid no heed to its injuries. Instead, it furiously swung its claws, attempting to swat the 2 nasty insects around it. Tiga, you've already killed so many monsters, leave this one to us, Shinjo and Horii, who happened to fly near Tiga after their attack, shouted as they passed. Then, they turned and attacked Zoga again. Tiga, about to attack again, hesitated at this side and paused. Goku had previously told him that these Zoga were merely ordinary members of the evil aura. The truly powerful enemy remained huddled in the sea. So, for now, he needed to conserve as much energy as possible so he could fight the real enemy later. Besides that, he also believed his companions could kill the Zoga. And sure enough, it did. Soon after, with the tacit coordination of Shinjo, the others, and Lena, the last Zoga let out a desperate wail before collapsing heavily, dead. Yet, great, Horii, witnessing the Zoga collapse before him, pumped his fist. What monster? A piece of cake, Shinjo grinned, pleased with his victory. Meanwhile, Munekata's voice rang through his earpiece. Well done, Lena, Shinjo, Horii, now that the monsters are gone, you can return. In his opinion, 8 Zoga in the ancient ruins were plenty, there couldn't possibly be more monsters still inside. That would be a bit too much of a stretch. Yes, Commander, Horii and Shinjo immediately agreed. They also believed that the monsters had been eliminated and they could return to base in triumph. Only Lena didn't respond immediately, staring intently at Tiga, who remained standing. Tiga, although she believed the monsters were all destroyed, looking at Tiga, she felt something wasn't yet over. Sure enough, Tiga suddenly looked at them and shook his head. Immediately, his entire body shone brightly, transforming into a golden speck of light and vanishing. Lena's heart tightened upon noticing this, and she quickly called out into the intercom, Commander, wait, this isn't over yet. As she spoke, she flew her fighter towards the ground where Tiga had disappeared, and saw Daegu standing there. Without a second thought, she quickly scanned the area, found a large enough open space, and landed her fighter. She opened the hatch and ran towards Daegu, who was staring at the sky, lost in thought. Wukong told him that the powerful enemy was still deep in the sea, unmoving, so he disengaged from his Tiga form, buying time to recharge. Hearing Lena's voice, he turned, a smile playing on his face. Lena, Daegu. Lena reached him and threw herself into his arms. God knows how anxious and worried she'd been when Nori had told her that 7 monsters were chasing Tiga. Back then, All she wanted was to hurry, get to Tiga's side and do whatever she could to help him. But now, the crisis had passed, and all those previous emotions flooded back like a tide, oblivious to everything else but the desire to hold Daegu close. Lena, I'm sorry to have worried you. Daegu stiffened for a moment, then slowly relaxed, gently patting Lena's back. Daegu, when you shook your head just now, you meant there were still enemies that hadn't appeared, right? Lena didn't seem particularly sentimental. After venting her emotions briefly, she quickly gathered herself and left Daegu's embrace, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. Yes, there's still a powerful enemy within that ancient ruin. Daegu nodded, his expression a bit solemn. How could this happen? Lena's expression faltered after hearing this news. She had no idea that the eight-headed Zoga wasn't the end of the matter, there were even more formidable enemies waiting behind. At that moment, boom, another victory swallow number 1 landed next to Lena's fighter. Immediately afterwards, Shinjo and Horii emerged from the cockpit and hurried toward Daegu and Lena. Daegu, why are you here? They stared at Daegu in amazement. It was one thing for Daegu to disappear during the emergency call, but how could he suddenly travel thousands of kilometers to this place? Daegu, you? Lena's senses returned after hearing the two's questions, and she instinctively looked at Daegu. She tried to find some excuse to explain, but nothing good came to mind. It's okay, Lena, I'll explain. Daegu patted her shoulder gently, smiled faintly, and then leaped over her to look at Shinjo and Horii. Simultaneously, he activated his communicator, allowing the others in the base to hear him. Everyone, there's something I've been hiding from you for a long time. I'm sorry. His face was filled with both apology and a carefree smile. Actually, besides being human, I'm also Tiga. Shinjo and Horiimato were still staring at him in confusion, but when he finished his second sentence, their eyes widened in unison. Tiga. Daiko is Tiga. In the Victory Team command room, when Daiko's voice reached them, Nori and Shinjo shared a look of disbelief. Munekata, while also shocked, wasn't as emotionally disturbed. Instead, he muttered to himself, a sudden realization dawning on him. So that's how it is. While he hadn't realized Daiko's identity like Iruma-K had, he had long sensed something was amiss with him. When Daiko revealed his identity as Tiga, it was like a revelation. All those previous insecurities were now explained. Daiko, you've finally chosen to speak out. Iruma-K smiled, a hint of emotion in his voice. Captain, you knew this all along. Her sigh was naturally heard by the others, and Munekata and Nori looked at her. Yes, I knew this all along. Iruma Megumi nodded gently. Before, I thought Tiga was a god guiding humanity. Later, I discovered that Tiga is not only light, but also a human, just like us. Human, Munekata muttered to himself. Yes, it's precisely because he's human that he selflessly protects the earth and us humans. Why didn't I think of that before? So, Daegu, you're Tiga. That's totally unexpected. As Daegu's good friend, Shinjo patted Daegu's shoulder with a complicated expression. He hadn't expected his crashed comrade to have such an identity. No wonder he always managed to escape unscathed. Sorry, I kept it a secret from you for so long. I'm so sorry, Daegu said apologetically. What are you talking about, Daegu? You don't need to apologize. You've saved us all so many times, and we should be the ones thanking you, Shinjo said unhappily. Yes, Daegu, you don't need to apologize at all, Horii echoed. Lena smiled as she watched them, her worries vanishing. But then, she glanced at the horizon, her expression suddenly changing. What's going on? Why is it dark? While they were talking, in the Lulai ruins in the Pacific Ocean, Gotenjiro was furious after discovering that his vanguards had been annihilated by the abominable giant of light. His rage intensified upon discovering that this same giant of light had been the very enemy that had stood in his way of world domination 30 million years earlier. 30 million years ago, Tiga, you once interfered with my plans. 30 million years later, you dare return here to continue thwarting me, and all alone. This time, without the other giants of light, I will keep you here forever, your life forever sealed. Fueled by rage, he decided to act immediately, no longer waiting in Lulai for his energy to recover. After all, in his eyes, Tiga, without his companions, was like a toothless tiger, easily destroyed by him. Of course, it wasn't complacent. It knew Tiga had expended considerable energy in destroying its vanguard, so, determined to deny the enemy a moment to recover, it would unleash a massive black fog high into the sky before fully revealing itself. This fog would block out light, preventing the enemy from recovering energy. In the waters near New Zealand, the sun was shining brightly one moment, and the next, a thick, inky black enveloped the sky, plunging it into pitch-black darkness. Strange. Is it going to rain? But the weather forecast says no rain today. The residents of the nearby islands, noticing the darkening surroundings, all looked up, bewildered, at the sky. They couldn't understand why it had suddenly become so pitch black when it was supposed to be sunny today. From the horizon, invisible to them, darkness spread at a rapid pace, quickly reaching over the Australian continent and spreading further out. Dago and the others had already noticed these changes, alerted by Lena, and their expressions changed. What is that? It's definitely not a cloud, Horii frowned, staring intently at the darkness. Even as a learned scientist, he couldn't discern the true nature of that darkness. That's the aura of evil, Dago said solemnly. As someone who stood against darkness, he quickly detected the dark energy emanating from it. In an instant, he knew it was the powerful monster remaining in the ruins, the one responsible for the destruction of the ancient civilization 30 million years ago, beginning to bar its fangs. You're right, that creature is releasing that black mist. It looks like it's ready to strike. Just then, Wukong suddenly appeared beside him, confirming his judgment. Next should be the final battle. What do you think? Are you confident? Wukong looked at him with a smile. He didn't ask if he needed to restore Dago's energy himself, because he knew that Dago didn't want to rely on his strength in this battle, but would defeat the enemy on his own. This wasn't out of any so-called pride, but to prove that the other party's efforts over the past month had not been in vain. Of course, I will defeat it. Dago's face was filled with determination, and he nodded heavily. He then looked at Shinjo and Horii, who were startled by Goku's appearance. There's another most powerful enemy within those ruins. It's the one responsible for destroying the ancient civilization 30 million years ago. We must defeat it now, or humanity will perish. His words reached not only the two of them, but also those of Iruma-K and others far away at the base. The one responsible for destroying the ancient civilization, Iruma-K and Munakata's expressions were grave. Oh no, Captain, command. The satellite feed is completely blank. Nori, who had been working on a computer, suddenly looked up and spoke hurriedly. When the darkness first began to fall, he could still see the satellite feed, albeit a patch of darkness. But now, the feed had completely vanished, leaving him with nothing. Without the feed, we can't command? Hearing this, Munakata lightly hammered the table. I have a general understanding of the situation. I believe we should immediately deploy the Atlantis and use it as our forward base. At that moment, the door to the command room suddenly opened, and Director Sawai, Chief Yoshioka, and Staff Officer Minamura, three of TPC's top brass, entered. It was Sawai who had just spoken. How can we let Dago protect the Earth alone? We're not just here to do the work. We must join the fight. Yoshioka, already aware of Dago's identity, waved his folding fan vigorously, his eyes sharp as an eagle. Nanhara, who had always disagreed with him, now stood on his side for once. He nodded and said, "That's right. The responsibility of saving the Earth can't be left to Dago alone. We at TPC should shoulder it as well." Director, you, Iruma-K seemed surprised that the three of them were so unanimous this time. She paused for a moment, then nodded emphatically. I understand. We absolutely won't let Dago fight alone. On the Australian continent, Lena grabbed Dago's hand and looked at him in a firm gaze. Dago, you heard it all, right? This time, we will fight alongside you. That's right. Dago, this time, we won't let you steal the show. Shinjo grinned and put his helmet back on. Hariba, let's go. He beckoned Horii to victory swallow one. After saying that, Lena hugged Dago tightly and muttered, Dago, you must be careful. Then, without waiting for Dago's reply, she left his embrace and turned away without looking back, running towards the victory swallow number 1 she was piloting. Lena, Dago stared at her back, a little distracted, his mind lost in thought. After a few seconds, he came to his senses, his eyes filled with determination. This battle, which hinged on the survival of humanity, he would definitely win. They, the human race, would definitely win. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338, Humanity will win. The golden energy bomb that embodies hope. Darkness, endless darkness, spread with incredible speed from the southern Pacific Ocean, shrouding the entire planet in a flash. What's going on? Is the weather changing? Is the end of the world coming? Mom, I'm so scared. As people around the world began to notice this, shock, panic, and fear washed over them. They realized that darkness wasn't just their own region, it was everywhere else on Earth, even in places where the sun should have been shining. Attention all citizens, for your safety, please follow the instructions of local staff and evacuate to shelters in an orderly manner. I repeat, please follow the instructions of local staff and evacuate to shelters in an orderly manner. Suddenly, emergency announcements began playing in every city, directing citizens to evacuate. Why should we evacuate? What's going on in the sky? Someone tell us. Yes, there has to be a reason. While some citizens complied, many others, feeling clueless and unwilling to comply in the face of such confusion, were scrambling to convince these people. A video message from the TPC director went viral. Hello everyone, I'm Soichiro Sawai, director of the United for Earth Peace. I'm sorry to inform you that our planet is facing an unprecedented threat. In the video, Sawai, dressed in formal attire, sat at his desk, his expression stern and serious. The super-ancient monster that destroyed super-ancient civilization 30 million years ago has recently awakened and is attempting to destroy our civilization once again. The black fog you see in the sky is caused by it. While it hasn't yet reached our cities, our detection confirms that it poses a serious threat to human life. So, for your safety, please follow the staff's instructions and evacuate to the shelter in an orderly manner. Sawai paused, his gaze suddenly sharpening. Finally, I want to tell you that all of us at TPC are determined to defeat the monster and will fight it to the death, and our friend, Earth's guardian, Tiga, will fight alongside us to defeat the monster. So, everyone, please don't panic, don't be afraid. In this battle, we humans will win. His voice was warm and powerful, as if carrying a reassuring force, quickly calming everyone from their panic and anxiety. So it's the monster's influence? If you had told us earlier, we would have cooperated. Let's go, let's get to the shelter. The previously uncooperative citizens, after a few grumbles, finally gave up their resistance and obeyed. So this is how monsters behave. Tiga and the victory team will definitely defeat them. That's right. We humans have never lost. We will definitely win this battle. The fear on the faces of the previously anxious citizens gradually faded. They clenched their fists and shouted to the sky, their expressions filled with full trust in Tiga and the victory team. Over the Pacific, the Atlantis was speeding. We've made all the necessary arrangements. Now it's our life or death battle with the monster. The hope of our human civilization depends on the outcome of this battle. After finishing his speech and other pre-war preparations, Sawai returned to the command room to give a final mobilization. That's right. This battle is our most important yet. We must win. We absolutely cannot lose. Yoshioka swept his sharp gaze across everyone and declared in a resounding voice. Everyone, let us achieve victory together and continue the hope of human civilization. Nanhara smiled faintly and made his final remarks. Yes, Iruma-K and the others nodded vigorously. In the waters near New Zealand, Tiga and two Victory Haiyan 1s flew from the sky in front and behind. Where's that thing? In the cockpit, Shinjo glanced around the sea below, but saw nothing. Based on the location, it should be right here. Could it be that it hasn't emerged yet? Harii, looking at the previously located position, also scanned the sea. Just then, Lena's voice rang through the headset. I see it. To the right, a huge whirlpool suddenly formed in the sea not far to their right. Immediately afterwards, an enormous monster emerged from the sea. This looks like a conch, Shinjo observed after Lena's reminder and couldn't help but grumble. The monster before them bore a massive spiral shell, riddled with black holes. Furthermore, its head was strangely shaped, its eyes nestled beneath its mouth, making it look as if it were mounted backwards. Looks like our enemy has finally appeared. This time, I'm going to give it a good fight. Harii stared intently at the monster, his right hand unconsciously grasping the weapon's trigger. Ahead of them, Tiga had evidently noticed the monster's presence and quickly changed direction, flying towards it. Behind them, two Victory Swallow-class aircraft also changed direction, closely following. Gotenji's crimson eyes naturally spotted these uninvited guests, and it let out a cry similar to that of an elephant. Tiga, you've finally arrived. This time, You'll be forever mired in darkness, never to be reborn, it thought to itself. With a splash. Soon, Tiga was close, diving into the sea, stirring up a cloud of water as it confronted it. Gotenjia, a massive beast several orders of magnitude larger than himself, felt a heavy heart. Such a disparity in size would make the battle extremely difficult. After all, his sparring with Goku had primarily focused on improving his fighting skills, not his strength. Against opponents of similar size, or even slightly larger, like the monsters he'd encountered before, he could fully unleash his fighting prowess, using this method to overwhelm and even defeat them. However, against opponents of a different weight class, this proved difficult, as his lack of strength was a major drawback. Boom boom boom. Just as he was mulling over his battle plan, two Victory Swallow-class aircraft passed by him. Lina and Haruhi, aiming at Gotenjia, unhesitatingly pressed the fire button. 4 green lasers pierced their targets, sending sparks blazing across them. Hit, Haruhi and Lina's expressions brightened, and Shinjo instinctively smiled. But their smiles soon faded. Gotenjia, struck by the 4 lasers, suffered no damage at all. It was as if their attacks had merely tickled it. Damn it! This guy's body is so tough, Shinjo exclaimed angrily. It's okay. Next time we'll hit it in the head. I don't believe its head is as tough as its body, Haruhi quickly devised a countermeasure. But while their hopes were rosy, reality was harsh. Gotenjia wouldn't leave them alone, even if their attacks had no effect on him. Suddenly, several gray-white tentacles shot out from beneath the sea, hurtling towards the fighter planes piloted by Haruhi and Lina at breakneck speed. Watch out! Get out of the way, Haruhi, catching a glimpse of the scene, shouted. Shinjo was a skilled pilot. Despite his many crashes, he didn't let himself down. He swerved left, narrowly avoiding Gotenjia's attack. Meanwhile, ace pilot Lina did the same, avoiding Gotenjia's attack. Seeing his companions in constant danger, Tiga had no time to think. He leaped from the seabed and unleashed a flying kick towards Gotenjia. I see. That's Tiga, Lina, Shinjo, and the others, and our enemies. At that moment, the Atlantis appeared on the horizon. As Tiga and his companions appeared on the large screen in the command room, Noriayu immediately shouted a warning to everyone. Iruma K, appointed by Sawai and his team to command this operation, glanced over and, in a split second, issued an order, immediately find a suitable place to dock the Atlantis. Yes, Captain, Munikida, in charge of the piloting, immediately responded. Meanwhile, people hiding in shelters around the world suddenly noticed an extra screen on their electronic devices. Tiga. That's Tiga, a bored young man sitting on the floor exclaimed in surprise when he noticed a new screen on his computer. Those sitting around him, hearing the noise, rushed over to watch. Yes. That's Tiga. And the Victory Team's fighter planes, how terrifying. Is that monster our enemy? Can Tiga and his team defeat such a foe? Some pessimistic people, dazed and confused, muttered to themselves after seeing the screen. What are you talking about? Tiga, and the Victory Team warriors, they can definitely defeat the monster. As soon as this pessimistic statement arose, it was refuted by even more people. With determined expressions, they silently watched the battle unfold, convinced that victory would belong to humanity. Bang! Gotenjia slid back a barely noticeable distance after the powerful kick, and at the same time, a powerful recoil emanated from its body, leaving Tiga's legs and feet numb. What a tough body, Tiga retreated, his heart sinking. Its massive size and toughness made it an opponent no one wanted to face. Furthermore, its offensive capabilities were formidable. Swoosh! 3 tentacles suddenly shot out from the sea, swiftly striking him. He dodged 2 of them, barely avoiding the powerful resistance of the water. He reached out and grabbed the last, unable to dodge, but as soon as he grasped it, his heart tightened. Oh no! This thing can absorb my energy. He noticed the tentacles rapidly draining his energy. In a panic, he quickly shook them off and leaped into the air, creating distance between him and Gotenjia. Continuing the battle underwater would be extremely disadvantageous. A single careless move would entangle him. Not only would he be trapped, but his energy would also be continuously drained, and defeat was inevitable. Watch us. At that moment, the 2 Victory Swallow-1s, which had previously dodged Gotenjia's attack, circled back and returned to the battlefield. While Gotenjia was attacking Tiga, they fired their laser cannons at his head. Boom! The laser cannons hit their mark again. Shinjo and the other three's eyes lit up, staring intently at Gratangia's head. But their gazes quickly dimmed as they realized that even after this attack, the enemy remained unscathed. Damn it! Doesn't this guy have any flaws? Shinjo exclaimed in dismay. This is getting tricky. Horii frowned. Dagu, I promise to fight alongside you, and I won't give up. Of the three, only Lena's expression remained unchanged, her gaze still determined. She glanced up at Tiga. Then swiftly turned her fighter plane and resumed her attack on Gratangia. Boom! Gratangia, realizing it was under attack again, flew into a rage. A mere human, a mere insect-like being. It had destroyed a vast, ancient civilization 30 million years ago, and now these puny humans dared to repeatedly offend it. This time, it unleashed even more tentacles, lashing out at Lena's fighter plane with an extremely cunning trajectory, intending to rip the damned insect to pieces. No! Lena, get out of the way! Shinjo, who had just turned around, saw this scene and cried out in panic. Lena, aware of the danger, dodged Gratangia's multiple tentacle attacks. However, under such a dense attack, she couldn't avoid them all. After dodging most of the attacks, two tentacles lashed out from a tricky angle, threatening to strike her. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky, his imposing presence shielding her from the tentacles and taking the brunt of the blows. Dagu, Lena turned and saw a scene that made her gasp. It was none other than Tiga who had blocked the attack. He had been gathering energy, preparing to unleash his ki slash. Seeing Lena in danger, he abandoned all else and dropped from the air, using his body as a shield to protect her. A splash. He stumbled under the heavy blows and dove headfirst into the water. Fortunately, he had endured numerous blows in training this month, and his body had long since adapted to the situation. So, despite falling into the sea, he reacted quickly rising to his feet and turning to face Gratangia. I can't go on like this. I'm running low on energy. Teague lowered his head slightly, only to see a red light flashing on his chest. The previous battle with Zoga had drained a significant amount of his energy, and while it had recovered somewhat, it was far from full strength. So now, even after a short battle with Gratangia, his energy was already running red. Buzz! He suddenly raised his right hand, rapidly gathering energy in his palm. Though the energy he'd previously accumulated had been interrupted, a significant amount had been concentrated in his hand. So now, a golden ki slash quickly took shape in his hand. This light. This shape. This is the same move he used against Zoga earlier. Horii's eyes lit up. Judging by the color of the light and the shape of the move, he recognized that this move was the same powerful one he'd used to kill 6 Zagas in one fell swoop. With this move, the monster is doomed. Hope glittered in his eyes. He believed that the ki slash, so effective before, would now be able to inflict heavy damage on the monster, perhaps even kill it in one fell swoop. Zzz! Zzz! The ultra-fast spinning air slash seemed to tear through the air, emitting a sharp, piercing sound. Having realized the formation of the move, Tiga, without hesitation, was about to throw it at Gratangia. But at that moment, a massive claw suddenly emerged from the seabed to his left and struck him hard on the waist. Swoosh! The air slash, originally aimed at Gratangia, deflected uncontrollably, missing the target. Instead, it severed several of its tentacles before disappearing into the sky in a golden glow. Simultaneously, Tiga, struck hard, was sent flying, tumbling heavily into the sea. Dako, Lena exclaimed in shock upon witnessing this. Shinjo and Horii slapped their thighs in frustration. Damn! We missed it by that much? They hadn't expected this monster to possess not only so many tentacles, but also such a formidable claw. At that moment, they realized more profoundly the terrifying power of the monster that had destroyed the ancient civilization. Inside a certain shelter, upon seeing Tiga fail to strike the monster and instead be flung back by it, a man, always pessimistic, collapsed in despair, muttering uncontrollably, "It's over, it's all over. I told you Tiga couldn't defeat that monster is so terrifying, how could Tiga possibly defeat it? How could we humans possibly defeat it? The end of the world, haha, the end of the world is coming." Some of the more shaky people around him, influenced by his words, couldn't help but become pessimistic as well. Yet, is humanity really going to be extinct? Bullshit. Suddenly, a burly man shouted at them. Furthermore, he rushed over to the pessimistic man, grabbed him by the collar, and pulled him towards him, glaring at him fiercely with his bull-like eyes. What bullshit are you talking about? Tiga hasn't lost yet, and neither has the victory team. This isn't over yet, haha, isn't defeat obvious? Do you think they can still turn the tide? The pessimistic man didn't resist, only forcing a bitter smile. Of course, the man said without hesitation. He then let go of the man, stood up, and surveyed the crowd that was looking at him. His voice thundered, "Everyone, we've faced so many enemies before, and every time, it was Tiga and the victory team who stood before us and defeated them time and time again. We've faced some very difficult enemies before, but in the end, they always emerged victorious, protecting us and the earth. Now, we can only huddle in the back, silently watching them fight to the death to protect us. We can't do anything, but there's one thing we can do, and that's to cheer them on. Boost their reputation. I believe our faith will reach them, letting them know that the people they're protecting firmly trust them." The man's voice, like thunder, echoed throughout the shelter, silencing everyone. 2 seconds later, a childish voice spoke first. I think Uncle is right. I believe in Tiga. Tiga will definitely defeat the monster." Immediately following, several more voices rang out. "You're right. If even we don't believe in Tiga and the victory team, then what's the point of their fight? We're all under their protection, so how can we say bad things about them?" "Pa, that's right. I firmly believe in them. I believe they will defeat the enemy again. They will never lose," voice after voice echoed, echoing Tiga and the victory team. Finally, the chaotic chorus faded, leaving only two mighty waves echoing through the shelter. "Go Tiga, go victory." At this moment, similar scenes were unfolding not only in this shelter, but also in others around the world. The people hiding within gathered their strength, their necks bulging with veins, and shouted, "Go Tiga, go victory." In the sea, Tiga, struck hard, felt a sharp pain radiate from his waist. Gotenji's claws were far more powerful than the previous tentacle strikes, inevitably injuring him severely. The combined force of this injury and the depletion of energy caused the red light on his chest to flash more rapidly. "I can't fall like this." Tiga, or rather Daegu, remained resolute. Gritting his teeth and ignoring the excruciating pain, he rose from the sea. But then, he was startled, as countless voices echoed within him. Though these voices were as numerous as the stars in the sky, he could clearly hear what they were saying. This was because they all spoke the same single phrase, "Go Tiga. Go Tiga." Boom. Daegu felt a sudden surge of warmth within him, instantly filling him with energy. "Everyone. So you all trust me so much?" He was lost in thought for a moment, then made a decision. He would use the move Goku had taught him, the one Goku had repeatedly warned him not to use unless absolutely necessary, to completely defeat Gotenji. "Everyone, please help me attract the monster's attention and buy time." As he made his decision, his voice echoed in the minds of Lina, Shinjo, and the others. "Attract attention? Buy time? Okay. Leave it to us." Shinjo and Horii immediately recognized Daego's voice. Though unsure of what the delay meant, they immediately agreed. Lina, needless to say, had already launched another laser cannon at Gotenji from her fighter. At the same time, Tiga suddenly leaped from the sea, soaring into the sky, his hands raised. The move he was about to use was none other than the Spirit Bomb, the one that could annihilate all evil. At this moment, he believed that only the Spirit Bomb, and only the Spirit Bomb, could completely destroy Gotenji. "All creatures of Earth, please give me a little of your power. I will use it to defeat the enemy." His voice echoed in the hearts of Earth's creatures. Tiga. This must be Tiga's voice. When his voice rang out, humans were the fastest to react. Although they had never heard Tiga's voice before, the moment they heard it, they immediately believed it came from him. "If my power can help you, then take it. As much as you want." The burly man who had single-handedly lifted everyone's spirit stepped forward first, raising his right hand without hesitation. In an instant, a golden light shone from his body. Following his example, the others followed suit. Even the man who had previously maintained a pessimistic attitude raised his right hand and shouted, "Please take my power. As long as it can defeat the monster." Boom. In an instant, the dim shelter was engulfed in countless golden lights. Immediately, the light burst forth, piercing the ceiling of the shelter, emerging from the ground, soaring into the sky, and then shooting towards Tiga's position. Simultaneously, across the world, wherever humans gathered, the same scene unfolded. Countless beams of light, like migratory birds returning to their nests, leaped over mountains and oceans, leaped over lakes and plains, and converged on the same spot. Light. So much light, Lina, tasked with attracting the monster's attention, was momentarily distracted by the countless golden beams blazing from all directions. This distraction immediately put her in danger. A tentacle, thrust from her left rear, whipped towards her without her noticing. It looked as if she was about to crash and perish, a death on board. Then, boom boom boom. Two blue beams struck the tentacle with pinpoint accuracy, instantly encasing it in frost and freezing it in place. Don't lose focus during the battle, Lena, Munikida, piloting the Alpha, said sternly. Indeed. At this point, we must be even more focused to ensure Degu's preparations are not in vain. Naruma-K, piloting the Beta, flew in from the other direction and attacked Gratangia's other tentacles without hesitation. After docking the Atreides, they decided to deploy these two fighters, which boasted superior overall performance compared to the Victory Swallow Eye, to reinforce the battlefield. Seeing Tiga's movements in the air and the voice echoing in their minds, they immediately understood what Degu was preparing and decisively joined the effort to attract the monster's attention. Yes, Captain, command. I won't make another mistake. Lena, having regained her composure, realized the danger she had just encountered and broke into cold sweat. She wasn't afraid of death, but rather of not witnessing Degu's victory. Is this the power of us humans? Midair, Tiga raised his hands high, and countless golden rays converged above his head, forming a golden sphere resembling a small sun. Within it, Degu felt not only a surge of energy, but also an endless stream of unwavering faith and earnest hope. These beliefs and hopes told him he must defeat the monster. Tiga. Everyone, I understand your wishes. I will definitely make them come true for you. Degu took a deep breath, feeling his body surge with energy. Then, he noticed that, along with the humans, the power of insects, fish, birds, beasts, and even plants was also converging into the golden ball of light. He silently thanked them. Thank you for your power, Buzz. The golden ball of light continued to expand, soon growing larger than Gratangia's body. Sensing the abundant energy contained within, Degu no longer hesitated, his gaze sharpening. At the same time, Tiga also took action. He glanced up at the golden ball of light and nodded strongly, as if making a promise. Then, holding the golden ball aloft, he aimed the golden energy bomb, embodying the hopes of all humanity, at Gratangia below and hurled it fiercely. Go, Degu. Defeat the monster, Lena, Iruma Megumi, and other members of the victory team shouted as they flew away from Gratangia. Victory or failure depends on this. Inside the Atlantis, Sawai, Yoshioka, Minamura, and other TPC members, who had been glued to the large screen, couldn't help but clench their fists. Go. Tiga. Show the monsters the power we humans possess. People from all over the world roared in unison in front of their screens. Moo. Immediately afterwards, a dark purple beam of darkness shot out, colliding directly with a golden sphere. Boom. The dark beam, always invincible and considered its ultimate move, disappeared into the sea like a drop in the ocean after colliding with a golden sphere, causing no ripples or even a moment of stagnation. This scene left it in an uncontrollable state of shock. A second later, as the golden sphere slammed into its body, the surging energy from it completely engulfed it, obliterating it at a visible speed. It finally regained consciousness and roared in frustration. Moo, no. How could I lose? Boom. A dazzling light burst forth across the sea, instantly illuminating the entire sky. Yet, this light was not blinding, but rather gentle, so that frontline personnel like Lena and Iruma-K, as well as the humans guarding the screens, felt no discomfort at all. They all stared wide-eyed, unblinking, at the source of the light. As the light faded, the dark sky turned azure once again, and warm rays of light streamed down once more, reflecting golden shadows on the shimmering sea. Countless cheers echoed from around the world. We won. We won, the monster is defeated. We triumphed. Countless people cheered. Some even hugged each other, weeping with joy, unleashing their excitement. We won. We won. Degu, you did it. As Gratangia's figure vanished completely, Lena's eyes quickly filled with tears. She stared intently at Tiga, standing in the sea, her eyes filled with deep affection. Tiga, seemingly sensing her gaze, glanced back, and nodded. Immediately, his body dissipated into countless particles of light. On the bow of the Atlantis, Degu stood, gazing intently at the azure sky, enjoying the long-awaited sunlight bathing him. Goku, long absent, suddenly appeared beside him, his hands clasped behind his head, his gaze fixed on the sky. He smiled and said, Degu, you fought well in this battle. Daegu smiled and whispered, "It's the strength you all gave me that allowed me to win this battle." He turned and looked at Goku sincerely, saying, "Of course, you also contributed to this, Goku. Without you, I think the outcome of this battle would be uncertain." Without the Kizen/Goku taught him, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the Zoga so quickly. Without the Spirit Bomb Goku taught him, he wouldn't have been able to destroy Gotenjia. In fact, without Goku's training over the past month, he might have been defeated even before the Zoga. It's fair to say that this victory is inextricably linked to Goku. "Goku, this time, just as Daegu was about to offer some words of thanks, Goku waved his hand, interrupting him. "Don't be so polite. If you really want to thank me, how about treating me to a nice meal?" Wukong winked mischievously and said with a grin. Daegu was stunned for a moment, then smiled dumbly. "Of course, no problem." Chapter 339 Wukong's Appreciation. The autumn air was crisp, and a gentle breeze brought a pleasant coolness. In the forest, the leaves lining the stone path gradually transformed from emerald green to golden yellow, then fluttered down from the trees like dancing butterflies. "This is really strange. Isn't this training camp just for high school students? Why are we junior high school students being called in?" On the stone path, a group of teenagers in blue and white uniforms strolled along, chatting and laughing. They were the regular players of Shigekun's tennis club. It was Kakumaru Eiji who had spoken, his hands clasped behind his head, a piece of foxtail grass in his mouth, mumbling in confusion. Until last year, no junior high school students had been called to this U17 training camp, so there must be something fishy going on. Inu Sadaharu adjusted his glasses, a gleam of wisdom reflected on the mirror. A semester had passed since they won the national championship. At the beginning of a new semester, they received an invitation to attend the U17 tennis camp. Naturally, they were extremely curious about this mysterious camp, and after a brief introduction from Coach Ryuzuki, they quickly accepted the invitation and headed there together. Here, they would witness a new level of tennis. The incredible techniques would open their eyes, and the incredibly skilled players would astound them. But, damn, Echizen, you really know how to boss people around. After the Shigeku tennis team, led by Kunimitsu Tezuka, successfully arrived at the U17 camp and reunited with Ryoma Echizen, who had arrived late from the United States. Some time later, Horio, Ryoma's close friend and lackey, also arrived, struggling to make his way up the mountain trails, carrying a large bag of juice that Ryoma had asked him to bring. What a godforsaken place. A training camp is being held here. I'm so exhausted. I'm dying of exhaustion. Horio looked like a workhorse who'd been working overtime for a month straight. His back was hunched, his tongue lolling, his expression drooping, as if he might collapse at any moment. Suddenly, a voice boomed from behind him. "Hey! Do you need help?" Horio, already feeling the eerie atmosphere, felt his hair stand on end. He leaped forward like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Wah! Haha, hello, my name is Son Goku, you can call me Goku." Goku, still wearing his orange martial arts uniform, patted his head with a grin and greeted him. "Hello, my name is Horio Satoshi, you can just call me Horio." Seeing Goku's kind and friendly smile, Horio unconsciously relaxed, his guard quickly dissipating. Seeing Goku alone and with nothing on him, and remembering that this mountain road only led to the U17 training camp, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Are you going to the training camp too?" "Yeah," Goku nodded. At his answer, Horio's eyes lit up. "So you're a player training here, right? That's great. I was just worried I'd have no one to show me the way." He noticed Goku's muscular build, perfectly suited to a tennis player's image. Seeing he wasn't carrying a tennis racket, he figured he'd been training here for a while, not just arriving like Ryoma and the others. How lucky. With someone here to show me the way, I can find Echizen right away and throw those damn drinks at him, he thought happily. But Goku's next words dampened his joy, instantly extinguishing it. "No, I'm here looking for someone." "Huh? Looking for someone? You're looking for someone too?" Horio's smile froze, his mouth opening in disbelief. "Yeah," Goku nodded again. "Oh, well, I thought someone was showing me the way." Horio sagged again, sighing. "In that case, let's go together. Even though we don't have anyone to lead the way, it's nice to have some company." "Yeah, do you need any help?" Seeing Horio's small frame weighed down by a large black bag, Goku pointed at it and asked his original question again. "Then I'll trouble you." Seeing Goku's sturdy build, Horio felt like he had found a savior. Without hesitation, he ripped the bag's strap from his shoulder. With a thud, the bag dropped heavily to the ground. It wasn't that he didn't want to hand it to Goku, but he simply didn't have the strength. If he hadn't been carrying it on his shoulders all the way, he wouldn't have been able to get the bag here. Here, be careful. It's heavy. It's best to carry it with both hands, Horio warned Goku as he handed the strap to him. Then, he watched Goku lift it with one hand, the whole process quite smoothly. The 10-pound bag felt like nothing in his hands, and he didn't even seem to be struggling. Huh? At that moment, his expression resembled that of a fat cat slumped on the ground, a perfect example of the word bewildered. What's wrong with you? Aren't you leaving? Goku, who had already taken a few steps, saw Horio still standing there. He turned around, blinking, and asked curiously. Oh, let's go. Yes, let's go. Horio finally came to his senses, hurriedly turned around, and caught up with Goku. Then, as they walked side by side, they observed each other discreetly. Hiss, this guy didn't even blush or breathe. He's incredibly strong. I'm afraid only Senior Kurama Takashi could possess that much strength. But who is he? Sun Wukong. I've never heard of a great tennis player with that name. Could it be that he's not really a tennis player, and is simply here to look for someone? His imagination and speculation soon led him and Goku to the end of the mountain path. There, a massive iron gate blocked their path. What the hell? How do we get in? Horio grumbled, staring at the massive gate that blocked his path. Goku, in turn, looked up at the gate, seemingly considering a method of entry. Just then, a voice called out from the side, "Hey, classmate, are you Horio from Shiga-kun?" Horio immediately looked in the direction of the voice and saw a familiar young man. You're not that so-and-so, I'm Danteichi from Yamabuki Junior High. I'm here to see Akutsu-senpai to give him the amulet, the handsome young man said with a smile. As he finished, another voice rang out from the woods, A10. A10. I found a hole to get through. A young man with an even more delicate, almost feminine, face waved and called out to Danteichi from the trees. Really? That's great. I'll be right over. Danteichi's eyes lit up, and he started to run towards the other person. But after taking a few steps, he paused, looking back at Horio and Goku. Horio, and this stranger, you all probably want to go in here, right? Then come with us. With that, he ran into the woods. Well, we can't just destroy other people's things, so let's just jump in. Goku, oblivious to Danteichi's words, was about to jump over the 3-meter-high iron gate when he felt someone grab his hand. Let's go, Goku. It's so rare that someone found a way in for us. Horio grabbed his arm and dragged him into the woods. At that moment, Horio's strength was unimaginable. Soon after, Horio and Goku arrived at the training camp, led by Danteichi and the young man named Yurima Shiida. By the way, I'm not sure who you're looking for, Goku. Horio glanced around, trying to determine his direction. Once he'd settled on the direction, he turned back and asked Goku. Danteichi and Yurima Shiida were also curious. They didn't know Goku, so they wondered who this guy, who didn't look like a junior high student, was looking for. Well, let me think. Hearing Horio's question, Goku clenched his chin, his brow furrowed in thought. I remember his name was Echizen Ryoma. Hearing that name, Horio's eyes widened. Echizen. You're here looking for Echizen, too? He had never imagined that this guy he'd met along the way had the same goal as him, Echizen. Yes, I'm here looking for him. Do you know him? Goku asked curiously. Although he was looking for the other person, he didn't know him and needed help directing him. Of course. This guy was the one who asked me to bring something so heavy here, Horio said, gesturing to the bag in his hand. Then he continued, in that case, we can go together. I'm going to find him now. Yeah, sure. Goku nodded with a smile and followed Horio. At that moment, inside the training camp, on an open-air tennis court, a gruesome tennis match was underway, one that would make anyone shake their head. Mamashiro Takashi, a second-year student from Shigaku, was facing Onijiro, the camp's so-called gatekeeper of hell. He was so beaten that he couldn't hold his racket with both hands and had to hold on with his arms. Bang! 040, stop it, Tao. Seeing Mamashiro Takashi fall to the ground after another vertical strike from Onijiro, Kikumura Eiji couldn't help but shout, his face filled with worry. Eiji-senpai, he's not the type to give up easily. Kato Kaori watched the match expressionlessly, his fists unconsciously clenching. He often bickered with Mamashiro Takashi, and he understood him best. He knew that in this situation, he would never give up, no matter how much pain he was in. Mamashiro-senpai, Echizen Ryoma watched the match intently, thinking that after this match, he would confront Onijiro and regain all the ground Mamashiro had lost. Elsewhere, the other invited junior high school tennis teams, including those from Rikkei University, Hyori Gakuen, and Shitenhaji, were also watching the match intently. Mamashiro Takashi has no chance of winning, Sonata Genichiro said gravely. Well, this Onijiro is far superior to Mamashiro Takashi. Is this the strength of the players on Court 5, the son of God? Yukimura Seiichi nodded. None of them had expected the formidable Mamashiro to be beaten so horribly. At that moment, behind the Shigaku group, dozens of meters away, beyond the fence, Horyo, the three boys, and Goku arrived. After witnessing the brutal beating of Mamashiro Takashi on the court, Horyo instinctively rubbed his eyes and then looked again. Seeing nothing different, he couldn't help but exclaim, How is this possible? Senior Mamashiro was completely beaten by that opponent. He was stunned. Mamashiro, a regular player for Shigaku, wasn't the best, but he was still a decent player. He had never been beaten so badly before. Not only was the score at 0-3, with no victory against his opponent, but he couldn't even hold his racket, forcing himself to play with his arms around it. It looked like a novice versus a professional, the former being utterly thrashed by the relentless latter. Is this tennis? It looks quite interesting. Goku crossed his arms, scanning the court with curiosity. Seeing this sport for the first time, he felt a certain curiosity, and besides this, there were other reasons for his curiosity. Bang! 0-15, bang! 0-30, bang! 0-4, as the fourth game began, Mamashiro Takashi, unsurprisingly, conceded 4 consecutive points, losing the fourth set. On the final point, he fell again, even tumbling twice on the ground. Forfeit immediately. Tau. There's no point in continuing. Oishi, the vice-captain of the Shigaku Tennis Club, could no longer bear to watch and demanded that Mamashiro stop the match immediately. That's right. Tau. Stop fighting. Admit defeat, Kikumaru and Kawamura Takashi shouted. On the court, Onijiro weighed the tennis ball in his hand and, expressionlessly, looked at Mamashiro Takashi and said, Your teammates are all telling you to give up, why don't you? This match was planned long ago by the coaches, allowing this hellish gatekeeper to showcase his strength and teach these newly arrived junior high students a lesson. So, he felt at this point was enough. After all, the gap between the two was clear, and he believed that Mamashiro knew that he had no chance of defeating him. He couldn't even get a point from him. Oh, too bad I've never been one to just listen to my seniors. I won't give up in this match. The fun has just begun. Mamashiro, dusty, climbed to his feet and, after a few breaths, his face showed no sign of fear. Instead, he wore the same confident smile he had before the match. Why doesn't Senior Tao give up? His opponent is so strong, Horyo, watching from beyond the fence, muttered to himself in confusion. Because a strong opponent can help you improve yourself. Beside him, Goku, who had been watching the game silently, suddenly answered his question. Looking at Mamashiro Takashi, who never gave up on the court, with a determined look that seemed to be able to spark sparks, Goku's eyes were full of admiration. Chapter 340 Shenlong says. Bang. 0-15, bang. 0-30, bang. Set score 0-5, bang. Set score 0-6. Onijiro wins. The match ended without a doubt. Even though Mamashiro Takashi persevered with unwavering faith, even though he pushed himself to the limit in the final round, using a vertical jump to snap the strings of Onijiro's two-stringed racket, he couldn't turn the tide. Indeed, from beginning to end, he never scored a single point against his opponent. Huff. 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 When the match was over, Mamashiro lay on the ground, panting with exhaustion. Sweat soaked his clothes, making him look like he'd fallen into the water. You're great. What's your name? Touched by his perseverance and recognized by Onijiro approached him for the first time and asked his name. Huff. My name is Mamashiro Takashi. Mamashiro Takashi from Shigaku, Mamashiro shouted, his mouth wide open. Thank you for your guidance in this match. I'll become even stronger and fight you again. Although he suffered a crushing defeat, he also learned from this match his own weaknesses and how he could improve. so he expressed his sincere gratitude to Onijiro. Then do your best. I'll be waiting. Onijiro, despite his fierce and expressionless face, was actually someone who cared deeply for his juniors. After hearing Momoshirō's declaration, he nodded and turned to leave. Outside the fence, seeing the match was over, Goku remembered something important and asked Horio, who is Ryoma Ichizen? Can you point him out to me? Horio, who was watching the scene on the court with a look of emotion, was taken aback by the question. Huh? You don't know Ichizen? He found it hard to imagine anyone not knowing Ichizen, or rather, someone who wanted to find Ichizen but didn't know him. Yes, please tell me. Goku clasped his hands together and said with a grin. Okay, seeing that he genuinely didn't recognize Ichizen, Horio shook his head speechlessly and pointed in a direction inside the fence. Look at that guy in the white hat, about my height, among the group. That's Ichizen. Goku followed his finger and nodded. Him? I know. Thanks for telling me. Then, completely unexpectedly, he bent his legs and suddenly leaped up. In the blink of an eye, he had leaped over the 3-meter-high fence and was directly inside. Horio, Teichi-Dan, and Shida saw this scene, and their minds went blank. What just happened? A few seconds passed, and when Goku was already a good distance away from them, they finally realized what was happening, and they were all stunned. No. How did he just jump over there? Mom, I think I saw Superman. Wait. He's got those drinks in his hands. The three of them were stunned. Entering the tennis court, Goku headed for where Horio pointed, where Shigaku and the others were. Meanwhile, everyone from Shigaku ran to Momoshiro Takashi's side. Kikumaru and Oishi helped him up from the ground, asking with concern, Are you okay, Tao? How are you, Tao? Momoshiro Takashi grinned and said nonchalantly, It's okay, this little injury isn't a big deal. He was about to pick up the fallen racket to prove he was fine. But as soon as he squatted down, his legs gave way. If Kikumaru and Oishi hadn't caught him in time, he would have collapsed on his knees. You're saying you're okay? Your body must have reached its limit, Oishi said angrily. Yes. And your hands are shaking, Kikumaru, with his exceptionally sharp vision, keenly noticed a slight trembling of Momoshiro's hands. Haha, sorry to have worried you, but I think I'll be fine after a while, Momoshiro said with an awkward smile. At this moment, Tezuka Kunimitsu, who had been silently observing Momoshiro's condition, seemed to sense something and turned his head to the side. Who is this person? Not only him, but Fuji, Inu Sadatoru, Echizen Ryoma, and the others also noticed someone walking straight towards them, clearly looking for them, and each of them had a puzzled look on their face. What a strange outfit. This isn't a school uniform. Could it be someone working here? Echizen Ryoma was stunned when he noticed the person actually looked at him, smiled, and nodded. Why is this person smiling at me? Is he looking for me? Just as this question was surfacing in his mind, the person walked right past him and stood directly in front of Momoshiro. At this moment, Momoshiro Takashi, supported by Oishi and Kikumaru, was slowly making his way to the benches at the sidelines. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him, and he paused, looking at the person in confusion. You did quite well just now. You managed to hold on for so long even without the use of your hands. It was none other than Goku, who smiled and praised him. Momoshiro Takashi was taken aback by his words. He instinctively assumed Goku was mocking him. After all, saying he couldn't use his hands wasn't just saying he'd been badly beaten. But as he looked at the other person, he saw only sincerity on his face, not even a hint of teasing. Knowing the other person's sincere praise, he instinctively tried to scratch his head, but his arms felt limp and weak, giving up after only halfway up. So he put it down and said with a hearty laugh, Haha, I think it's alright. Thanks for the compliment. Wukong smiled faintly and held out his hand. My name is Sun Wukong. Momoshiro Takashi was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted, raising his trembling hand and reluctantly shaking it. My name is Momoshiro Takashi. Although he didn't know who this person was, he was being friendly, and as someone as outgoing as him, he naturally reciprocated. Wukong nodded, and as he held his hand, he silently channeled some energy into him. Momoshiro Takashi's eyes suddenly widened as he felt his body, groaning from being pushed to its limit, suddenly enveloped by an incomparably warm current. The feeling was like the gentle soothing of a spring rain that moistened the earth after a long drought, instantly refreshing him. What is this? Before he could react, stunned by the change in himself, Wukong had already released his hand and turned to walk towards Echizen Ryoma. He raised his hands and clenched them, only to find his arms no longer trembling. Instead, they were filled with even more strength than before the match. Disbelief filled his face. He quickly looked up at Goku's back, bewildered. What had that guy done to me? Hey, Tao, what's wrong with you? Why do you feel lighter? Kikumaru, who was supporting him, tilted his head and looked at him in confusion. Why did Tao suddenly feel lighter than before? Could it be that Tao was dying, and therefore lighter? A look of horror crossed his face at this thought. Oishi, standing beside him, asked with equal concern, "Are you okay, Tao?" Momashiro Takashi snapped out of his trance and suddenly broke free from their support. He then did a few burpees, his face unblushing and his breathless voice, saying to the two men, "Kikumaru-senpai, Oishi-senpai, look, I'm as good as I could be." Kikumaru's head dropped in shock, while Oishi's jaw dropped. "No, you looked half dead just now, and now you're jumping around like crazy. Are you sure you're not experiencing a last burst of energy?" Elsewhere, Echizen Ryoma hadn't noticed the commotion, his attention focused on Goku, who had just walked up to him. "Who are you?" he asked, noticing the familiar handbag he was carrying, which he had asked Horio to bring. "My name is Son Goku, you can call me Goku," Goku said with a smile. He immediately noticed his gaze and looked down. A second later, he slapped his forehead in apprehension. "Oh, I forgot to give it back to him." He scratched his face awkwardly, his eyes unconsciously glancing at Horio, who was far away beyond the fence. Echizen Ryoma noticed his expression and followed his gaze, looking behind him to see Horio waving at him. Then, understanding dawned on him, he turned around and pointed at the bag in Goku's hand. "If you're referring to Horio, the one waving, then you can give me the thing, because I asked him to bring it here." Goku blinked and nodded in sudden realization. "Oh, I remember now. He said he was here to see you." As he spoke, he handed the bag over. Echizen Ryoma took the bag, his body suddenly sinking. "It's so heavy," he thought to himself, then casually set it on the ground. "You just said, too? You're here to see me too?" He looked at Goku again. "Yeah, your name is Echizen Ryoma, right?" Goku said, hands on his hips, grinning. Seeing Echizen Ryoma nod, he continued, "I came to you to ask you something." As he spoke, a scene from his previous conversation with Shenlong flashed before his eyes. It was a year after the Gratangia incident. By then, he had already left the Earth of that world and was wandering aimlessly through the universe. Of course, while he might say he had no purpose, he was actually constantly studying something, the state of no mind he had once discovered. He wanted to address the two flaws of this state and perfect it. Unfortunately, after pondering for a long time, he came up empty-handed. Then one day, Shenlong told him, "Wukong, there's a world where people, though not masters of martial arts, have reached incredible heights in a competitive sport. Perhaps that realm can offer you a window into other things. What do you think? Do you want to go and see it?" Having long been troubled by the long-standing stagnation of his no-mind state, he nodded without hesitation. "Of course. Shenlong, take me there." And so, he arrived. Guided by Shenlong, he sought out a man named Echizen Ryoma, who could show him that realm. Time returns to the present. When Goku asked for advice, Echizen Ryoma asked, perplexed, "What do you want to learn from me?" Goku raised his index finger, then smiled faintly. "I want to learn about the state of no-self. I want to know what it's like." Ryoma's pupils dilated slightly at these words, and Koromura Takashi, Kato Kaora, Fuji, and others, who were curiously listening to the conversation, were also startled. The state of no-self? This person wanted to learn about the state of no-self from Ryoma? In an instant, they knew this person was coming to challenge Ryoma. In their tennis world, to learn something actually meant to challenge someone. And this person was clearly even more arrogant than the other challengers. As he immediately pointed out Ryoma's most powerful move, implying that, in his mind, only this move could Ryoma have the chance of defeating him. "Oh? You want to learn about the state of no-self?" Ryoma was stunned at first, but then he quickly realized what was happening. A slight smile curled his lips, he slung his tennis racket over his shoulder, and headed towards the court. "Come on, then." Although he'd never heard of the man before him, he assumed he was quite capable, given his boastful tone. And Echizen Ryoma always loved playing against the best. But, just as he took a few steps, Goku's puzzled voice echoed from behind him, "Huh? What's going on?" Goku turned his head, blinking, bewildered. Don't you want to know about the state of no self? Ryoma paused, frowning. Yes, then fight me, and you'll experience it for yourself. With that, Ryoma continued walking toward the court. Huh? This? Goku scratched his head, muttering softly, but I don't know how to do this. He felt a bit overwhelmed. But after some thought, determined to better understand the state of no self, he followed. But after just a few steps, looking at his empty hands, he realized something was wrong. Wait, this thing needs a paddle, right? And he didn't have one. He looked around, wanting to ask if anyone could lend him a racket. Just then, a racket was handed to him from the side. Hey, Goku, right? If you don't mind, use my racket. Momoshiro Takashi looked at him with bright eyes, his face brimming with a youthful, energetic smile of a teenager. Goku was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized what was happening. He clasped his hands together in gratitude. Thank you, and took the racket. Play well, Goku, don't let your guard down. Echizen is very strong. Momoshiro Takashi had a good impression of Goku because of what happened before, so he kindly reminded him. As for what Goku had done to him, he decided to wait until Goku finished his match to ask him. I'll do my best, Goku said with a silly smile, rubbing his head. Hey, are you ready? At that moment, Ryoma, who had already arrived on the court, blocking the opponent, urged him. I'm coming. Goku quickly said goodbye to Momoshiro Takashi and also arrived on the court, standing opposite Ryoma. At this moment, Kuro Bukyo, who was leisurely drinking coffee in a cafe in the training camp while watching the stadium surveillance, couldn't help but frown. Who is this guy? Because of the delegation of power by the head coach Mifune Naruto, he was mainly in charge of the training and had been paying attention to the movements in the training camp. For example, the previous match between Oni Jojiro and Momoshiro Takashi was arranged by him. He had noticed that the three Haruo kids and Goku sneaked in from outside the training camp, but he ignored it. Because the three Haruo kids were wearing the same school uniforms as the invited junior high school tennis team players, they were probably looking for someone. He didn't need to expel them, they would definitely leave on their own later. As for Goku, because he was with the three Haruo kids, he subconsciously regarded them as acquaintances and didn't take them seriously. He never thought that this person who sneaked in from outside the training camp would actually play a game with Echizen Ryoma. Chapter 341 Wukong Plays Tennis. The sky was clear and blue, a breathtaking sapphire. Warm sunlight streamed down, casting a golden veil over everyone at the training camp. From the tennis court spectator stands, upon seeing Ryoma Echizen enter the court, ready to play a match against a stranger, Rikkei University players like Genichiro Sanada and Seiichi Yukimura, Hyori Gakuen players like Kigo Adobe, and even players from Shitenhaji and Yamabuki junior high schools who had played against Sigaku before and were familiar with Ryoma, all turned their gazes. Oh? This guy doesn't look like one of these guys. Looking at Ryoma's opponent, Goku, Adobe stroked his hair with a look of interest. Goku's attire was completely different from the high school students like Onijiro, and he didn't look like a coach, so he assumed Goku wasn't from the training camp. Little brother match? I'd really like to see it. I wonder what kind of opponent he's playing against. Yukimura Seiichi had been about to close his eyes for a rest, but upon seeing this, he immediately opened them. A complete stranger. I don't know why he's playing against Echizen Ryoma. Beside him, Sanada Genichiro folded his arms, staring blankly at the court. Elsewhere, Oni Jojiro, about to leave after his match with Momoshiro Takashi, stumbled upon this scene. He stopped and asked a nearby high school student with a blank expression. Hey, what's going on? The student tensed under his gaze and quickly replied, I'm not sure. It seems like that little brat is playing against that strange man. Oni Jojiro frowned slightly. Although he might be playing on court 5 now, seemingly mid-table, he was once the strongest player in the training camp. Even according to the current rankings, he should be on court 1. He had come to court number 5 solely to help the coach cultivate and identify promising new players, becoming the feared gatekeeper of hell for the younger generation. As a familiar figure to the coach, he knew full well that the only match among the junior high students today was between him and Takashi Momoshiro. The match between Ryoma Echizen and the stranger was undoubtedly an unexpected event. With this in mind, he decided not to leave, deciding to observe the match and, if anything unforeseen happened, stop it immediately. Hey, what the hell? This guy wants to play Echizen. Seeing Goku, racket in hand, approaching the court with Ryoma, ready to play. Horia was so shocked he could have fit several eggs in his mouth. He had never imagined Goku would come to Ryoma for such a matter. In the past, if he'd seen some unknown figure challenge Ryoma out of nowhere, he'd have crossed his arms with a look of disdain, as if praising himself and Ryoma. Tisk. Want to challenge Echizen? I don't know what he's thinking. He's bound to lose miserably, but now, he kept silent. The inhuman image of Goku leaping over the 3-meter hurdles replayed in his mind. With that terrifying leaping ability, he knew the opponent wasn't some unknown figure, it was probably just his ignorance. Will Echizen face a formidable opponent this time? He clasped his hands together, feeling worried for Ryoma for the first time. On the court, seeing Goku enter, Ryoma lowered the brim of his hat and said calmly, "Hey, do you want to serve first, or do I?" Because this was just a casual sparring match, not a formal match, there was no formality like a coin flip or a racket twist to decide who would serve first. Serve? You serve first, Goku blinked and, without hesitation, let Ryoma serve first. You're kidding. He doesn't even know how to play this game, and he just watched it for the first time not long ago. Asking him to start the game would be asking too much? Okay, Ryoma nodded, then pulled a tennis ball from his pocket and tapped it on the ground. Then let's play a set. Okay, in tennis, a set is defined as the first person to win 6 games, and they also need to win by 2 games. In other words, a score of 6-4 wins. At 6-5, the match isn't over yet, and the player who scored 6 points first needs to win another point, bringing the score to 7-5, to win. A set? Does that mean 1 game? Goku blinked, a look of curiosity on his face. Huh? Ryoma frowned at his answer. This guy doesn't even understand what a set means? Was he teasing himself, or was he? This is killing me. He doesn't even know what a one plate means. Can he really play basketball? Just then, a few squawks echoed from the side. 3 high school players watching the game in the stands burst into laughter, as if they had witnessed something truly amusing. But I really don't understand. Could you please explain it to me? Despite being mocked, Wukong didn't bristle at all. Instead, he cheerfully asked for their advice. The 3 high school players' smiles froze, and they looked at each other. Finally, they all stood up, staring at Wukong with strange eyes, and one after another explained the meaning of a one plate to him. So that's how it is. Thank you. After hearing the explanation, Wukong nodded in sudden realization and sincerely thanked the 3. It's okay. No, you're welcome. His thanks left the 3 high school players, who had been mocking him, somewhat at a loss for words. After all, there's a saying that sincerity is the ultimate weapon. With sincerity, no one, save the most heartless, could remain unmoved. Hey, I get it. You mean the 1 game? Wukong gestured to Ryoma, understanding the meaning. Whether it was just 1 game or just 1 set, he didn't care, as long as he could witness the so-called selfless state, it was all good. Ryoma's brow furrowed deeply. He couldn't quite tell. Wukong said he didn't know if the 1 game was real or not. Even if he didn't know, he knew about the highest level of tennis, the selfless state, and even asked for advice, looking like someone who knew tennis. Even if he did know, his movements, expression, and tone were all genuine, without a trace of pretense. Confused, he decided to stop thinking about it. He simply raised his racket and said to Wukong, "Hey, if you want me to demonstrate the selfless state, you've got to at least have skills I can recognize." Guessing was pointless. Better to have a proper match. With just 1 fight, he'd be able to gauge his opponent's skill. If the opponent's skill level is high enough, then it would be natural for him to utilize the state of selflessness. If not, well, we'll see how things unfold. I'll do my best. Goku patted his head and smiled innocently. Seeing this, Ryoma stopped talking, gripping the racket in his right hand and hitting the tennis ball with his left. Then, he suddenly tossed a ball upwards, swung his right hand, and executed a graceful serve. Snap! With a dull thud, the tennis ball shot out like a streak of yellow light, instantly leaping over the net and landing heavily on the court where Goku was standing, then bouncing back up. Here it comes. Goku's eyes lit up, and he immediately approached the bouncing ball. He swung his racket, imitating the swing he had seen Momoshiro Takashi do before. Snap! The tennis ball, driven by the racket, traced a graceful arc through the air. Then, in full view of everyone, snap! It hit the net. Gravity then dragged it down to the ground, where it bounced several times before losing its kinetic energy. Silence. Silence is Cambridge tonight. At this moment, for everyone who is watching the game, it is as if a crow is flying silently over their heads, expressing their inner speechlessness. Doesn't he know how to play tennis? Oishi didn't know what words to use to describe his mood. If he had to use one word to describe it, it would be absurd. A person who said he wanted to learn about the state of no self, but couldn't even return a simple serve. Was he kidding him? You know, Ryoma hasn't used his dominant left hand yet, but only his uncommon right hand. No way, no way. Then how did he know about the state of no self, and how dare he challenge the little one? Kikumaru covered his cheeks with his hands, putting on an incredible and shocked expression. Everyone in Kinksu looked at each other, shaking their heads to express their ignorance. Only Tezuka Kunimitsu narrowed his eyes slightly, and a reflection flashed on the mirror. That posture, why does it feel a bit like? On a court, Momashiro Takashi, who had volunteered to act as referee, paused for a few seconds before announcing, "The ball didn't go over the net, Echizen scores. The score is now 0-15, Ahoha, I didn't use enough force." Upon hearing the score, Goku rubbed his nose with a grin, not at all embarrassed by the ball not going over the net. Since it was his first time playing, he wasn't sure how much force he needed to use, fearing he'd accidentally break the ball or the racket, so he used minimal force, which resulted in his shot not going over the net. "It's okay, keep going, Goku," Momashiro Takashi encouraged him and signaled that the game would continue. Snap! Snap! Ryoma slammed the tennis ball, his expression unfazed by Goku's missed shot. He simply raised his eyes, a cold gaze fixed on Goku, and said calmly, "Next, the second ball." With that, he threw the ball into the air again and hit the same serve as before. Snap! As the tennis ball once again leaped over the net, landing on Goku's court and bouncing again, Goku appeared before it once more. This time, he increased his strength, and with a solemn expression, he swatted the ball. Snap! This time, the ball shot out at a much faster speed than before, swiftly leaping over the net and tracing a graceful arc through the air. Then, it landed just 10 centimeters past the baseline, gently bouncing all the way out. Huh? Maybe I used too much force. Goku blinked and scratched his head. Falling outside the white line, should that be considered out of bounds? As he expected, Momashiro Takashi's voice rang out, "Tennis ball out of bounds. Score 0-30, boom." The quiet court erupted in laughter. Many of the onlookers, including high school students and even some junior high school students, laughed out loud. "No, this guy is killing me. He just missed the net, and now he's hitting it out of bounds. Where does he even get the courage to play? That's right, does he even know where this is? With his skills, he still has the nerve to play here." The laughter continued. The 3 high school students who had mocked Wukong before the match stopped laughing. Instead, they shouted at the laughing crowd, "Shut up. He's really playing tennis. Anyone who's serious about it shouldn't laugh at him." They realized that Wukong truly couldn't play tennis, which was why he hadn't even understood the meaning of a set. With this perspective in mind, they observed Wukong intently, seeing him seriously assuming his tennis stance. The seriousness on his face as he swung his racket was vivid and familiar to them. That was the expression they had on their faces when they first started learning tennis, and even now as they worked hard to improve their skills at the training camp. Their scolding gradually silenced the laughter. Some of this was due to a genuine realization that mocking others was inappropriate, while others simply found it boring and too lazy to laugh. But ultimately, the court quieted down. Goku naturally noticed the 3 high school students' behavior. Although he didn't mind being laughed at, he still waved and thanked them. "Yo. Thank you." The 3 blushed slightly, but soon all shouted in unison, "Come on. Keep up the seriousness. You can do it." At that moment, they all wholeheartedly hoped Goku would learn tennis and excel. "No problem," Goku grinned, then turned his gaze back to Ryoma. "Let's continue." "Yeah," Ryoma nodded, saying nothing more. He pulled a 3rd ball from his bottomless pocket. Then, using the same exact motion as before, he hit it again. Snap! When the tennis ball appeared before him again, Goku's face was filled with confidence. After 2 attempts at feeling and adapting to the power, he knew he wouldn't make a mistake this time. And sure enough, snap! With a dull thud, the tennis ball arced gracefully through the air, landing squarely on Ryoma's court. Oh, Ryoma glanced up, seemingly unsurprised by the outcome. After a few quick runs, He quickly reached the predicted landing spot. As the ball landed and bounced back, he swung his racket hard. Snap! With his swing, the ball quickly leaped over the net and landed on Goku's side. Goku, already beginning to master his technique, kept his eyes fixed on the ball. With a simple, effortless swing, he sent it back again. Snap! 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 In a matter of seconds, the two had exchanged several rounds. He did it. He did it. The three high school students who had been cheering for Goku watched with excitement. Seeing Goku master the tennis strokes on just his third try, even receiving the ball with increasing fluency, they were happier than they were at their own game. This guy's a quick learner. He actually caught so many of those balls from the little one. Kikumaru, who had long assumed Goku couldn't play tennis, was surprised to see Goku's fluency becoming increasingly smooth. Yet, not bad, but Echizen hasn't hit his stride yet. Wait until Oishi was speaking when his eyes suddenly fixed. On the court, watching Goku approach the net to catch the ball, Ryoma's lips curled slightly. You've got to catch this one. With that, he lashed the tennis ball into the air. That's the little one's shot. Looks like he can't catch it this time. Kikumaru's eyes lit up as he commented from the sidelines. Ryoma's shot was sharp, fast, and tricky, barreling straight toward the baseline. He believed that Goku, standing at the net, would have no chance of turning around to catch it. After all, even if you were in Goku's position, he would have had to use all his strength to even have a chance. At the same time, in full view of everyone, Goku quickly turned around and, without the slightest hesitation, chased after the tennis ball that flew overhead. Chapter 342 Echizen, beat me? That's impossible. In the cafe, Kurobukyo sipped his coffee, his expressionless face gazing at the surveillance footage on his computer, analyzing it in his mind. Judging by his movements, he's undoubtedly a beginner at tennis. Secondly, his learning ability surpasses that of an average person, so it's acceptable. Well, let's wait and see. While matches without his permission weren't allowed at the training camp, this was just a simple sparring match, not even a match, but a coaching session between an accomplished player and a novice, and he didn't bother to stop it. Besides, he hadn't finished his coffee yet, so it was impossible for him to leave. On the court, watching Ryoma's ball whiz past him and head toward the baseline, Goku, standing in front of the net, didn't hesitate and immediately chased after it. Seeing this, most of the onlookers shook their heads. There's no way he could catch that ball from such a distance. After all, the distance from the net to the baseline was over 10 meters, and the ball landed diagonally across from Goku, making the distance even greater. At such a distance, many of them wouldn't have had time to catch the ball, let alone Goku, a beginner. However, just as they were shaking their heads, Goku suddenly accelerated, appearing right in front of the tennis ball the moment it hit the ground. Then, as it bounced, he swung his arm and smacked it hard. Snap! The ball traced a long arc through the air, finally flying over Ryoma's head, brushing the baseline and dropping out of bounds. Out of bounds, 040, Momashiro Takashi's voice rang out quickly. It actually bounced back. Ryoma turned, a look of surprise on his face as the ball bounced just outside the baseline. Even though the opponent's return shot had gone out of bounds, he knew that the one he had just hit was definitely not something a beginner could catch. He turned back, staring intently at Goku, the image he had just seen flashing through his mind. The almost unwavering reaction, the sudden burst of terrifying speed. His lips curled slightly, and he thought to himself, unless one possesses highly developed motor skills and exceptional physical fitness, there's no way a beginner could possibly catch it. So, it seemed like the opponent was just that kind of person. Thinking of this, he raised his racket, pointed at Wukong, and chuckled, "Hey, you look pretty good, you little fella. I'm going to get serious now." Wukong, meanwhile, was fingering the strings on his racket, muttering to himself, "Tennis is so hard to control. I'm pretty sure I'm controlling my power, but it still goes out of bounds." Because it was his first time receiving a ball near the baseline, and because he wanted to return the favor by hitting a baseline shot, he used a little more force and aimed for the opponent's baseline. But in tennis, proper power control depends not only on body control but also on familiarity with the racket. His body control was impeccable, but his familiarity with the racket wasn't quite there yet, which was why the ball landed a little past the baseline. Hearing Wukong's voice, he stopped mumbling, looked up, and an eager smile spread across his face. Okay, go for it. Although this was his first time playing tennis, he thought it seemed quite fun. That reaction and speed just now, in the cafe, Kurobukyo suddenly sat up straight, his languid air vanishing silently. He recalled Goku catching the ball just now, frowning slightly, his fingers tapping the table subconsciously. Goku's performance reminded him of someone, the athletic prodigy Akatsu. Because Akatsu's physique far surpassed that of an average person, his motor skills were highly developed, making any sport an easy one. And just now, Goku's performance was very similar to Akatsu's. Where did this guy come from? He doesn't look very old, he muttered to himself, chin in hand, a thought suddenly forming in his mind. That guy, he actually caught that ball just now. That's incredible. On the sidelines, Kikumaru put on a shocked face. Yet, his motor skills seem very developed. He's a promising tennis player. Oishi observed the situation on the court, pinching his chin and speaking in a deep voice. Looks like Echizen's finally getting serious. As he looked, he saw Ryoma shift his racket to his left hand, a sign that he was serious about the match. Snap! Snap! Ryoma tapped the tennis ball with his right hand, his eyes fixed on Goku, then tossed it upward. Snap! With his swing, the ball rocketed toward Goku at a speed even faster than his previous serve. Oh? Has your strength gotten stronger? Goku watched the flying ball with interest. He took a few steps to the ball's landing spot and, as it bounced, swiped it back. Snap! 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 Soon, the two sides had been trading blows for nearly 10 rounds. Suddenly, watching the trajectory of the ball, Goku's eyes lit up, and he leaped high. What's this? Seeing his mid-air gesture, Kikumaru, Oishi, and the other members of the Shigaku school team stared wide-eyed. Mamashiro Takashi, the referee, was especially astonished. Because Goku's move was his vertical jump. Bang! With a dull thud, the tennis ball plummeted beside Ryoma like yellow lightning. Then, as his pupils slightly dilated, it whizzed backward. Goku scores, 15-40. Despite his shock, Mamashiro Takashi instinctively announced the score. As soon as his voice rang out, the surrounding area erupted in excitement, especially on the Shigaku side. Kikumaru frantically shook Daishi beside him, as if trying to shake Daishi's brains out, exclaiming excitedly, Daishi! Daishi! Am I seeing things? That's Tao's vertical jump. Yes, that's Tao's vertical jump. Before Daishi could reply, Fuji, with his narrowed eyes, spoke first, his expression expressionless. As expected, Tezuka Kunimitsu, his expression unchanged, raised his hand to adjust his glasses, confirming his earlier thoughts. Even from the very beginning of the match, he had felt a sense of familiarity with Goku's movements. After observing Goku step by step, and even after seeing him perform the vertical jump, he could finally confirm that his opponent was imitating Mamashiro Takashi's playing form. He'd even learned some of Mamashiro's techniques. Hey, you're quite interesting. After a brief moment of surprise, Ryoma recovered, lowered the brim of his hat, and a fierce smile curled his lips. Now that Goku had mastered a technique like the vertical jump, he no longer had to hide it and could use some of his signature moves. You better catch this one. He continued to pull a tennis ball from his bottomless pocket and tapped it on the ground. Then, he threw it high into the air. Pa! A ball, with intense rotation, shot towards Goku like a flash of yellow lightning. That's the little one's outspin serve. Kikumaru's eyes lit up, but then he worriedly said, will the little one hurt the guy? The outspin serve, Ryoma's signature skill, was often used to intimidate opponents. Unlike the more common outspin serve, which sends the ball ricocheting outward, it's a rare inspin serve, sending the ball's trajectory towards the opponent's body, which is why Kikumaru was worried. Don't worry, Echizen isn't the reckless type, he'll definitely control it, Oishi replied. On the court, Goku looked surprised as he watched the tennis ball plummet towards him. What was going on with this shot? He didn't even have to move his body, he just stood there, took a stance, and swung his racket. Could it be that his opponent was letting him win? Thinking of this, he decided to increase his power on this shot, to get his opponent to take it seriously and reach that state of selflessness sooner. But, just as he got into position to swing, he saw the ball's trajectory after it bounced was completely different from before. The tennis ball, which should have been flying to his right, instead flew to his left, startling him for a moment. In that moment of daze, the intense spinning tennis ball, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, whizzed past his left cheek and flew straight out. Echizen scores. Echizen wins the first game, 0-1, as Mamashiro Takashi announced the score. Goku finally came to his senses. He glanced back at the bouncing tennis ball behind him, then turned back to Ryoma and asked curiously, "What happened just now? Why did the ball fly to my left?" Ryoma slung his tennis racket over his shoulder, his lips curled slightly. "That's called an outspin serve. Because the tennis ball spins in a different direction than a normal serve, it also spins in the opposite direction. Is that so?" Goku mused. Actually, he did seem to notice the ball spinning differently, but he had no idea what it meant. Well, there's a lot to learn in tennis. He pinched his chin, feeling increasingly amused. "Hey, Goku, it's your serve game next. It's your turn to serve," Momoshiro Takashi reminded him. Oh. Okay, I got it." Goku quickly realized what was happening and went outside the court to pick up a tennis ball that had fallen. Then, imitating Ryoma, he stood behind the baseline and patted the ball, feeling the touch of it in his hands. Suddenly, he looked up at Ryoma and asked with a grin, "Hey, if I beat you this game, can you use the state of no self?" His sudden question stunned Ryoma. "Beat me?" He hadn't expected Goku to ask that question. After a few seconds of stunned silence, he finally realized what was happening. He didn't feel provoked, but raised his racket with a dignified air, pointed at Goku, and raised his racket. "Of course, but you can't win." His tone was flat, as if he was simply stating a fait accompli. That was true. Goku, a tennis beginner, despite his impressive physical gifts, couldn't possibly win a single set against a tennis prince with countless matches and championships under his belt. Unless he let himself down, it was impossible. Let's give it a try," Goku said with a grin, rubbing his nose. Then, his expression turned serious, his attention focused on the tennis ball. He weighed the ball, then suddenly tossed it upward. As the ball fell freely under the pull of gravity, he seized the opportunity and swung his right arm. Pa! With a dull thud, the ball shot out at lightning speeds barely visible to the naked eye. The next moment, whoosh! A gust of wind whipped up around Ryoma, and behind him, a loud bang. Ryoma's pupils dilated instantly, his entire body frozen in place, motionless. 2 seconds passed before he suddenly turned and looked behind him. Behind him, the iron netting, used to prevent the tennis ball from flying too far, had a large, hissing, smoking hole. The tennis ball had long since vanished. A hushed silence fell over the entire arena. Those chatting and laughing, those discussing Goku's serve, were as if silenced by a key. Suddenly, a cry of pain pierced the clouds. "Ouch! It hurts." "Kikumaru, what are you doing?" Daishi clutched his arm, glaring at him. "Ha, I was just checking if I was dreaming." Kikumaru rubbed his head with a shy smile, his feet inching away from Daishi without anyone noticing. "Then why don't you pinch yourself, you idiot?" Daishi's eyes blazed with rage, as if a roaring lion had appeared behind him. In an instant, Kikumaru quickened his pace, completely hiding behind Fuji, never daring to look at Daishi again. "Wow! Angry Oishi is terrifying. He's gone." As the two men's shouting erupted, the crowd surrounding the court erupted in a roar of activity. Just now, what just happened? The ordinary high school students, A, B, C, and D, were so shocked they stuttered. Especially those who had always mocked Goku, who now couldn't laugh anymore. Such speed, such strength, who is this guy? Yukimura Seiichi took Ryoma's opponent in the eye for the first time, his expression growing serious. That speed is even faster than my Thunderbolt." Sanada Genichiro narrowed his eyes. Thunderbolt was his fastest shot, but Goku's serve surpassed it, shocking him deeply. Ha, interesting, really interesting. Looks like that cocky brat has met a tough opponent." Adam was more concerned about whether Ryoma would be defeated than Goku's astonishing serve. Seeing Ryoma frozen on the court, he suddenly found the match interesting. Such speed and power. Elsewhere, Oni Jojiro stood alone in the viewing platform, his arms folded across his chest. His expression, previously impassive, now showed a flicker of emotion for the first time. He stared intently at the smoking hole in the mesh, his mind replaying the serve he had seen earlier. The speed and power of that shot alone could rival his own at full power. Who is that guy? In the cafe, Kurobukio had forgotten to sip his coffee. His right hand continuously manipulated the mouse, replaying the footage of Goku's previous serve. After watching it 7 or 8 times, he finally paused and slowly leaned back in his chair. "Oh my god, who is this guy? Is he your new talent?" An excited voice boomed from behind him. Coach Takushi Ryuji, in charge of physical enhancement at the training camp, slumped his head against the computer screen, his glowing eyes fixed on Goku. Such strength and speed, such a sturdy physique, Kurobe, you've truly discovered a remarkable talent. Leave him to me, and I'll make him even stronger. Takushi Ryuji was captivated by Goku, as if he had seen a peerless beauty. But then again, why didn't you tell us about such a talented talent before? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he tilted his head to look at Kurobukyo. Under his gaze, Kurobukyo shook his head. He's not my talent, huh? Could he be an established player? I don't recall such a person in the tennis world. Is he a recent riser? No, not really. He's most likely a beginner, and this is his first time playing tennis. The entire cafe suddenly shook. What did you say? Chapter 343 Wukong's Learning Talent. On the court, Goku ignored the clamor surrounding him. He simply stared at the large hole in the mesh, scratched his face, and muttered quietly, looks like I could use a little less power. After all, this was someone else's court, so he shouldn't bother them carelessly. He was a man of character. Referee Mamashiro Takashi, stunned for several seconds before finally regaining consciousness. He carefully examined Ryoma's court, spotted a clear mark of the ball on the ground, and immediately announced the score. Goku serves, ace. Score 15-0, boom. His words erupted like 1,000 waves, and the noise intensified like boiling water. No way. That shot just scored. Yeah, I thought it went straight out of the court, but it actually scored. That's outrageous. Is that a serve a newbie could actually hit? Many high school students, who had always looked down on Goku, were so shocked that their mouths could have been filled with eggs. They couldn't understand how the rookie, who initially couldn't even get his ball over the net, had suddenly become so prodigious that they now felt a bit like clowns. Why didn't you tell us you had this ability earlier? We wouldn't have laughed at you just now. Are you kidding us? On the court, Ryoma stared at the gaping hole in the netting for a long moment, then turned back, his expression far more serious than before. He said nothing more, simply adjusting his hat, which had been blown loose by the strong wind. Then, crouching slightly, his hands tightly gripping his racket, he concentrated intensely, looked at Goku, and said, "Hey, let's keep going." Goku, who had already picked up another tennis ball, nodded and smiled. No problem. He tossed a ball upward, then reduced the force slightly before hitting it again. Whoosh! Despite the reduced force, the ball was still as fast as lightning, landing on Ryoma's court in the blink of an eye. Ryoma, his concentration at peak intensity, this time tracked the ball's trajectory with his sharp eyes. As the tennis ball hit the ground, he was already in front of its impact point. Immediately, as the ball ricocheted at terrifying speed, he gripped his racket and slammed it down. Bang! The moment the ball made contact with the racket, it flew out of his hand, then, under the immense impact of the tennis ball, flew behind him, landing heavily on the ground. As this scene unfolded before everyone's eyes, many were stunned. The most intense reaction came, undoubtedly, from Shigaku's side. What? He even knocked a tiny racket flying. What kind of strength does this guy have? Kikumaru, no longer bothering to dodge the boulder, slid out from behind Fuji and gazed at the court in shock. What terrifying power! My Hado ball can't deliver that kind of force, Korwamura Takashi said gravely. Echizen, he's in trouble this time. At some point, Fuji Shusuke opened his eyes, his cold, serious gaze fixed on the court. Outside the hurdles, Horio, who had previously gripped the net with both hands, his eyes fixed on the match, unconsciously loosened his grip, his expression becoming dazed. It's over, it's over, it's over. I told you that guy wasn't normal. How could a normal person jump over such a high hurdle? Now it's over. He's so strong that even Echizen couldn't catch it. And that's Echizen. If Echizen can't catch a ball, how can he still be human? Wow, Echizen, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought that guy here. On the court, Ryoma was unaware that Horio was blaming himself for bringing him such a perverted opponent. He simply stretched his wrist, feeling the pressure, and then picked up his racket from the ground. The racket had slipped out of his hand partly due to the force of the ball, and partly because he had let go of the racket. The reason he let go was because he realized he hadn't received the ball well. If he had put all his strength into the fight, he might have been able to return it, but he would have been injured. As a highly experienced tennis player, he naturally wouldn't let impulsiveness lead to loss of the greater good. Realizing he couldn't return the ball without injury, he decisively let go, avoiding the risk of injury. "Hey, next ball, I'll definitely catch it," he said confidently, raising his racket and pointing at Goku. Unconsciously, their position seemed to have shifted. What was supposed to be Ryoma's guidance to the novice, Goku now seemed like a challenge from Ryoma. Goku was thinking about reducing the power of his next serve. But when he heard Ryoma's words and saw the serious and confident expression on his face, he raised an eyebrow, discarded his previous thoughts, and simply smiled. "Okay, I'll wait." After Mamashiro Takashi announced the score, 30-0, he picked up another tennis ball and hit it out just like before. Swoosh! The tennis ball flashed like yellow lightning, instantly landing in Ryoma's half of the court. This time, Ryoma adjusted his movements, carefully observing the ball's trajectory. As it hit the ground and bounced back up, he swung with precision. "Get it back!" Veins popped up on his arms and even his forehead. The tennis ball, packed with immense power, was deftly controlled, dissipating its force through his racket. All this happened in the blink of an eye. The moment he finished speaking, the ball suddenly changed direction, hurtling towards Goku's half of the court. "Did you catch it? That's impressive." Goku's eyes lit up at the incoming ball, and he quickly appeared in front of the ball's landing point, swinging his racket again. Snap! As the ball hurtled towards him again at breakneck speed, Ryoma adjusted his stance slightly. Immediately, his racket met the same powerful ball as before. "Watch me." His arm muscles tensed, and the ball slid under the racket's surface, rubbing against it continuously. Finally, the ball flew back toward Goku's half of the court in a graceful arc. Facing another incoming tennis ball, Goku appeared without hesitation at the predicted landing point, positioned himself, and prepared to swing. But just then, the ball, strangely enough, didn't bounce after hitting the ground. Instead, it arced along the ground. Its trajectory resembled a capital C. "It's there." That little smash C, Kikumaru, watching from the sidelines, was immediately struck by his own commentary. Using the ball's immense power, it generates a powerful spin, preventing it from bouncing when it hits the ground. That smash C, wow! Many high school students, witnessing Ryoma's match for the first time, were stunned. This junior high kid could actually hit such a powerful shot. "Haha, you're worthy of me. You've managed to break through your opponent's heavy tennis ball so quickly." Adobe, his chin resting on his hand, praised him generously. Although he enjoyed watching Ryoma suffer setbacks, he also made no secret of his admiration when he saw his opponent excel. Edges and scores. Score 30-15. When Mamashiro Takashi announced the score, Goku stared in amazement at the tennis ball, which had long since lost its momentum. He scratched his face and looked at Ryoma and said, "SHH. How did you do that?" Using spin too. He hadn't expected the tennis ball to bounce after hitting the ground. The bizarre sight was truly eye-opening. "Right." Ryoma slung his racket over his shoulder and lowered his hat. Then, with a slight tilt of his chin, he pointed his racket at Goku and delivered his signature taunting remark, "You're still a long way off." Goku touched the tip of his nose and chuckled. He looked like a child who refused to give up. Thinking of this, he winked playfully and said to Ryoma, "Well, let's see how my next shot goes." Ryoma was stunned for a moment, then curled his lips. "Go ahead." With that, he gripped his racket with both hands and lowered his body, ready to receive the ball. Seeing this, Wukong said nothing more. He simply picked up a tennis ball, patted it on the ground, and then looked it over in his hands. Then, with a serious expression, he suddenly tossed the ball upward. The next second, his arm swung the racket through the air and hit it. Whoosh! The tennis ball flashed through the air and landed on the ground in Ryoma's half of the court with lightning speed. As it landed, Ryoma arrived right in front of it, ready to swing his racket. But at that moment, he subconsciously sensed something was wrong. The ball's spin seemed off. The thought popped into his mind, but his body was unable to react. He swung his racket instinctively. Swoosh! The next moment, his swing missed. And it wasn't for any other reason, but precisely because the tennis ball didn't fly to the right as it normally would, but to the left. Is that an outspin serve? This sudden scene made Kikumaru, Oishi, and other members of Shigaku, as well as junior high school players like Sanada Genichiro, Yukimura Seiichi, and Adobe Kigo, who were familiar with Ryoma, shrink in shock. That guy, just by watching that little kid do an outspin serve once, he learned it. Kikumaru was shocked when the cat had reappeared. He couldn't imagine someone with such highly developed motor skills, immense strength, and even a talent for learning that rivaled that of a super genius like Ryoma. Where the hell did this monster come from? Snap! 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 At that moment, Ryoma could only hear the sound of the tennis ball bouncing on the ground. Other than that, the outside noise seemed cut off from him, not a single sound reaching him. He turned back to glance at the tennis ball, then back to staring intently at Goku across from him. Did you just learn that? Though he didn't name it, Goku knew he was referring to the outside spin serve. He clasped his hands behind his head and nodded with a smile. Yes, well, I'm doing pretty well, aren't I? While the outside spin serve was a very difficult one, few in this world could master it, let alone learn it after just one viewing. But Goku was no ordinary person. While he didn't understand the principles of the ball, his observational skills allowed him to pick up on every detail of Ryoma's movements and the spin of the ball. Combined with his exceptional physical gifts, it was natural for him to master such a difficult serve after just one viewing. Haha, you've learned well. Hearing his approval, Ryoma's lips curled up, not a trace of anger at having his skills stolen. After all, he himself often stole other people's moves. Haha, thank you for the compliment, Goku said with a grin. At that moment, the dazed Momoshiro Takashi regained his composure and quickly announced the score. Wukong scores. Now it's 40 hours, and 15 minutes, he then looked at Wukong and reminded him, Wukong, it's game point now. Just one more point and you'll win the game. Wukong nodded, okay, I got it. Immediately, he picked up a tennis ball, weighed it in his palm, and said to Ryoma, then, take this one, snap. A second after he finished speaking, another outspinning serve with super fast spin blasted towards Ryoma. This time, Ryoma, prepared, gripped the racket tightly with both hands, veins popping from the exertion. Get back, snap. With a dull thud, the tennis ball stuck to the racket for a second, then changed direction and blasted towards Wukong. However, soon after, with an effortless swing from Wukong, another powerful and heavy serve blasted towards him. At that moment, he could clearly feel the muscles in his arm throb, but his gaze remained resolute as he positioned himself to hit the ball. Bang! As the tennis ball made contact with the racket, the power within it caused his arm to tremble. Although he could use his technique to dissipate some of the force, the remaining force was still a formidable burden. He had already received several similarly heavy balls before, and the constant strain had already pushed his arm to its limit. Push it back, he gritted his teeth and managed to hit the ball back again. But as he did so, his arm, stretched to its limit, gave way to the racket, sending it careening off with a ball. Another low shot. Seeing through Ryoma's movements, Goku wanted to move, preemptively intercepting the ball before it hit the ground. After all, this method was the best way to counter such a low, rogue shot. Many people failed simply because they couldn't see through the ball's movements. But just as he was about to move, he paused, realizing that he might not need to intercept this time. Bang! As expected, after the tennis ball hit the ground, it didn't roll flat against the ground like before. Instead, it bounced 10 centimeters, arcing parallel to the ground from this height. Seeing this, Goku smiled at his own good judgment and, without hesitation, lashed out with his racket at the ball. Swoosh! A flash of yellow lightning flashed across the court, and Ryoma, without his racket, could only watch helplessly, unable to return the ball. Beep. Goku scores. Goku wins this round, 1-1. When Momoshiro Takashi's announcement resounded throughout the stadium, the crowd erupted in excitement. No way. The little guy actually lost this round. Kikumaru pinched his cheek, a horrified expression on his face. Inu Sadaharu held up his glasses and analyzed calmly. Echizen's strength has improved a lot compared to the national competition. According to data analysis, if he faces Yukimura Seiichi during the national competition, he will be able to fight against him even without leaving the state of no self. I didn't expect that Echizen would be suppressed by a man of unknown origin now. It's really unexpected, and based on the data currently collected on this man, Echizen may lose this game. He looked at Goku, who was relaxed and carefree on the court from beginning to end, and his heart was very solemn. Except for the time when he used the vertical jump method of center of gravity and never caught a ball with both hands again. Hey, Agan. How can you say such cold words in such a calm tone? After hearing his analysis, Kikumaru jumped on him, pulling his face while shouting, although the little guy lost this round, he still has many skills that he hasn't used yet. You guys don't speak up for him, so why are you talking to outsiders? Sadaharu didn't move, allowing Kikumaru to continue pulling at his face. He just said lightly, Kikumaru, I recently developed a new type of dry juice, and I haven't asked anyone to try it yet. Swish. Kikumaru, who was pulling his face viciously, jumped off him like a cat with its fur standing on end the moment he heard the word dry juice, and instantly rushed several meters away. I don't want to drink it, I don't want to drink it, I don't want to drink it. Again, find someone else. Chapter 344, No Self. In the cafe, after watching Goku win the round, Takushi Ryuji was silent for a few seconds. Then, with a strange look on his face, he asked Kurobukyo, are you sure this is truly a beginner? How can a beginner play at this level? He couldn't help but feel strange. He knew Echi's and Ryoma's strength well. Even without their training, he was already in the upper middle class. With training, he could very well be in the top 10, and yet, such a talented player actually lost to a beginner? A beginner playing tennis for the first time? Such a thing would strike anyone as absurd. Kurobukyo remained expressionless, his gaze fixed on the computer screen. He said calmly, don't doubt my eyes. They never make mistakes. For Mifune Naruto to trust him with the controls for training, he must have some talent. Even before Goku started fighting, he had been observing him. Goku's movements confirmed that he was a genuine beginner, not some actor playing dumb, acting like a star. Then, with his confirmation, Takushi Ryuji no longer doubted him. After 2 seconds of thought, his expression gradually grew excited. Then haven't we stumbled upon a truly exceptional talent this time? After all, the purpose of their training camp is to cultivate exceptional players capable of competing in the U17W Cup, the World Championships. If they could recruit a player of Goku's caliber, their participating team would undoubtedly be even stronger. Yet, I've had that thought, but I'm not sure about his age at the moment. Kurobukyo nodded. The U17W Cup requires participants to be 17 or under, so Goku's age is crucial. Although Goku looks young, it's hard to tell if he's actually under 17. Note, in the Prince of Tennis, players aged 17 or 18 look no different than those in their 20s or 30s. That's a problem, but it's not a big deal. If he's over 17 and can compete in the U17W Cup, we can still let him play professionally, Takushi Ryuji thought, his chin resting on his hand. While the primary goal in training players is to compete in the U17W Cup, they're also proud to produce outstanding professional players. Well, let's wait and see. The match isn't over yet. Let's see what else he can do. Kurobukyo said no more, simply watching the match intently. On the court, Ryoma twisted his wrist and massaged his arm muscles to ease the slight discomfort. Then, he picked up his racket and glanced back at the tennis ball lying quietly on the ground. He knew exactly why his swing shot hadn't landed perfectly on the ground. It was because the pain in his arm had slightly altered his movement at the last moment of impact. Tennis is a sport that requires extremely precise control. Any mistake can ruin the ball's trajectory, so it's only natural that his swing shot wasn't perfect. Is your arm okay? Seeing him massage his arm, Goku asked with concern. It's fine, Ryoma turned back and replied calmly. His arm was just a little sore, nothing else was wrong. Then, looking at Wukong again, he continued, you're quite good. I lost that last round. As agreed, I'll use the Selfless Realm starting this round. Although he was a man who refused to admit defeat, he also knew how to handle it. He had indeed lost that last round, so he would keep his word and use the Selfless Realm. Moreover, given the current situation, it would be difficult for him to continue fighting Wukong without using the Selfless Realm. Really? That's great. Wukong's eyes lit up at his words. While playing tennis was fun, bringing him a sense of novelty and unique excitement, his primary concern was the Selfless Realm. After all, the Selfless Realm was crucial to his martial arts advancement, and before that, most other things took a backseat. Then both of you will begin the third round. Echizen will serve. Momashiro Takashi gave the referees instructions at the right time. Upon hearing the command, Ryoma lowered the brim of his hat, pulled a tennis ball from his trouser pocket, and said to Goku, now, watch out, Mugo. As he finished speaking, his eyes grew calm, like a lake without a breeze. Immediately afterwards, a silvery white aura emanated from him, and his entire aura became completely different from before. It's here. Little one's Mugo, on the sidelines, Kikumaru, having escaped Inu's threat, once again took on the commentary role. He clenched his fists, his eyes sparkling, and declared with absolute certainty, using little one and Mugo, we can definitely turn the tide. We can defeat that guy. Nearby, Inu Sadaharu raised his glasses and said calmly, based on the data analysis, Echizen, woo woo woo. Before he could finish, Kikumaru covered his mouth, silencing him. Just shut up. Again, forgetting the commotion of Kikumaru and Inu Sadaharu on the sidelines, Goku's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw the changes in Ryoma. Is this the state of no self? It seems a bit like the state of no self, he muttered, pinching his chin. The state of no self is where the mind becomes nothing, where the body no longer needs to think, but instead reacts unconsciously based on the body's practical experience. Only those who have surpassed their physical limits can achieve this state. It is also known as one of the two great realms in tennis. Well, I need to feel it more. After a moment's deliberation, Goku said to Ryoma, hey. Let's begin. He wanted to more clearly sense the changes in his opponent during the match. Ryoma nodded. Normally, those who enter the state of no self are unable to hear external sounds, completely immersed in their own world. But for some reason, he could hear and respond to the outside world. Watch this one, he said calmly, then tossed the ball high into the air and swung his racket. Snap! The tennis ball flew across the net in a graceful arc, landing in Goku's half of the court. Having already predicted its landing point, Goku positioned himself in front of it, his attention fixed. He sensed that this serve was unlike any of Ryoma's previous ones. It must have something special. His eyes followed the ball's movement, and when it landed, he watched it intently, trying to discern the difference. A second later, he saw the ball rubbing against the ground at high speed, the intense friction sending up a puff of white smoke. Then, surprisingly, it didn't bounce anymore, but rolled toward the net. Seeing this, Goku's eyes widened. Another ground-to-the-ground serve? No, it couldn't even be called a ground-to-the-ground serve. It didn't bounce at all, it simply rolled across the ground. It's here. Tezuka's zero serve, Kikumaru's commentary resumed. Watching Ryoma score a point on the first ball, he folded his arms, nudged Inu Sadaharu beside him, and said proudly, well. Inu, I told you that little one could turn the tide after reaching the state of selflessness. Inu Sadaharu didn't argue, simply adjusting his glasses and saying calmly. Keep watching, in the stands. What the hell is this? What did that brat just do? Aside from the junior high students who had already seen this serve, and extremely skilled high schoolers like Oni Jijiro, everyone else was stunned, staring at the tennis ball rolling on the ground in disbelief. What the hell was this serve? It didn't even bounce. On the court, Goku paused for 2 seconds, then scratched his face. He asked Mamashiro Takashi, who was sitting in the referee's chair beside the net, can this ball be volleyed before it hits the ground? He knew volleys were allowed during a duel, having seen it happen before between Mamashiro and Onijiro. But volleying during a serve didn't seem to be a common occurrence. Sure enough, Mamashiro Takashi shook his head and said, no, Goku. The receiver can't volley the serve before it hits the ground. That's true. Confirming this, Goku smacked his lips, staring at the motionless tennis ball on the ground with admiration in his eyes. That's a truly remarkable serve. If there's no way to volley it beforehand, there's no way to counter it, although after this experience, he could tell whether Ryoma had used a zero serve. Without a volley, he couldn't return it. He couldn't just let him hit it back, scraping the grass, could he? Elsewhere, after hitting a zero serve, Ryoma's silver-white aura largely dissipated, leaving only a lingering wisp around his left arm. That's the gateway to the depths of the selfless realm. 100 Refinement's ultimate move, Kikumaru exclaimed excitedly. Even in the national finals, the little one was already mastering 100 Refinements, and now it's even more impressive. 100 Refinement's ultimate, also known as the 1000 Hammers ultimate, is one of the 3 ultimate gateways to the selfless realm. It concentrates all of one's strength into a single location, doubling the power, spin, and destructive force of a tennis ball while significantly reducing the physical effort required to activate the selfless realm. However, it has a drawback. The reflexes of other parts of the body not focused on this energy are reduced. But Ryoma has overcome this drawback, mastering 100 Refinement's ultimate move, transferring its power to any part of his body at will. Oh? That seems interesting. It's certainly a good method for him. Wukong naturally noticed this change and mentally approved of it. When he first unlocked the state of inner no mind, it was quite physically demanding, But through constant exploration and practice, he was able to manage the energy consumption to a tolerable level. Of course, this was also due to his exceptional physical fitness. Even if an ordinary person mastered inner no mind to the same degree as him, they wouldn't be able to keep up. The state of selflessness, similar to inner no mind, also demands far more energy than an average person like Ryoma could handle. Therefore, Ryoma's ability to concentrate his energy in a single location, significantly reducing the energy consumption, is naturally the most suitable method for an average person. "Hey, let's continue," Ryoma said calmly, after concentrating his 100 refinements power in his left arm. "Hey, come on," Wukong nodded in agreement. Snap. This time, Ryoma didn't serve with a zero-style serve, but rather a standard serve with double the power, speed, and spin compared to the previous one. A normal opponent would have been on high alert, taking it seriously, but Goku didn't. He simply maintained his usual casual composure, swinging his arm and effortlessly sending the ball back. Facing the incoming ball, Ryoma first transferred his immense strength to his legs, dramatically increasing his speed. Then, just before the predicted landing point, he shifted his power to his left arm. Immediately, he assumed a slicing stance and slashed the bouncing ball from high and low. Swoosh! In an instant, the ball transformed into a flash of yellow, tracing a semicircle in midair. The ball, destined for Goku's left court, unexpectedly changed direction after passing the net, plummeting towards the right. "Here it comes." It's Fuji's flying swallow returning to the nest. Kikumaru's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed confidently, "That guy won't be able to catch that little one's attack." Flying swallow returning to the nest, one of Fuji Shusuke's signature moves, possesses an elusive trajectory. At this moment, Goku hadn't anticipated the sudden change in trajectory, landing where, under normal circumstances, it should have landed in the left half of the court. Of course, Kikumaru also suspected Goku wouldn't be able to catch the blow. After performing the flying swallow returning to the nest, the tennis ball would glide flat on the ground after hitting the ground, making it impossible for a normal person to catch it. What an interesting move. As the tennis ball made a sharp turn in front of him and shot rapidly to his right, Goku raised an eyebrow in surprise and instinctively chased after it. He froze as he saw the ball glide flat on the ground towards the baseline after landing, and instinctively tried to stop. But before he could, his eyes suddenly lit up. Huh? The ball didn't seem to be completely stuck to the ground? With this thought, he sprinted, quickly catching up to the ball, and then lashed out with his racket. Whoosh! The supposedly unbreakable flying swallow returning to the nest instantly shot towards Ryoma at an even faster speed, passing him before he could swing his racket. What? The flying swallow's nest was hit back. When this happened, not only the confident Kikumaru, but also the junior high students who knew the power of the flying swallow's nest well, and even the high school students who were stunned by the strange trajectory of the flying swallow's nest, stared in disbelief. What was that guy's speed just now? Why did they feel dizzy? Ryoma, who saw the ball hit back, even losing a point, remained expressionless. After all, the most important thing to achieve the state of selflessness is to have a clear mind. No matter how turbulent the outside world, it will not stir a ripple in his heart. Goku scores, 15-15, Momashiro Takashi announced the score at the right time. After he did, Ryoma swung his racket again, and the Shenlong ball from Chito's Cherry was hit out. Where's the ball? How did it disappear? Many spectators were shocked again, their eyes widening, trying to find the tennis ball, but they found it nowhere. On the court, Goku's gaze remained unwavering. He didn't know that the ball Ryoma had just sent out was what some people called a vanishing ball, because his eyes were fixed on the ball with a somewhat unusual trajectory. Then, as it fell, he swung his racket violently. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345, The Limit of Perfection. It's here. That's Tachibana Kahei's explosive ball dance. On the court, after Goku had hit the Shin'en ball back, Ryoma leaped high, using the momentum of his forward momentum and the force of his downward movement to slam the ball into the net. In an instant, the tennis ball shone through countless after images, seemingly dancing through the air as they descended towards Goku's half of the court. But this dazzling spectacle had no effect on Goku. His gaze remained fixed on the tennis ball itself, and as it flew towards him, a sly smile curled his lips as he lashed out at it. Buzz! In an instant, the clouds of tennis balls vanished, leaving only one, visibly flattened by the rim. Then, as it shot out and cleared the net, it shone with even more afterimages than before. What? This guy also performed explosive ball dance. Tachibana Kahei's teammate, Kamio Akira, was instantly shocked, his pupils shrinking. That was the captain's signature move. While the move wasn't particularly sophisticated, it wasn't something that could be learned casually. Furthermore, he could instantly learn and counterattack the moment his opponent used it, even outperforming his opponent. Is this something a human could do? Although the ball's shadows multiplied, Ryoma, having already grasped the principle behind the move, wasn't fooled. He pinpointed the ball's true form and slammed it back with a powerful strike. The match then became intense. Echizen scores 30-15, when Ryoma unleashed Izuka Kunimitsu's Zero Slice. Goku, witnessing it for the first time, failed to intercept, allowing Ryoma to score. Goku scores 30-30. Shortly after, when Goku skillfully executed the Zero Slice, Ryoma, having anticipated the move, arrived at the net and successfully intercepted it. However, because his interception was too far forward, Goku's lightning-fast drive plummeted backcourt, leaving him helpless as the opponent secured the point. The score was so close. I didn't expect Echizen's serve to be so difficult. Courtside, Oishi watched the match solemnly. While he wasn't as optimistic as Kikumu that Ryoma would be able to turn the tide so quickly after achieving the state of no self, he also didn't expect Ryoma's serve to be so difficult, with his opponent constantly holding on to the score. Yes, this tennis rookie who knew nothing at first has reached this level so quickly. It's incredible. Fuji Shusuke's eyes were fully open, watching the match intently. Hailed as a genius, he felt at that moment that Goku seemed even more worthy of the title. Of course, if one were to ignore the talent for learning techniques and only consider the talent for developing them, the title of genius would still be his. What is this? At that moment, Fuji's eyes fixed, and Kikumaru beside him duly shouted, "This is Fuji, your white whale." On the court, Ryoma slashed the ball backhand, sending it careening toward the net on Goku's side of the court. Then, as it hit the ground, instead of bouncing forward like a normal ball, it bounced straight back. Seeing this, Goku froze, his hand stilling as he tried to swing, wanting to see how the ball would fly. Then, the ball flew effortlessly over the net, back to Ryoma's side of the court, where it was grasped firmly by Ryoma's outstretched hand. That's an interesting ball. Seeing this novelty, Goku pinched his chin in amazement. Hitting the ball and then bouncing it back into his hand, what a bizarre tennis move. No, it should be said that the moves his opponent had mastered were truly bizarre, and his eyes were constantly prying. Echizen scores. Score 40-30, game point for Echizen. Momashiro Takashi announced the score at the perfect time. "Hey, next ball, I'll win it on the 7th ball." As Momashiro finished speaking, Ryoma raised his racket and pointed at Goku confidently. It's appeared. The second door to the realm of selflessness, the limit of radiant talent. Upon hearing Ryoma's announcement, Kikumaru's eyes lit up and he shouted excitedly. "I can definitely win this ball, little one, and then I can easily win this game." However, it's a bit of a struggle, but at least I didn't lose serve. At this point in the match, while his belief in Ryoma's victory remained steadfast, Goku's impressive performance no longer convinced him that Ryoma could easily turn the tide. Therefore, winning this serve now was crucial for Ryoma. After all, serving was always in the team's favor, losing it would be a very bad situation. I hope so. If Echizen wins this game, we'll have a chance to catch our breath, Oishi said gravely. Beat me on the 7th ball. On the court, Goku blinked, bewildered, at Ryoma's sudden declaration. The ultimate in brilliance lies in using immense mental power to constantly calculate and simulate the course of the game, analyzing which ball he could score the fastest, thus making what's known as an absolute prediction. While Goku could vaguely sense the other man's selfless energy moving toward his head, he had no idea what was happening there, and therefore no idea where Ryoma's declaration came from. If he couldn't figure it out, then forget it. He touched the tip of his nose and smiled. "Okay, I'll wait." Ryoma said nothing more, simply tossing the ball upward and slamming it hard. Swoosh! The tennis ball, with a shrill thud, plummeted into Goku's half of the court with lightning speed. Having already predicted the ball's landing point, Goku effortlessly swung his right arm and sent the ball flying back. Second ball, as Ryoma hit the tennis ball for the second time, Kikumaru excitedly counted off from the sidelines. Snap. Third ball, snap. Fourth ball, soon. The two sides had already played 6 consecutive rounds. When Goku returned the 6th round's ball, Kikumaru clenched his fist nervously, his eyes fixed on the speeding tennis ball. The crucial 7th ball was about to come. It would determine whether Ryoma could immediately win the 3rd set. Then I'll win this one. As the tennis ball fell in front of him and bounced back at high speed, Ryoma gripped the racket tightly with both hands and slammed the ball into Goku's blind spot in the simulation. At that moment, Goku was on the right side of court, near the net, and the spot he hit was the intersection of the left sideline and the baseline. What a great shot, little brother, you hit it well. Before the ball even hit the ground, Yukimura Seiichi had already determined its landing point and praised Ryoma's shot from the bottom of the court. He believed that Goku couldn't catch this ball, as it was too far away and the speed was incredibly high. If he were on the court, he would have certainly missed it. The little one's definitely going to win this round. Kikumaru, having reached the same conclusion, waved his arms vigorously, a smile spreading uncontrollably. Beside him, Kurama Takashi and Kato Kaora also smiled. However, just as their smiles began to form, they suddenly froze. A sudden gust of wind swept across the court. And it wasn't the speeding tennis ball that was blowing, but Goku. Swoosh! Goku, who shouldn't have been at the intersection of the left and bottom lines, arrived there faster than the tennis ball. Then, as the tennis ball bounced off the ground, his racket jerked. The next second, the tennis ball flew back at an even faster speed, instantly piercing Ryoma's defense and whizzing past him. Ryoma, who should have been calm, felt a wave of emotion at this moment. Because according to his calculations, Goku's shot simply couldn't happen. Goku scores. Score 40-40, boom. When Mamashiro Takashi announced the score, the entire stadium erupted. Hey, did you see that guy clearly just now? A high school player rubbed his eyes, making sure he wasn't dazzled, then looked at the people around him in confusion. However, the people around him were equally confused and stared back at him. No, I was just about to ask you. The two stared at each other, resembling the silly big bear and little bear. Hey, Kikumaru, did you see that clearly just now, on the sidelines? Oishi swallowed and asked Kikumaru in a hoarse voice. Kikumaru's mouth was open, a stunned look on his face. Hearing Oishi's question, he finally came to his senses and shook his head subconsciously. No. After receiving the answer, Oishi smiled wryly. Even Kikumaru, who had the best dynamic vision among them, couldn't see clearly. So how fast had Goku just been? Hey, Tokugawa, what did you think of that shot? Onajiro asked gravely from one of the viewing stands, his arms folded across his chest. Beside him was a tall, thin man, none other than Tokugawa Kazuya, currently ranked number 1 in the training camp. Kazuya's gaze remained calm as he softly said, he had tremendous explosive power. His strength and speed are on par with ours. If he's truly a beginner, as you say, then his talent is far beyond our reach. Even Baidoin Temple might be a bit inferior to him. He hadn't been here before, having only recently arrived, so he'd only heard about Goku's performance from Onajiro. In his opinion, for a tennis novice to achieve this level of performance in his first match, his talent was unimaginable. Perhaps only the current world number 1, Boris Poke, could compare. Onajiro agreed, a rare gesture of agreement. At the same time, he thought to himself that, besides Baidoin, they would likely face another formidable opponent. On the court, despite successfully scoring, Goku didn't show any joy. He frowned slightly, feeling a sense of confusion. After these rounds with Ryoma, he had gained a considerable understanding of the state of no-self. In his opinion, while Ryoma's no-self state was impressive and had given him some insights, these insights offered no relief at all for the shortcomings of his mindless state that troubled him. Forget about drawing analogies, he couldn't even find a connection between the two. But Shenlong had clearly said it was okay. Surely Shenlong wouldn't be wrong? As he pondered this question, Ryoma, meanwhile, rested his hands on his knees, breathing heavily. Beads of sweat streamed down his forehead, pooling on his chin and dripping frantically onto the ground, forming a small puddle. While he had mastered the power of no-self, minimizing his exertion, it didn't mean that constant use of it wouldn't tire him. Furthermore, Each of Goku's shots was packed with immense force, requiring him to expend even more energy than usual with each return. It was no wonder he was panting with exhaustion. He's truly strong. As he took a breath, he glanced up and saw Goku across from him, still unfazed and unhurried. He had long since ceased to regard Goku as a mere beginner in tennis, but rather as a formidable opponent, one worthy of his utmost effort. But now, even with all his might, he found himself unable to defeat him. His refined strength had exerted little pressure on him. His brilliant predictions were abruptly shattered. His various bizarre moves were often countered, sometimes even learned and countered immediately. In such a situation, how could he possibly defeat him? This familiar scene suddenly reminded him of his match against Yukimura Seiichi during the national tournament. Hadn't he faced a similar dilemma at the beginning? How had he overcome it? Suddenly, his expression froze, as if remembering something, and then a smile curved his lips. Yes, back then, he had long forgotten the obsession with winning or losing, simply enjoy in tennis, the joy it brought him. So why should he obsess over a decision now? Meeting a formidable opponent, playing to his heart's content, savoring everything, winning or losing, experiencing the immense joy of tennis, wouldn't that be wonderful? Wow! Just as he figured it all out, a sudden burst of light shone from him, causing everyone watching to squint. What the hell is this? Someone exclaimed in surprise. This is the third gate to the realm of selflessness, the limit of flawless perfection. It's a legendary realm, and Echizen has finally used it again since the last national tournament. On the sidelines, Inu Sadaharu adjusted his glasses and explained expressionlessly. This door can only be opened by enjoying the joy of tennis with the same passion as when playing tennis for the first time. It can store the power of selflessness deep within the body, releasing it in appropriate amounts and without waste when the body moves. This is the highest secret of the selfless state. Not far away, Goku, who was watching the changes in Ryuma's body, happened to hear his words and his eyes lit up. This is the true state of selflessness. He said, how could the selflessness recommended by Shenlong be limited to this level? Whoosh! Suddenly, a shadow flashed past him faster than lightning. The next second, on the opposite court, Ryuma, covered in green spots of light, appeared, his racket slung over his shoulder, his lips curled, and he said, "Hey, don't be distracted, the fun has just begun." Goku came back to his senses and nodded with a grin. No problem. Chapter 346. Let me see your full strength. Snap. Goku scores. The score is now tied. Snap. Echizen scores. Game point. Snap. Goku scores. The score is now tied. Snap. Goku scores. Game point. After Ryoma activated his flawless limit, the match took a strange turn. Hey, how long have they been playing this third game? It must have been 100 or 200 rounds. Kikumaru clutched his hair, a look of astonishment. When the score reached 40-40 in a game, either player needed to win 2 points in a row to win the game. This was the pattern of Goku and Ryoma's third game, but the amazing thing was that no matter who got game point, the other player would tie the score, and the cycle would continue, tied, ahead, tied, and ahead again. No, according to statistics, this is already the 353rd round. Oh no, it's the 354th round now, Inu Sadaharu said expressionlessly, holding a notebook. How long will they fight this round? They won't be stubborn in this one, will they? Kikumaru pulled the corner of his mouth and complained weakly. But then again, I didn't expect that after activating the perfect match, the little guy couldn't even turn the situation around. Where did that guy come from? He's too perverted. Kikumaru looked at Goku, who was fighting back and forth with Ryoma on the field, with a look of relief in his eyes. Fortunately, this perverted guy picked on the little guy. If it were him, he would probably collapse when he found out that the opponent was a novice at the beginning, and then found that he couldn't defeat the opponent even if he used all his skills. On the other side of the viewing platform, Oni Jojiro and Tokugawa Kazuya watched the game below intently. Oni, you figured it out, Tokugawa Kazuya said suddenly. Although he didn't say what he noticed, Oni Jojiro understood his meaning and nodded slightly, saying, well, that guy's strength and speed haven't changed since then, remaining at the same level as Echizen Ryoma. Previously, they'd seen Goku's strength and speed fluctuate when catching certain special balls, but after Ryoma activated Perfect Fit, his opponent's strength and speed seemed to be tightly controlled by an invisible hand, never fluctuating, remaining eternally at the same level as Ryoma's. And, He still uses one hand. Onajiro pointed out another point. Well, this guy still retains a considerable amount of strength. Echizen Ryoma is no match for him, but I'm a little surprised that Echizen Ryoma could activate Perfect Fit. Tokugawa Kazuya looked at Ryoma, a smile on his face, completely absorbed in the joy of playing tennis, with a complicated expression. He'd considered unlocking this realm before, but his attempts had always failed, so he ultimately chose Shurashinto, another supreme realm. He was surprised to see someone unlocking this legendary realm right here. Perfect, isn't it? The ghost muttered expressionlessly. Then, his eyes suddenly fixed. Looks like this match is almost over. On the court, Goku and Ryoma had already exchanged countless rounds. All of them were third sets. In other words, up to this point, the third set hadn't been decided. However, it looked as if the outcome was about to be revealed. Huff. 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 A series of heavy gasps echoed from the court. Ryoma gripped his racket with both hands, slamming it into the ground to prevent himself from collapsing due to his leg weakness. Beads of sweat streamed down his face, drenching his entire body. His chest heaved violently. A look of exhaustion. Is this my limit? Haha. Though breathless from exhaustion, he managed to smile, showing no resentment at his situation. He had thoroughly savored the joy of tennis. After a long breath, he looked up at Goku and chuckled, "Hey, playing tennis is really fun, isn't it?" Immediately, he swung his aching arm and managed to throw the tennis ball upwards, squeezing the last bit of strength in his body and hitting it hard. Swoosh. Goku, standing calmly across from him, saw the ball approaching, smiled faintly, and hit it back with even more force. Snap. With a dull thud, the ball pierced Ryoma's defense with lightning speed and lodged itself firmly in the iron net. Goku scores. Goku wins the third game. Momashiro Takashi announced the score, his eyes filled with complexities as he looked at Ryoma, exhausted and sprawled on the ground. He knew the match was over, even though the score was only 2-1. In the cafe, Takushi Ryuji slammed his cup on the table, shaking it. Kurub. This guy is a true genius. No. A monster. A once-in-a-lifetime monster. We must recruit him. No one can snatch him away, he spoke with enthusiasm and excitement. Compared to him, Kurobukyo's expression remained calm, but if you looked closely, you could see the shock still lingering in his eyes. Goku's performance was too astonishing. Even though he had seen countless geniuses over the years, few had shocked him as much as Goku. Let's go, Ryuji, it's time to go see him. He quickly closed his laptop, put it in his bag, stood up, and walked out the door. It should have been a long time ago. Let's go, Takushi Ryuji immediately followed. On the court, Ryoma lay on the ground, panting, staring blankly at the azure sky. Although defeated, a smile always played on his lips. At this moment, Wukong approached him, squatted down, extended his hand, and offered him a friendly smile. Thank you for allowing me to witness the state of selflessness. After Ryoma activated the limit of seamlessness, he had been immersed in sensing the changes in his opponent. As a result, his strength and speed remained at the same level as Ryoma's, not deliberately increasing his strength or speed to suppress his opponent for the sake of victory. This also had a benefit. It allowed him to experience the state of selflessness for as long as possible and experience the inspiration it brought him. When a hand appeared in his field of vision, Ryoma withdrew his gaze from the blue sky. He stared at Goku for a few seconds, then raised a trembling hand and shook it, chuckling, "You've really never played tennis before." Goku was about to give him some energy to regain his strength, but upon hearing his question, he instinctively loosened his grip and scratched his head. Haha, yeah, this is my first time playing tennis. And just like you said, it's really fun. Ryoma lowered his hand and curled his lips. That's really sad news. A newcomer, relying on her formidable learning ability and physical prowess, had defeated his all-out effort, leaving him with mixed feelings. But hearing you say tennis is fun really makes me happy, he said with a smile. If more people could see the joy of playing tennis, the sad news would be less agonizing. On the sidelines, Kikumaru looked shocked, his face a cat-like expression. That little guy actually lost. It's unbelievable, Oishi sighed. I never thought that Shizen, even using all the perfect moves that had defeated Yukimura Seiichi, couldn't defeat that guy. Fuji's eyes remained open. Tezuka, you saw that guy's physical condition, didn't you? Tezuka nodded slightly, a rare look of solemnity on his face. I saw it. His physical condition is truly astonishing. He observed that Goku hadn't shed a drop of sweat. His every move was the same as at the start of the match, without a trace of fatigue or exhaustion. Such physical condition was truly the most terrifying he had ever witnessed. "Let's go, let's meet this friend." At his command, the Shigaku team headed out onto the court. At this moment, Goku and Ryoma were accompanied by another person, Momoshiro Takashi, the referee. He first took a look at Ryoma's condition, then put his arm around Goku's shoulder like an old friend and said casually, "Goku, you're a real monster. You even beat Echizen." Goku chuckled and handed him his racket. "That's all thanks to your racket." The two of them exchanged glances, then, one arm around the other, bursting out in laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha." Ryoma, lying helpless on the ground, looked gloomy. Hey, is it really okay for you to laugh like that in front of me? Senior Tao, it looks like I'll have to show you how good I am in my next match." Perhaps sensing Ryoma's ill will, Momoshiro Takashi felt a chill run down his spine, and his laughter stopped. Then, seeing Tezuka and the others approach, he took the initiative to introduce them to Goku. "Goku, these are our companions. This is our captain, Tezuka Kunimitsu, and this is," he introduced everyone from Shigaku to Goku one by one. Wukong then introduced himself with a smile. "Hello, I'm Sun Wukong, you can just call me Wukong." The outgoing Kikumaru swooped over to him, pinching and rubbing him all over his body. He gasped, "Hiss, hard muscles. How did you get them so hard, Wukong?" Daishi twitched his lips, grasped Kikumaru's neck like a cat, and pulled him away forcefully. "Don't always do such rude things, Kikumaru." After his scolding, he rubbed his head and gave Wukong an apologetic smile. "Sorry, Wukong, Kikumaru is always such a headache." Wukong blinked and smiled nonchalantly. "It's okay, haha." Then he looked at Kikumaru seriously and said, "These muscles are all the result of hard training." Hard training. Everyone was lost in thought. To have such a formidable physique, the training must have been beyond their imagination. While they pondered, Goku glanced around, then rubbed his head and smiled sheepishly. Do you have any water? I'm a little thirsty." Everyone came to their senses. Oishi replied, "Yes," and reached for his bag. But at that moment, Inusadahuru suddenly pulled out a bottle of green liquid and, with a blank expression, asked Goku, "Would you like some, Goku? This is my new dry juice. It replenishes the nutrients you've lost during exercise." Swish. In an instant, everyone in Shigaku retreated, save for Fuji and Ryoma, who lay helpless on the ground. "Huh? What's wrong with you?" Goku glanced around, bewildered by the sudden purple-blue faces and visible expressions of fear. "Goku, that, Momoshiro Takashi, with a kind word of caution, bravely pointed at the dry juice in Inusadahru's hand. However, after Inusadahuru gave him a nonchalant look, he immediately shut up, choking on the rest of his words. "This thing? What's wrong with this thing?" Wukong took the dry juice from Inusadahru's hand and examined it curiously. "Drinks of this color are rare. Is it good?" It's really delicious." At this moment, Fuji, who had taken the other bottle of dry juice from Inusadahuru, unscrewed the lid without hesitation, took a swig, and moaned with pleasure. Jin, please let me try this new type of dry juice sooner." Fuji smiled softly, his eyes narrowed. Seeing his reaction, Wukong didn't hesitate any longer, unscrewed the lid, and took a deep gulp. Puff, as a bitter, astringent, fishy, and disgusting taste exploded on his taste buds. Wukong's eyes widened and he spat out the dry juice he hadn't swallowed, spraying Inusadahuru in the face. Then, choking, he spat furiously onto the ground. Tut, tut, tut. Tut, tut, tut. It took him a long time to recover, and he screwed the lid back on the dry juice and instantly threw it into Inusadahuru's arms. "What the hell is this? It's so unpalatable." His handsome face twisted into a Kizaru-like one. He swore it was the worst drink he'd ever had in his life. Even coffee, which he once hated, pales in comparison. "Is that so? I'm so sorry." Despite being sprayed in the face, Inusadahuru remained calm, simply wiping his face and glasses with a piece of paper. He then took out a small notebook and began to take notes. XTH Generation Dry Juice, Experimenter Number 1, Response, Unpalatable. Conclusion, Taste may need improvement. After this hilarious scene, Goku successfully snatched a bottle of normal mineral water from Oishi and gulped it down. Just then, Kurobukyo and Takushi Ryuji arrived. From a distance, Takushi Ryuji shouted, "Hey! the guy who defeated Echizen Ryoma. You must join us. Everyone looked on, bewildered. Who is this person? As the two approached, Takushi Ryuji firmly grasped the bewildered Goku's shoulders, his eyes gleaming as he spoke. I'm Coach Takushi Ryuji here, and behind me is Kurobukyo. We sincerely invite you to join our training camp. Here, you'll receive the best training, rapidly improve your skills, and become a world-class tennis player. No. The world's #1 tennis player, huh? Goku blinked in confusion. Just then, his stomach suddenly growled. He instinctively touched his stomach and said with an awkward laugh, Ahoha, I think I'm a little hungry. No problem. We have plenty of delicious food here. Come on. I'll take you. At this moment, Takushi Ryuji would agree to anything to get Goku to join them. Even a simple meal wasn't a problem at all. After all, they offer a wide variety of food here, in unlimited quantities. Is that so? Thank you so much. Goku's eyes lit up at the thought of delicious food, and he clasped his hands together in gratitude. But just as Takushi Ryuji was about to take him to dinner, Kurobukyo, who had been silent until then, suddenly raised his hand and stopped them. What's wrong, Kurob? Takushi Ryuji asked, puzzled. Kurobukyo ignored his question, looking Goku in the eye and saying calmly, if I'm right, you were holding back during your match with Echizen Ryoma. With these words, everyone in Shigaku, except Ryoma, frowned. Kikumaru even glanced at Ryoma, who had been helped up, to see his expression. As spectators, they had a clearer view of Goku and Ryoma's performance than anyone else, and could naturally see that Goku was holding back. But they had kept silent about it, fearing it would hurt Ryoma's pride. But now, unexpectedly, Kurobukyo suddenly revealed a harsh truth. Seeing everyone's strange expressions, combined with Kurobukyo's words, Ryoma, a brilliant man, naturally guessed something. He chuckled softly. What are you all worried about? Am I so fragile that I need you to hide the truth? Besides, do you think I can't see that Goku still retains some strength? He pointed at Goku. Look, there's not a single trace of sweat on this guy's body from start to finish. It's so obvious. You don't think I'm blind, do you? At this, Oishi, Kikumaru, Momashiro Takashi, and others who aren't as good at hiding things laughed awkwardly. Ahoho, Echizen, what are you talking about? We don't understand, are you, Tao? Yes, I don't understand what Echizen is saying at all. Kikumaru, aren't you? They pretended to cover up. Ryoma smiled dumbly and ignored them, looking at Goku, ready to see his response. Honestly, he was also curious about how much strength Goku had hidden. At this moment, under Kurobukyo's piercing gaze, Goku raised his hand, pinched his index finger and thumb in the air, and said with a smile, just a little, just a little. Kurobukyo looked at him for a moment, then said, then head of all now, let me see your full strength. Since he wanted to recruit the other party, he naturally needed to understand the other party's current strength limit. Only then would he have a clear idea and be able to report to Mifune Naruto. After hearing this, Goku scratched his head. Ah, is that so? He glanced back at the large hole in the iron fence. He had already destroyed their place once, it would not be good to destroy it again. Following his gaze, Kurobukyo saw the big hole and said, don't worry about damaging the iron net, nor about damaging the things behind the iron net. Just shoot in that direction, and there are uninhabited mountains and forests inside. After that, he gave Goku the final weight. Ryuji is only the physical trainer here, and he is not in charge of other things. I am in charge of everything in the training camp, including eating. If you satisfy me with this shot, you can eat as much as you want. Although it was only a preliminary meeting, Kurobukyo was observant. When he saw Goku's eager look when he heard that there was food, he immediately deduced that this was a foodie. His deduction was correct. Besides martial arts, Goku's favorite hobby was eating delicious food, especially when he was hungry. Goku nodded immediately. Okay, I'll listen to you. Let's play. Quickly, Goku accepted a racket from Momashiro Takashi again and, standing at the serving point, weighed the tennis ball. By this point, aside from the Shigaku players, the other junior high and even high school players had all heard from the crowd that the coach was going to give Goku a full serve. They all paused, their gaze fixed on the ball, whispering quietly. Hey, what do you think that guy can do at full strength? I think that shot through the net before was his full strength, right? Only the top players can do that kind of crazy shot, right? This guy can't possibly be better than them. Yeah, you do have a point. Why did the coach make him do it again? Well, I don't know. Maybe he was afraid that the previous serve was just a fluke. From a stand with only 2 people, Tokugawa Kazuya asked without turning back, Oni, how strong do you think his full strength can be? Oni Jojiro crossed his arms and said expressionlessly, I don't know. We'll just have to watch. At the serve, Goku glanced ahead, wondering how much force he should use. After a few seconds of thought, he decided to show off his skills within an appropriate range. After all, Momoshiro Takashi had just described the delicious food here, covering many different regions. To get the owner, Kurobe, to agree to let him eat, he decided to satisfy him as much as possible. Thinking of this, he turned to look at the crowd watching and said with a grin, well, then, I'll begin. Yet. Go, Goku. Let's see your true strength. Momoshiro Takashi raised his fist, cheering him on. The others also made gestures to cheer Goku on. Kurobe, however, simply folded his arms across his chest, watching calmly. After signaling, Goku turned back, gently tossed a ball upward, and then swung his racket with a speed unimaginable to the naked eye. The next moment, boom, boom, boom. Everyone heard only a roar, and then saw countless trees falling in rows in the forest beyond the iron fence, to the left, center, and right. As far as the eye could see, there was no end in sight. Goku turned around, touched the tip of his nose with a grin, and said, well, that's all I'm going for. How is it going? Is it okay? The entire venue fell into dead silence. Takushi Ryuji's eyes almost popped out of his head, and his mouth opened and closed, but no sound came out. The members of the Shigaku school group stood transfixed, like statues. Even the usually composed Fuji, Inu Sadaharu, and even Tezuka Kunimitsu were completely paralyzed. As for Ryoma, he had only one thought, if this guy had hit a ball like that before, I'd be dead. 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 In the stands, the crowd, with their various expressions and gestures, looked like a massive sculpture, all petrified. Oni Jojiro was dumbfounded. It was hard to imagine a man known for his ferocity expressing such an expression. Tokugawa Kazuya also lost his composure, his face filled with shock. After an indefinite pause, a voice shattered the silence. Kurobe Yukio, hands in his pockets, nodded expressionlessly. Okay, he then addressed Takushi Ryuji. Ryuji, take him to the restaurant for dinner. I'll come back later. With that, he left the scene alone. The Shigaku students, who had witnessed all this, sighed after recovering their senses, as expected of a coach who single-handedly oversees the training camp. He must have seen a lot to remain so calm. Upon hearing Kurobe's words, Takushi Ryuji also snapped back to his senses, his eyes ablaze with enthusiasm. He grabbed Goku and immediately left. Come on, come on. I'll take you to eat something delicious. Snap. Snap. Steady footsteps echoed through the silent, empty hallway. Kurobe Yukio approached from afar, quickly arriving at the door of an office. He pushed open the concealed door with his foot and stepped inside. Then, with a kick of his heel, he closed the door. After this, he reached over to his desk, reached out from his pocket, and lifted the long steeped cup of black tea. Then, he spilled it all over the floor. Looking at his shaking arm, Kurobe Yukio fell silent. After a long moment, he placed the half-empty cup of tea back on the desk, sat down in his office chair, turned on his computer, and retrieved the previous surveillance footage. After a moment, his hand on the mouse paused, slowing the surveillance footage to its lowest speed, then squinted his eyes. On the surveillance screen, a flash of yellow light flashed across the court before crashing directly into the wire mesh, transforming into 3 yellow streaks that shot off in different directions into the forest. Kurobe Yukio's eyes narrowed, and he rewound the screen to the moment the yellow light hit the wire mesh, then zoomed in again. He saw the tennis ball instantly split into 3 pieces upon contact with the wire mesh. Yet, the wire mesh remained completely unscathed. After a long silence, Kurobe Yukio picked up the phone and dialed a number. Hello, Coach Mifune, it's me. A few minutes later, he put the phone down, closed his laptop, and prepared to leave. Just then, a call came in. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, it's Kurobe, he answered calmly. A somewhat dry voice came from the other end of the line. Mr. Kurobe, we have to go out and buy some food again today. Why? Kurobe said expressionlessly. To ensure the freshness of the ingredients, they purchase them every 2 days. Since they had just purchased yesterday, they shouldn't need to buy anything today. There was a moment of silence on the other end, then a resigned tone said, "Mr. Kurobe, you may not believe this, but Mr. Ryuji brought someone with him. He's a big eater. Let me put it this way, if we don't buy today, we might be hungry tomorrow morning." Kurobukyo, in the restaurant, Wukong burped loudly. I'm so full." He stroked his round belly, a look of satisfaction on his face. Then, holding his chin, he said, "This time we've gained a lot. Shenlong is right. The state of selflessness really allows me to draw inferences from other things. Next, I'm going to study it carefully and try to solve those two problems as soon as possible." His face was filled with excitement. Then he looked around, saw no one, and waved at the surveillance camera in the corner. "Bye. Thank you for your hospitality, I'm leaving." With that, he vanished from the spot. Not long after, when Takushi Ryuji and Kurobukyo rushed in, drunken Mifune Naruto, they were stunned by the empty restaurant. Where are the people? Chapter 347, The Tournament of Power. Goku's sudden arrival. Note, to distinguish Goku from Dragon Ball Super, in this volume, the protagonist Goku is referred to as GT Goku, while Goku from Dragon Ball Super is referred to as Super Goku. After his journey through the world of Prince of Tennis, GT Goku's long stagnant state of mind finally saw progress. He continued to delve into the world of travel, experimenting constantly, and ultimately succeeded in achieving a rapid improvement in his mind state of mind. 3 years had passed since then. He now found himself unable to find an opponent strong enough to test his prowess. So, he asked Shenlong, "Shenlong, can you help me find a formidable opponent? I feel so weak without a strong opponent to spar with." Shenlong remained silent for a long moment. Finally, he slowly spoke, "Goku, there's a universe very similar to the one you were born into, yet different. Within that universe, a cosmic tournament is currently underway. Perhaps you'll find a powerful opponent there." GT Goku's eyes lit up, and he nodded without hesitation. "Then please, Shenlong, take me there. I beg you." In the Dragon Ball Xenoverse, at Super Goku's suggestion, the two Omni Kings from the present and future officially announced the Tournament of Power, a universal martial arts tournament. Learning that 10 participants were required and that the losing universe would be eliminated by the Omni Kings, Super Goku searched for powerful allies and finally gathered them. Just before the tournament began, he arrived at the realm of nothingness, where the Tournament of Power was being held. At that moment, the beings from Universe 7 gazed in shock at this world, a dimension was had described as created by the Grand Priest, a void, isolated from all other dimensions. "Look! It's pitch black down there, you can't see a thing." Krillin stood at the edge of the Tournament of Power ring, gazing at the inky blackness below, the abyss-like, bottomless space, and swallowed hard. His legs instinctively twitched back a little. What if he stood too close? What if he accidentally fell? "Oh, if you're scared, don't participate, lest you hold us back." Frieza, a temporary replacement for Buu during the final moments of the journey to the realm of nothingness, stood alone to the side, his mouth covered with his hand, and let out a sinister, playful laugh. "HMPH. Who's scared? It's you, though. I'm worried you'll hold us back. Who knows if you'll secretly try to trip us up." Krillin snorted, glaring at Frieza with a stern look. Despite Super Goku's assurances, he still felt extremely insecure about the man who had once killed him, and remained wary of him. Okay, stop arguing." Seeing this, Super Goku quickly stepped forward to mediate, breaking up the quarrel. Gohan also approached Krillin, placing his right hand on his shoulder and saying solemnly, "Uncle Krillin, I know you hate this guy, and so do I, but right now, to prevent our universe from being destroyed, we must unite and pool our strength to win the match." With his persuasion, Krillin quickly calmed down. "You're right, Gohan. I'll follow your orders for this match." Meanwhile, Beerus glared at Frieza and warned him, "If you dare to try anything tricky during the match, I won't let you off." He was incredibly nervous about the match. After all, if he lost, the universe would be destroyed, and he, the god of destruction, would be buried with it. If he hadn't been able to play, he wouldn't have allowed himself to be a spectator. "Oh, don't worry, Lord Beerus. I'll absolutely follow your orders," Frieza replied with a smile, unfazed. While they were conversing, the other 7 universes participating in the Tournament of Power also arrived one after another. Upon seeing the people from Universe 7, the 3 Wolf brothers from Universe 9, Bergamo, Lavanda, and Basil, expressed immense hostility. "It's these damned fellows," Especially that guy named Son Goku. If it weren't for them, how could we even be participating in a tournament where we could be eliminated without even realizing it? Basil, the third brother, gritted his teeth. At this point, there's no point in saying these things. When the tournament begins, we'll defeat them immediately and make them taste the bitter fruit. The eldest brother, Bergamo, folded his arms, a look of arrogance and confidence. That's right. The three of us brothers are as strong as a knife. We won't lose no matter what. Not only them, but everyone else in the universe will be defeated by us. Lavanda, the second brother, smiled sinisterly. Their malicious gazes were quickly noticed by Super Goku, Vegeta, and the others, but they remained unmoved. Just thinking about facing off against masters from other universes has me trembling with excitement. Super Goku cracked his neck and clenched his fists, his face brimming with excitement for the upcoming battle. But then, his expression suddenly changed, and he glanced sharply to the side. Simultaneously, Vegeta, arms folded, his face composed, his expression changing as he did, looking in the same direction. Such a powerful aura, their gazes were fixed on a group of people wearing identical attire. They were the Pride Squad from Universe 11. They were representing Universe 11 in this competition. Hey, Vegeta, do you sense that besides Toppo, there's another incredibly powerful individual among them? Super Goku stared intently at a sturdy, bald, wide-eyed man in the group, his expression filled with solemnity. Well, Kakarot, it looks like we're facing a formidable opponent this time. Even as proud as Vegeta was, he had to admit that the bald man emanated an extremely dangerous aura. Hey, I'll go say hello to him. Zhao Wukong suddenly smiled excitedly, and without saying a word, he walked towards the group. When he approached, he first greeted his acquaintance Toppo. Hey. Long time no see, Toppo. Toppo glanced at him with a stern look. What are you doing here, Son Wukong? You're not welcome here. As a peace advocate, he had a strong dislike for people like Zhao Wukong who would destroy the universe for their own selfish reasons, so naturally, he didn't treat him well. Don't be so formal, haha. Zhao Wukong rubbed his head and said with a playful smile. Then his face straightened. This time, we can finally have a good fight, humph. We're not here for such personal reasons, we're here to protect the universe, Toppo said coldly. Super Goku smiled and didn't answer. Instead, he turned his gaze to the bald man who had intrigued him, the strongest being in Universe 11, Jiren, and waved. Hey. How are you? Get lost. A cold, heartless voice stopped Super Goku's next words in his throat. Super Goku's expression suddenly changed, and he spun around to see Jiren appear behind him. When did you show up? He stared at the man, a few drops of sweat dripping down his forehead. Just now. He hadn't noticed the man's movements at all. His speed was even faster than teleportation. For a moment, he felt as if he were facing a formidable enemy. Meanwhile, several gods of destruction, summoned by the high priest to perform hard labor repairing the ring, saw that all the universes had arrived and instantly sped up. Let's hurry up. Don't keep Omni King and the high priest waiting too long. Under their divine power, numerous pieces of clashing steel, used to repair the ring, flew down from the sky, rapidly targeting the last patch of the ring that needed repairing. Their trajectory landed squarely on the spot where Goku and Jiren were standing. Seeing this, Goku leaped up, dodging the clashing steel. But Jiren remained motionless, even closing his eyes. The next moment, all the clashing steel zipped past him, not a single one touching the edge of his clothes. This guy, watching this from mid-air, Goku was startled, his sense of this opponent's strength growing stronger. But then, a thrill of excitement surged through him. With such a formidable opponent, he'd truly made the right choice for this match. After all the competitors had arrived and the ring had been repaired, the high priest finally made his appearance. It looks like everyone's here. Next, we'll have the Omni Kings address us. Everyone, please listen carefully. The two Omni Kings appeared hand in hand and gave a brief speech. Welcome everyone. I've been looking forward to this battle for a long time. Let's enjoy a lively match. After they finished speaking, the high priest cleared his throat and prepared to announce the rules. But just then, a figure suddenly appeared from nowhere near the Omni Kings, causing him to pause and look towards them. Who is it? Four guards with needle-like heads stepped forward from the Omni Kings, shouting furiously. When they saw the newcomer, they paused, their gazes instinctively glancing at Super Goku on the stage. Why did this guy look exactly like that person? The person who appeared was none other than GT Goku, teleported here by the dragon. Seeing the four men in front of him staring at him with hostile expressions, he raised his hands to offer a friendly gesture. "Hello, my name is Son Goku. Sorry to scare you, I meant no harm, haha." The four guards remained unmoved, staring at him with stern expressions. Although the man before them shared the same name and appearance as Super Goku, they knew this was not the Super Goku they knew. Besides, even if it was Super Goku, if he appeared here without the permission of the Omni King, they would still perform their duties as guards. At this moment, the two Omni Kings behind them stared at GT Goku in surprise. Suddenly, they looked up and behind GT Goku. Behind GT Goku, a shadowy figure, visible only to the Omni King and the High Priest, emerged. "Long time no see, Omni King." The shadowy figure's voice reached the Omni King. "Are you the Dragon God?" The two Omni Kings paused, then asked, "Are you awake?" "No." The shadowy figure shook its head slightly. "My true self is still asleep. This is merely a fragment of my consciousness." The shadowy figure then continued, "I apologize for intruding into your universe, but I've come here to ask a favor of yours." It then revealed GT Goku's identity and the reason for his visit. After hearing this explanation, the two Omni Kings nodded thoughtfully, their smiles innocent. "Yes, I agree. He may participate in the Tournament of Power." GT Goku, who had listened silently throughout the exchange, brightened at this remark. He clasped his hands together and said, "Thank you, Omni King." The shadowy figure, the divine dragon within him, informed him that the Omni King before him was the supreme deity ruling the universe and required a respectful title. Elsewhere, the High Priest, perched atop the center pillar of the arena, witnessed everything. He nodded slightly to the Phantom, then turned and smiled at all the competitors. "I'm pleased to announce that this time, we'll have an additional competitor competing with you." Boom. The competitors from the various universes, even the gods of destruction and the god Kais, who had long noticed the disturbance in the Omni King's palace but hadn't heard anything, were abuzz. "What? Why is there suddenly an extra competitor?" Yes. And we have 10 competitors from each universe here. How can he compete alone?" "Wait, why does that person look familiar?" Since GT Goku had appeared with his back to the arena, no one could see his true face. But those more familiar with Super Goku, like Toppo and Bergamot, sensed something strange about the figure. It looked incredibly familiar. The people from Universe 7 had already recognized it. "That's not it. Wait a minute." Krillin's mouth dropped open, his gaze shifting between Super Goku beside him and GT Goku in the distant Omni King Palace. As Super Goku's best friend who grew up together, he could swear. He couldn't be mistaken. That was Goku's back. "Hey, Kakarot, what's going on? How could there be another you?" Vegeta frowned. Then, as if thinking of something, he added, "Could that be you from some parallel universe?" Super Goku rubbed his head, his eyes filled with confusion. I don't know either." Seeing another version of himself appear, he was also bewildered. Another Son Goku. Hoo-hoo-ho. Now things are getting interesting. Frieza, looking like he was enjoying the fun, a wicked smile curling his lips. On the viewing platform, Beerus grabbed Whis, who was standing beside him. "Hey, Whis, what's going on? How could there be another Son Goku?" Then, a thought struck him, and he lowered his voice, leaning closer to Whis and whispering, "Tell me, what did the Omni King and him just say?" He had only seen the Omni King's mouth moving, but no sound was heard. He stared expectantly, only to see Whis shake her head. "Beerus-sama, don't ask what the Omni King and the High Priest don't want you to hear. Besides, I didn't hear a single word just now." Beerus' pupils shrank. "What? You couldn't even hear Whis?" At the same moment, the High Priest on the platform clenched his fist and coughed softly. In an instant, the clamor below faded. "I understand everyone's doubts, but I want to tell you this is the will of the Omni King, and the will of the Omni King cannot be defied." The High Priest initially wore a gentle smile, but by the end, his face had become solemn, emanating a commanding aura that made one's heart clench. But soon, the aura vanished, as if it had never been there, and the High Priest's smile returned. "However, I've heard some useful questions from everyone." At this point, he glanced sideways at GT Goku, who had turned around, and smiled slightly. "Sir, our Tournament of Power is an inter-universe competition. Each universe will have 10 contestants, and they will all clash simultaneously on the same stage, and you're alone. Which puts you at a significant disadvantage. I'd like to know your thoughts. If GT Goku were to compete on stage, He would be alone and could be attacked by his own universe at any moment, a very unfavorable situation. Therefore, he needed to inform him of this in advance. After hearing his words, GT Goku looked down at the arena below, scanning the crowd of contestants, a confident smile on his face, eager to try. So many opponents are really exciting. The number of people's no problem, I can do it alone. Chapter 348. Your attack is a little lack of fire. In the gray, deadly silence of the space, a bustling noise erupted from its very center. Upon hearing GT Goku's confident words, anger washed over the faces of many universe players, feeling offended. HMPH. What an arrogant fellow. Could he be the twin brother of that guy from Universe 7? He looks just as annoying. Universe 9's Bergamo snorted, glaring fiercely at GT Goku above him. Haha, enough about just one person. This guy's even more arrogant than me. When the match starts, I'm going to beat him to pulp. Buttermone, a giant yellow bear from Universe 6, folded his arms, a malicious grin on his face. Hey, Kale, I'm getting annoyed by this guy. If we meet him later, we'll give him an unforgettable experience and show him how powerful we are. Caulifla, a female Saiyan from Universe 6, curled her lips into a sly smile. Kale, a fellow female Saiyan beside her, cowered, her face filled with self-abasement as she said, I can't do it, sister. Elsewhere, Toppo and many of the Pride Team members also gazed at GT Goku in the Omni King's palace. He's such a confident person. To be allowed to compete by the Omni King, his strength must not be underestimated. Unlike many of the other contestants, Toppo didn't harbor hostility or contempt for the other, but instead calmly analyzed the situation. In his view, even being allowed to compete temporarily by the Omni King was a sign of seriousness. The confidence on the other's face also proved that he was definitely formidable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to boldly enter the competition alone. As for the fact that the other looked exactly like Super Goku or where he came from, he didn't dwell on it. After all, since the other hadn't joined Universe 7, he wasn't from it. In that case, his resemblance to Super Goku and his origins weren't worth his concern. Furthermore, he wouldn't extend the hostility he felt towards Super Goku to the other. Jiren, how are you feeling? After analyzing everything, he set his sights on Jiren, the absolute core of their team. Everyone on their team was formidable, but if anyone possessed absolute confidence in victory, it was undoubtedly Jiren, their strongest, already surpassing their own god of destruction. Therefore, no matter how formidable their opponent, as long as Jiren deemed them worthy of no threat, they would not lose. Upon hearing his question, Jiren, who had only glanced at GT Goku when he appeared and then kept his eyes closed, said calmly, "Don't worry." With these words, the faces of all the Pride Rangers except Toppo lit up. I told you no one could stand up to Jiren. Even if something unexpected happens, Universe 11 will still emerge victorious. Dispo, who bore a passing resemblance to Beerus, flashed his large front teeth in a brilliant smile. Toppo was determined, but his expression remained unmoved. He simply raised his strong arm, patted his chest, and said with a sharp look, "With you here, I'm relieved. We'll win this battle." On the side of Universe 7, everyone had a different expression. Krillin clutched his head, a look of sorrow and despair on his face. It's over, it's over. How did another Goku appear? And he's our rival? This puts even more pressure on us. Super Goku had always been their backbone, so he believed this other Goku would be equally powerful. Another old son? Things are getting complicated. Piccolo's face was solemn. Goku, Master Roshi put his hands behind his back. A reflection of light flashing off his sunglasses. Unlike them, Super Goku hammered his fists, a smile of eagerness on his face. You're worthy of being another me. I also want to defeat all the opponents by myself. Hey, what nonsense are you talking about, Goku? We represent the entire universe. This battle is related to the life and death of our universe. And the other you, it seems, only represents one person. Maybe it won't cost anything, Krillin complained helplessly. Gohan also took the opportunity to promote his own combat philosophy. Yeah, Dad, when the game starts, we have to get together, work together, and fight off the opponent together. That's how we can maximize our chances of winning. Ahoha, I know, I was just saying that. Super Goku touched his head and said with a grin. Don't worry, Gohan, I'll listen to you later. Krillin twitched his lips, observing the still eager look on his face. He muttered to himself, you don't look like someone who would listen to Gohan, huh? All alone? I'd really like to know what kind of strength this Kakarot possesses. Vegeta crossed his arms, a look of interest on his face. Hey, Vegeta, his opponent is me. Don't try to compete with me. Upon hearing this, Super Goku immediately became anxious and shouted. He was also curious about his other self's strength. HMPH. Kakarot, his opponent should be me. No. It's me. Vegeta. Neither of them would give in, staring at each other with fierce, bowl-like eyes, sending sparks flying in the air. Watching this from the stands, Beerus's blood pressure soared. If the situation didn't allow it, he would have wanted to attack them. Hey. You two. Just shut up. He finished his roar, then gnashed his teeth and muttered to himself, damn it, damn it, damn it. Why did another Goku show up? He won't fight Goku, will he? Whis kindly reminded him, Lord Beerus, this isn't about whether Goku wants to fight Goku and the others. Now it's Goku and Vegeta who want to fight each other. Hoo. Beerus' expression froze. Yet, how could he have forgotten that the two of them were arguing downstairs because of this? Thinking of this, he yelled at Super Goku and the others again, hey. Goku. Vegeta. You two, absolutely do not fight that guy right away. Do you hear me? Although he didn't sense a strong aura from GT Goku, his intuition told him that this guy was definitely not weak. In fact, he might even be stronger than their universe's Goku. Therefore, to ensure their universe's victory, their players must not confront the other side right away. Even if they eventually had to face off, they'd have to let the other universe players help them test that guy's true strength. However, in the ring, Super Goku turned a deaf ear. He watched GT Goku, who had descended from the Omni Palace and landed not far from them, waved and shouted, hey. Another me. Let's have a match later. GT Goku, upon hearing the voice, waved back and smiled. Okay, he had long noticed this universe's alter ego and the familiar faces. But the one who surprised him most wasn't Master Roshi, who had aged and not fought in years, but Frieza, with his deathly aura and an evil aura. He hadn't expected his opponent to appear on the team in such a competition. But he didn't ask any questions, simply thinking about enjoying the match first and catching up with these familiar faces after it was over. The High Priest atop the central pillar of the arena, noticing GT Goku's arrival, cleared his throat and began to explain the rules of the competition, which had been interrupted. Before the match begins, please listen carefully to the rules. First, the match will last for 100 tak. The pillar beneath my feet will sink over time. When it reaches the same height as the ground, the match is over. Second, only contestants who fall out of the arena will be eliminated. A contestant who becomes incapacitated or passes out will not be eliminated. Third, the use of weapons and the death of a contestant are prohibited. Violators will be automatically eliminated, and serious violations will result in expulsion. Fourth, moves that allow the body to levitate, such as the aerial dance, are prohibited. Fifth, the High Priest recited the rules of the competition in great detail. GT Goku listened carefully. After hearing the number 100 tak, he asked the Shenlong within him in confusion, Shenlong, how long is 100 tak? Approximately 48 Earth minutes, the Shenlong replied. So short. GT Goku raised an eyebrow in surprise, then pursed his chin as he analyzed the rules he'd just heard. Falling out of the ring is elimination, meaning you'll have to throw your opponent out after defeating them. During this time, if their teammates notice, they might come to rescue them. Not being able to fly means less room to dodge, and no mid-air combat. Oh, and if you're accidentally knocked out of the ring, you can't get back in. After a moment's thought, he chuckled softly. Well, this kind of competition is quite interesting. This grand, chaotic battle with so many strange rules was his first time participating. Seeing so many opponents, the long-chilled blood in his body began to stir, his body throbbing with excitement. Just then, the High Priest, after explaining the rules and announcing that the best performer would receive a Super Dragon Ball as a reward, said with a smile, "Then I declare the Tournament of Power officially open." Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the arena erupted in deafening explosions. From the moment the match began, competitors from universes 2, 3, 4, 6, 9, 10, and 11 launched preemptive strikes, unleashing fierce attacks on their opponents from the surrounding universes. In an instant, the arena's orderly state morphed into utter chaos. Energy attacks of various colors clashed with unbridled force, scattering the arena. Simultaneously, powerful shockwaves whipped up gusts of wind. Dust billowed, Thick smoke billowed, and a dazzling light shone, obscuring everyone's vision. Universe 7 was the only team from any universe that didn't immediately engage. Before the match began, Gohan, appointed captain by Super Goku, had led them to the arena's only remaining pillar, a massive shield. They pressed against the pillar, preparing for a coordinated team battle. Therefore, after the match began, they, trapped in a corner, weren't immediately approached by competitors from other universes, nor did they immediately engage. However, as the battle erupted in the arena, Gohan, who had been waiting intently, determined to win the match through cooperation, was left bewildered. Super Goku and Vegeta, already eager to make their move, glanced around, spotted their target, and, forgetting the previously agreed-upon cooperation plan, they left the crowd without a word and plunged into the chaos. Simultaneously, number 18, number 17, and Frieza also joined the fray, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, only half the men remained at the pillar. Gohan froze, his mouth opening and closing in complete bewilderment. They're leaving now? How can we continue our team strategy? He was the only one of the remaining 5 to remain stunned. Piccolo, Master Roshi, and Krillin remained composed, unfazed by the situation. We expected them to do this, Piccolo said calmly. Gohan, what you need to do next is ensure that our team can hold out to the end. As for Old Sun and the others, we can't worry about them, of course, their strength isn't something we need to worry about. Piccolo's calm words immediately brought Gohan back to his senses, his expression growing serious. I understand, Uncle Piccolo. I won't let you down. What an intense and spectacular scene. On the other side of the ring, GT Goku raised an eyebrow in admiration as he watched the battles erupt around him. He had never witnessed so many powerful masters engaged in such a chaotic battle. Swoosh! A burst of energy suddenly shot towards him, emitting a scorching, violent aura. With a backhand strike, he shattered the attack into tiny dots of light. He then flexed his fist, a smile of eager anticipation on his face. Hey, time to find someone to fight too. However, just as he was surveying his surroundings, preparing to find a suitable opponent to warm up, 3 uninvited guests approached him first. Go back to where you came from. You annoying bastard who looks just like Sun Wukong. 3 bolts of red, yellow, and blue lightning shot out from a short distance, instantly encircling GT Wukong, and then unleashed a barrage of red energy blasts. Boom, 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 boom. As smoke billowed from the center of the explosion, the 3 Wolf brothers, Bergamo, Lavanda, and Basil, emerged, grinning triumphantly. This guy isn't that great. He looks much weaker than that guy from Universe 7, Basil crossed his arms, a disdainful smile curling his lips. That's right, we hit him so easily. I don't know where he got the confidence to even enter this arena. Lavanda shook his head. The eldest, Bergamo, remained silent, merely gazing at the center of the explosion with a smile. But then, his pupils suddenly shrank. The smoke from the explosion gradually dissipated, revealing the scene inside. He had expected GT Goku to be battered and wounded, and that they only needed one final blow to knock him out of the ring. But in reality, GT Goku lowered his hands, revealing an unharmed body. He then patted his clothes and smiled softly, saying, well, your attack was pretty good, but it still lacked some power. Chapter 349, One Against Many. GT Goku initially shows his strength. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Somewhere in the ring, Toppo unleashed a barrage of powerful finger strikes from his 5 fingers, sending an opponent who had come to him reeling. Then, his rhino-like body exhibited the lightning speed of a cheetah. He swooped in front of his opponent and delivered a powerful punch that sent him careening backwards. But instead of pursuing his opponent and knocking him out of the ring, he retreated to his previous position and assumed a defensive stance. Meanwhile, some of the Pride Rangers, who had previously repelled their opponents, followed suit, forming a circle around him and adopting a defensive stance facing outward. We'll hold our ground here, not attacking first, conserving our strength. When the time is right, we'll strike quickly and end this match, Toppo declared in a stern voice. Understood, Captain, the other members of the circle emphatically agreed. Inside their circle, Jiren sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes closed in meditation. As the key to victory in this match, while Jiren possessed overwhelming power, or so they believed, to maximize his chances of victory, he couldn't strike immediately. Instead, he needed to conserve his stamina and energy. He could wait until the later stages of the match, When the number of competitors had dwindled and they were already exhausted, then emerge with a powerful, dominating presence and secure victory. Therefore, Toppo and the others were surrounding Jiren, simply to help him strike later and better conserve his stamina. Jiren is our ultimate move. Once Jiren strikes, victory will be ours. Universe 11, the clown-like god of destruction of Universe 11 said with a confident smile. That's right, with Jiren here, no one can defeat us. Universe 11's King Kai was equally confident. At this moment, besides them, the gods of destruction and King Kais from other universes, watching the match from the stands, were also intently watching the performance of their own universe's competitors. When they saw their own competitors dominating their opponents, they beamed with joy. When they see their own players being suppressed, or even in danger, they become more concerned. Besides keeping an eye on their own players, they also focus some of their attention on GT Goku. After all, he is the only variable in this match, and the most unknown person. They all want to know what kind of strength this mysterious figure who suddenly appeared here and was allowed to participate in the competition by the Omni King will possess. That's a player from Universe 9, right? I didn't expect them to be the first to face that guy. That's great. Let the people from Universe 9 help our people test the waters first and see how strong that guy is. That's right. The gods of destruction and king of the gods outside Universe 9 all showed a look of amusement. Universe 9's god of destruction, Sakura, looked worried. How could Bilgamo and the others have gone after that guy so quickly? They're so reckless. Beside him, the gloomy-faced king of the 9th universe, Rayor, wore a scornful smile. What's there to be afraid of? Our universe's warriors are formidable, especially Bilgamo and his companions. Once the three brothers unite and form a dangerous triangle, no one can defeat them. This battle will be a perfect opportunity for the other universes to witness the might of Universe 9. Meanwhile, in the arena. Upon hearing GT Goku's assessment of the attack launched by the three brothers, Bilgamo's eyes twitched, a flicker of anger crossing his face. HMPH. Don't think you're qualified to instruct us just because you blocked that attack. That was just our most basic attack. Wait until we unleash our true strength, and you'll see how formidable we are. Initially, they hadn't intended to go after GT Goku, but rather Super Goku. After all, their hostility towards Super Goku far outweighed GT Goku's. Unfortunately, the arena had become a chaotic mess since the match began, and the thick smoke and dust obscured their vision, making them lose sight of Super Goku. Coincidentally, instead of Super Goku, they spotted GT Goku, who was alone. While GT Goku's attire resembled Super Goku's, he lacked a double Wu God characters on his chest and back, making him instantly recognizable. Recalling his opponent's previously arrogant declaration, the three brothers immediately agreed to defeat this unknown being, a figure as unsavory as Super Goku. Real strength? Upon hearing Bergamo's words, Goku blinked, then rubbed his nose and chuckled. Then please let me see it. I'd love to see it, too. His nonchalant smile instantly ignited the anger of the three Bergamo brothers. Second brother. Third brother. Let's use the dangerous triangle formation and show this guy what we're made of, Bergamo roared, radiating a powerful aura. Understood, big brother, Lavanda and Basil responded, also increasing their aura. Goku, with a smile on his face, glanced at the three brothers surrounding him in a triangle. Though his body didn't move much, his mind was already bracing itself. The next moment, whoosh! Bergamo took the lead, instantly closing in on Goku. His fists, like after images, launched a fierce attack. Under this torrent of attacks, Goku made no attempt to defend or attack, merely swaying his body from side to side, dodging the barrage of blows. Following Bergamo's move, the second brother, Lavanda, silently approached Goku from behind. His hands were enveloped in two clouds of purple mist, creating a terrifying sight. This was precisely his unique skill, the poisonous gas gloves, which allowed him to coat his hands with a poison released from his body, unleashing even greater lethality. Dodging Bergamo's attack, Goku's eyes suddenly froze. He'd noticed the aura behind him had suddenly vanished. Not only that, his body was also warning him of danger. Without a second to think, he dodged and vanished instantly. The next moment, Lavanda's two poisonous claws slashed through his remaining image. He dodged it, Lavanda's eyes twitched. He'd thought this attack was foolproof, but he hadn't expected GT Goku to dodge it at the last moment. You see, the The three brothers were born with the ability to completely conceal their aura, rendering them completely invisible to their opponents. But previously, they hadn't revealed this ability, instead actively releasing their aura, allowing their opponents to clearly sense them. The goal was to catch them off guard. While Bergamo was distracting the enemy, Lavanda, the most lethal force, would completely restrain his aura, slipping unnoticed into his opponent's blind spot and striking with a single blow. But now, this unexpected, thunderous strike had missed. Don't be distracted. The battle isn't over yet. Bergamo's roar jolted Lavanda out of his trance. Quickly gathering his composure, Lavanda looked intently, only to see his third brother, Basil, after his own attack had failed, swiftly surrounding Wukong, preventing him from leaving their triangle formation. Bergamo roared at him, his entire body ablaze with crimson energy. He aimed his right palm at Wukong's side. Take my wolf penetration. Ha, boom. A wave of crimson energy erupted from his palm, like a volcanic eruption. The crimson light, carrying a terrifying, all-consuming aura, shot towards Wukong at a rapid speed. Wukong, dodging Basil's powerful kicks, suddenly flashed and leaped backward. Basil had intended to entangle him, leaving him to face his elder brother's attack head-on. But Wukong's timing was impeccable, a moment too early, a moment too late. As he made his move, a crimson wave of energy approached, forcing him to retreat as well. Swish! With that accomplished, Lavanda arrived from the other side, forming a dangerous triangle with Bergamo and Basil, surrounding Wukong. You really amaze me. You've managed to completely contain your aura. That's quite impressive. Trapped in the center, Wukong remained unfazed, grinning and praising the three wolf brothers' previous actions. And you, those things in your hands look quite dangerous. Could they be poison? He looked at Lavanda, pointing at the purple gas in his hand. A veteran and knowledgeable man, even without having touched the items in his opponent's hand, he could already discern a clue based on his experience. You're right. This is poison. One hit will corrode your body. So, are you scared? Lavanda, forgetting his previous defeat, smiled sinisterly. Scared? Not really, Wukong said with a grin. Poison is terrifying, but isn't it enough to just avoid it? How simple. Huh? You look just like Sun Wukong, and you're just as arrogant, Lavanda snorted. Huh? But my name is Sun Wukong. GT Wukong blinked innocently. You're also Sun Wukong. The three wolf brothers were startled, then quickly regained their composure. HMPH. That's even better. First, defeat you, Son Goku, and then defeat the Son Goku of Universe 7. Only then can we calm the anger in our three brothers' hearts. Then, come on, I'm ready. GT Goku hooked his finger, smiling provocatively at the three. Bergamo. Lavanda. Basil. Beat that guy out of here. In the viewing platform, King Kylar, somewhat dissatisfied with the three wolf brothers' recent battle, put his hand to his mouth like a trumpet and shouted at the three. Hey, Whis, can you tell what that guy's strength is? Beerus said, staring intently at GT Goku. Beerus-sama, this is difficult for me. I can't judge his strength until he unleashes his full power. Whis gave a helpless smile and paused before continuing. However, judging from his combat awareness and agility just now, he's undoubtedly a seasoned warrior. Is that so? Beerus nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly realized and cursed, nonsense. You don't even need to tell me that. I can see that, okay, In the ring, Super Goku was engaged in a fierce battle with two contestants from Universe 10. He had originally intended to find Toppo to complete his unfinished battle, but was intercepted en route, forcing him to fight the opponent who had come to him first. After a wave of energy knocked back the two opponents in front of him, he caught a glimpse of the three Bergamas surrounding GT Goku. He raised an eyebrow, a hint of interest. Has the other me faced those guys? This is a good opportunity to test his strength. Although he didn't think the three of Bergamo were particularly strong, they possessed unique abilities. If they were to entangle him, and he needed to conserve his energy, he wouldn't be able to defeat them without a hard fight. This was also true in the original anime. Even though he maintained his composure, he was once at a disadvantage under the three's attack, struggling to hold on, unable to break through. Let's go. Show him what we three brothers are capable of. As GT Goku finished speaking, Bergamo roared and launched the first attack, raining down punches on GT Goku like a torrential downpour. This time, GT Goku didn't simply dodge as before. Instead, he raised his right hand, slashing in front of him with a shadow so sharp it was impossible to see with the naked eye. With just that one hand, he completely blocked Bergamo's attacks. Suddenly, a powerful red thigh came from the side, sweeping towards his head. Looking closely, it was Basil. Smash! Under an attack that would have overwhelmed any normal person, Wukong parried Bergamo's punches with one hand while the other, like lightning, effortlessly blocked Basil's kick. And that wasn't all. He didn't simply block the blow, he grabbed the opponent's leg and swung it behind him. Bang! The opponent slammed into Lavanda, who was attacking from behind. What? Bergamo's face dropped as he watched his second and third brothers, stacked together, fly like cannonballs, rolling several times on the ground. He had never dreamed that the dangerous triangle formation they had claimed was unbreakable could be broken so easily by Wukong. For a moment, his mind faltered, and his punches became erratic. Wukong, naturally perceptive, noticed this and immediately lost all desire to continue fighting. He suddenly leaned forward and delivered a powerful, precise hook to Bergamo's abdomen. Bang! Instantly, Bergamo's eyes bulged, his hands clutching his stomach, and he involuntarily took a few steps back. How is it possible? Veins popped on his face, his eyes bloodshot, his expression filled with disbelief. You see, he possessed the ability to convert his opponent's attacks into his own power. While this skill required active activation, even without it, his body possessed immense resistance to blows. Ordinary attacks were mere tickles to him, and even stronger ones would only inflict minor injuries. But now, his opponent had struck him with just one blow. And that single blow had severely damaged him. How could this be possible? Hearing his startled question, Wukong touched the tip of his nose and chuckled, "Sorry, haha. To conserve my energy, I had to defeat you quickly, so I used a little more force. In this arena filled with experts, even though he was confident in his own abilities, he couldn't afford to waste his energy. After all, his stamina was limited, and he wanted to fight many masters." As he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly flickered, and he glanced behind him. Behind him, Lavanda and Basil, who had flown away earlier, had stood up and rushed towards him. "Brother, we're here to help you." Yellow and red auras emanated from each of them, indicating they had reached peak strength. Seeing the two charging towards him, Bergamo, suppressing the pain, ignited a blue aura. Then, gathering power in his palms, he unleashed his most powerful attack. At the same time, Lavanda and Basil did the same. 4 energy waves, 2 red and 2 yellow, blasted out from their palms, like comets with tails, barreling towards Goku. Looking down from above, Goku could be seen trapped in the center of the 6 waves, momentarily in danger. At this moment, Goku smiled faintly. Immediately, just as the red and yellow waves behind him and the blue wave in front of him were about to collide with him, they vanished with a swish. Boom! As the 6 powerful energy waves collided, the air crackled with an unbearable roar, accompanied by flashes of lightning and sparks. What? Because Bergamo was severely injured and the opponent's power far surpassed his own. Without Goku as a target, the red and yellow energy torrents from Lavanda and Basil surged forward, pushing against his blue energy waves and instantly reaching him, sending him flying. No. Big brother, by the time Lavanda and Basil reacted and quickly withdrew their hands, they saw Bergamo tracing a graceful arc through the air and flying out of the ring. At this moment, GT Goku, who had vanished before, mysteriously appeared behind them, his hands resting on their waists, and a blast of Kigen erupted without warning. Bye! A sly smile crossed his face. 2 exclamations were heard shortly after, and the dancing Lavanda and Basil were sent flying by the 2 Kigen blasts, landing outside the ring in the blink of an eye. And this also marked the end of this 1v3 battle, with GT Goku victorious. Chapter 350, The attack is ineffective? How about this? Swish! Outside the arena, on the viewing platform of Universe 9, Bergamo, Lavanda, and Basil appeared one after another. Their faces were dusty and droopy, their bodies like salted fish stranded on the beach, their whole bodies filled with dejection. We lost, they sighed softly, their fighting spirit gone. Beside them, King Kailuo, furious, lashed out at the 3, "What's wrong with you? Huh? It's only been so long, and you're already eliminated, I'm so pissed off. You're losing 3 against 1. You're such useless bastards," he was furious. Not long ago, he had boasted to the King Kais and gods of destruction from other universes that the 3 of them, Bergamo and Lavanda, would be invincible. He hadn't expected such a slap in the face. In the blink of an eye, the three Wolf brothers he'd boasted about were eliminated, making his previous claims a joke. Private Marseilles, Lord Kaishin, faced with his furious scolding, the three Wolf brothers remained unmoved, acting like children ready to be spanked and scolded. Elsewhere, Beerus glanced at the situation on their side before turning his attention away. He picked his nose and stared at GT Goku in the ring, his gaze impassive. "You saw that punch, didn't you?" Whis nodded slightly. "Yes, Lord Beerus. This man's control of power has reached an exceptionally high level." West paused, then continued, "Throughout the entire fight, his strength remained constant, neither more nor less than sufficient to deal with his opponent. Then, in that one punch, he suddenly unleashed a force far superior to his opponent's, inflicting a momentary blow before quickly withdrawing it. You could say he didn't use any unnecessary energy throughout the entire fight, not a single unnecessary ounce of strength wasted. That alone demonstrates that he is a master who has reached the pinnacle of martial arts." A rare look of seriousness crossed Whis' face. "Well, you're right. This guy is just as I expected, a tough one to deal with. I just don't know how much power he holds within him." Beerus flicked his booger onto the nearby Universe 6 viewing platform. Ignoring Kampa, who was lashing out at his gesture, he rested his chin on his hand and speculated. Could he, like Goku, become a Super Saiyan God, or even Super Saiyan Blue? Whis shook his head. "No one can say for sure, Lord Beerus." "Well, then, let's hope he can't." "No, absolutely not," Beerus said in a low voice. To him, the stronger GT Goku became, the harder it would be for their universe to win. So, he absolutely didn't want GT Goku to transform into powerful Super Saiyan God or even Super Saiyan Blue. Gosh, they've eliminated them so quickly. In the ring, Super Saiyan Goku, still battling two opponents from Universe 10, took a moment to glance at GT Goku eliminating the three from Bergamo, and a look of surprise crossed his face. He hadn't expected GT Goku to defeat the three so easily, without even transforming. This realization intensified his desire to challenge them in a duel. "I need to speed up." His brows furiously fixed, he resolved to defeat the two opponents before confronting GT Goku. He had temporarily forgotten about Toppo, whom he had originally intended to find. So knocking them out of the ring will teleport them up there. GT Goku, who had eliminated the three from Bergamo, sensed their auras suddenly vanish and reappear in another location. He looked over and immediately spotted the three on the viewing platform. He instinctively scanned the other viewing platforms, noting that some had also seen eliminated contestants. 1, 2, 3, 4. 6 eliminated already, he muttered to himself. The entire match, including him, had 81 contestants, and with so many eliminated in just 1 minute, one could only imagine how intense the competition would be. At that moment, his eyes suddenly focused, and he dodged to the side. Bang! A yellow ball of flesh, as massive as a mountain, plummeted from the sky, slamming down hard where he had been standing. HMPH, you dodged it? Interesting. As the dust from the violent impact cleared, a large yellow bear in a red vest and red boots appeared before GT Goku's eyes. It was none other than Bahamut from Universe 6. Bahamut folded his arms, looking down at Goku with a defiant look, a playful smile curling his lips. He had noticed Goku's distraction, and recalling his earlier, even more arrogant words, he instantly abandoned his opponent, using his resilience to soar into the air. He aimed his aim at Goku and slammed him down. While the attack ultimately failed to land, he remained unfazed. He would have found it quite dull had Goku been defeated so easily. Such an opponent deserves a good beating before being eliminated. Will you fight me? Seeing Bahamut appear before him, Goku smiled faintly, showing no sign of anger at being ambushed. Of course. My name is Bahamut, and I'll be the one to eliminate you next. Remember that? Bahamut introduced himself with a smug look. Oh, my name is Son Goku. Goku repeated his name. Son Goku. Your name is Son Goku too. Bahamut shared the same shock as Bergamo and the other two had upon hearing Goku's name. No wonder you look exactly like that guy from Universe 7. It seems there must be some connection between you two. Bahamut composed himself and sneered. That's perfect. Last time I lost to Universe 7's Son Goku, and this time I'll eliminate you to avenge that humiliation. Goku raised an eyebrow in surprise. Is that so? Then let's have a fight. He then hooked his finger. Seeing this, Bahamut rushed forward, his speed unbelievably fast for a chubby man. Take my punches. In the blink of an eye, he was right beside Goku, his powerful arms swiftly launching punches. Each punch was as heavy as a mountain, stirring up a violent gust of air, crashing down on Goku like a torrential downpour. Swish, 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 swish. Facing such a fierce attack, Goku repeated the same moves he had made in his previous battle with Bergamo, dodging left and right, perfectly avoiding each of Bottom's punches. Is all you can do is dodge. Seeing his attacks constantly miss, Bottom couldn't help but taunt him. You're far inferior to the Sun Wukong from Universe 7. You can only dodge like a bug. Don't you dare to fight me in an upright battle. Despite his taunting, Goku ignored him and continued to dodge, observing Bottom's punches. Then, a moment later, he suddenly lunged forward, seemingly ignoring Bottom's impenetrable fists, and delivered a straight punch straight to the body. Bang! Bottom didn't panic at all when the fist landed. Instead, a playful smile spread across his round belly. Ripples spread out across his chubby belly as Goku's fists fell. It looked like a stone dropped into water, creating only a few ripples upon impact, but otherwise causing no other effect. Huh? Seeing this, Goku looked startled. Without thinking, he unleashed several more punches, but again, they didn't cause Bottom a single ounce of damage. Whoosh! He immediately stepped back a distance, then looked at the other person in surprise and said, "What's wrong with your body?" Could it be, he suddenly thought of someone he met while traveling in the world, so he asked, "Could it be that your body is made of rubber?" Bottom seemed not to have expected him to say this. He was stunned for a moment, and then he came to his senses and said in surprise, "I didn't expect you to see it so quickly, but you are wrong. My body is not made of rubber, but has the same property of immunity to attacks as rubber." He showed his arrogant smile again, and said confidently, "In other words, even if I stand here motionless, no matter how you attack, you can't hurt me at all." On the viewing platform of the 6th universe, Xiangpa watched this scene, crossed his arms, and sneered, "Tisk tisk tisk tisk." Ever since losing the last game, Bottom has been training in the areas where he is not good at skills. Now he has no weaknesses. Even if Sun Wukong from the 7th universe meets him again, he will be defeated by him. During the previous fighting tournament between their universe and Universe 7, Bottom had battled Super Goku. Back then, Bottom, relying on his immunity to attack, had briefly drained Super Goku's energy. Ultimately, however, due to his lack of fighting skills, Super Goku easily threw him out of the ring with a shoulder throw. Now, Bottom has long since trained on this weakness, eliminating it. This explains Campa's current confidence. HMPH, you're just talking nonsense. Just relying on this fat bear, you think you can defeat our Goku? Beerus, hearing this, taunted him mercilessly. Don't disbelieve me, Beerus. Now, just watch Bottom's progress. I'm sure you'll cry over your own opinion after seeing his progress. Campa smiled confidently and retorted without hesitation. In the ring, after hearing Bottom's explanation, GT Goku nodded in sudden realization. That makes sense. I've met someone similar to you before, and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't hurt him. Bottom was stunned again by these words. Someone similar to me? This was the first time he'd heard such a thing. HMPH, what do you mean by similar to me? Stop playing tricks. Now, let me get you off the ring. He felt Wukong was trying to distract him, so he ignored all the nonsense and suddenly leaped to his feet. Then, in mid-air, he clasped his hands in front of him and pulled his legs together, transforming into a massive ball of flesh. Landing on the ground, he barreled towards Wukong like a reckless tank. Facing this powerful blow, Wukong extended his arms, unleashing all his might, and unexpectedly took it. But his body also retreated, his feet plowing 2 long tracks into the ground. But it didn't matter. After retreating a distance, he suddenly leaned back, his right foot slamming into the fleshy ball that had transformed into Bottom's flesh. Swoosh! In an instant, Bottom's momentum and the kick sent him soaring into the sky. Bang! A moment later, Bottom crashed into Wukong like a falling comet, then stood up, dazed. "Oh, I'm busy." His eyes swirled, his whole body vacillating. But he quickly shook his head, recovering from the dizziness, and glared at Wukong with rage. "Damn it, I'll definitely eliminate you this time." He no longer attacked, but instead, step by step, the overwhelming pressure of his size gradually approaching Wukong. After all, his greatest pride was his ability to withstand blows. He intended to use this ability to make Wukong exhaust his energy as much as possible, then find the perfect moment to knock him out of the ring. Bang! Wukong saw what Bottom's plan was, and a wave of energy erupted from his palm, striking him directly. But surprisingly, this wave, like his previous punch, had no effect beyond sending ripples across his abdomen. Oh, it did have another effect. It made him pause for a second. Your body is much stronger than the last man I met, Wukong praised, then changed the subject. But I've already figured out how to eliminate you. Hearing this, Bottom sneered. Then try it. He paused, extending his arms, a look of arrogance, ready for Wukong's attacks. Wukong curled his lips, and in a flash, he was in front of him, hammering him with a barrage of straight punches. Bottom simply looked down, a sneer in his face, making no attempt to attack. Suddenly, Wukong swooped to his right, reaching out with both hands to grab his arm, preparing for a shoulder throw. But Wukong remained motionless, like an old tree rooted to its roots. He smirked. HMPH, you're using the same tactics as Universe 7's son Wukong, but I already got caught last time. How can I let you succeed this time? He subtly exerted force with his feet, lowering his center of gravity to an extremely low position, making it impossible for Wukong to shake him. Unexpectedly, Wukong, after failing to throw him, smiled with a sly smile. Really? How about this? He suddenly felt a strong sense of foreboding. The next moment, a wave of energy erupted from Wukong's feet, slamming into the ground where he stood. In an instant, the ground shattered, and his body felt a momentary sense of weightlessness as the ground collapsed. At that moment, Wukong exerted force with both hands and successfully threw him over his shoulder. Then, before he could recover from his dazed state, he felt his body lift off the ground again, and then spun in circles. When he was dizzy and completely unable to tell the directions, he heard a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Immediately, Duong, his head hit something hard. When he finally woke up with his head shaking, and the scene in front of him gradually became clear, he was shocked to find that he was actually in the viewing platform. And next to him was Lord Xiangpa, whose face was as black as charcoal. On the ring, after successfully eliminating Bottom, GT Goku smiled and immediately prepared to look for his next opponent. But before he could find one, an opponent had already found him. Hey, the other me, let's have a good fight. Super Goku, who had successfully eliminated the two players from the 10th universe, flashed in front of him and issued a high-spirited invitation to a duel. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.